You can switch.
And
It's musical chairs. Get him in the room.
we don't have any stacks of paper this time.
It's all online. We're staying green.
I like the green thing.
I'm not used to being.
Sometimes I like the big pieces of paper because it's very hard to read something.
All righty. Getting this one up on the screen for myself here. That's that. That's that. All right. Welcome everyone. It's Tuesday, April 25th, 6 o'clock. Regularly scheduled meeting of the P and Z Commission here in the town of New Canaan. We've got a number of items to tackle tonight. Some continuing business items as well as some new business and a couple of presentations at the end on some new applications, some larger new applications. Thank you everyone for joining us. I'll just go through roll call. Myself, Dan Radman here, Krista Nielsen. She's bathroom.
She hasn't shown up yet.
Oh, okay. Dick Ward.
Here.
Kent Turner.
Here.
Chris.
Here.
Art Casavant.
Here.
Claire Tiscornia.
Here.
Chris Herring. Not here yet. John Engel.
Here.
Tom Benton.
Here.
Paul Knag.
Here.
Is here. Great. Thank you, Paul. And Alan Swerdlow. Out here. Okay. All right. We'll wait on those two. We have a quorum. We can proceed. This is 4:25. On the date. Up there. All right. So first order of business, we have regular meeting agenda here. We started last meeting with the discussion on the site plan application resolution for the 830G application for 1723 Hill Street. Actually, let me, before I get going, is Pete Gelderman on?
Yep.
Yep.
You are. Great. Thanks, Pete. We started with the 1723 Hill Street. We went through the site plan application resolution, made some corrections to it. Pete, do I have to reread the whole site plan application at this point?
Well, just, no, not when you say the application, you mean the agenda item.
The agenda item, sorry. Do I have to?
Yes, yes, should read the agenda item, yes.
But not the resolution, just.
No, not the resolution.
So,
We read the resolution the last meeting.
correct. And then we can roll right into the other two components of that application, correct?
Correct.
Pete, should we be incorporating the resolution for the interveners into the site plan portion?
Yes, well, it has to be, it should be read one time and then incorporated into all three resolutions because it's the exact same
Yep,
finding for all three. Doesn't change at all.
got it. Okay, so this is first agenda item. This is the site plan application, 1723 Hill Street. Discussion and consideration of the request of Christopher J. Smith, Alter and Pearson LLC, authorized agent for Hill Street 72 LLC owners for a zoning regulation amendment to amend the New Canaan zoning regulation. Well, this is the zoning reg. Where's the site plan one? Hang on.
Number 3.
Is it number 3?
The 4.
Yeah, so let me start. We're going to go out of order a little bit here. I'm going to start with item 4, which on the agenda here, which is a site plan application. Pretty much they're the same information here, but no, item number 4, site plan application upon consideration of Christopher J. Smith, Alter Pearson LLC, authorized agent for Hill Street 72 LLC owners for an 830G set aside site plan application approval for 93 unit multifamily residential community with associated parking, driveway, and drainage improvements and related accessory structures with affordable component per section 830G of the Connecticut General Statutes for the property located at 17 Hill Street, map T, block 93, lot 812, and 23 Hill Street, map T, block 93, lot 72. So this was the resolution for the site plan modification or site plan application that we read through last week. I think we vetted all of the corrections and modifications to that resolution, and we can, should we vote on this, Pete, first, or should I read the interveners component?
Well, it's really two separate votes, so we can vote on this and then read the intervener
Okay,
resolution for the site plan and then incorporate it into the other two. Yeah.
sounds good. So first question to the rest of the commissioners. Everyone that is here tonight was here at the last meeting, either via Zoom or present at the meeting and is familiar with the resolution for the site plan modification and all of the changes we made last week.
I was not at the last meeting.
John Engel was not. Did you listen to the tape at all, or?
I listened to the tape.
Okay,
That was the one that we're St. Aloysius, that meeting.
Yes.
Yep.
I listened to that tape.
okay. Does anyone have any questions or comments before we call a vote on this? Okay. Do I have a motion for a vote on this site plan modification for 1723 Hill Street?
Just one thing, Dan, do you want Tom seated for Chris because he's not here?
Pete, can we have Tom, who's an alternate, seated for Chris Herring? Tom was here for the meetings.
Yeah, but since it's generally you don't do that if you have a quorum, as long as you have a quorum, you
That's
don't need to seat someone for the vote.
That's
if you
fine.
have a quorum. Yep,
I just want to make sure we're doing everything right.
appreciate that.
Understood. Sorry, Tom. So do I have a motion for a vote on 1723 23 Hill Street site plan application?
Chairman, I move we deny the application.
Do I have a second?
I just want to clarify by deny, you mean approve the denial.
Approve the denial, excuse me, approve the
We'll
denial.
word it
excuse
that
me.
way. Yeah,
Yes,
approve the denial.
yes, thank you.
I'll second that. Thank you. So Mr. Chris, Mr. Cassavant. Do we have any further discussion on this?
Just clarify, Dan, that it's for the reasons as set forth in the resolution that was discussed last week or
Agreed.
last meeting. Yep.
This approval of the denial resolution as set forth in the resolution that was read last week, went through all of the items, made some minor clarifications, and the body of that resolution still holds.
As the person who moved, as the chairman has stated, this is the reasons for my movement that we approve the denial of this application.
Correct. Okay, no further discussion. We can,
And so to be clear, Mr. Chairman, a vote of yes is to deny.
that is, I was about to go there.
Good, okay. Want
Correct.
to be sure we are doing it correctly. Yes, thank you.
Everyone's clear on that. Sorry, let me get my agenda list here out. Okay, so this is a vote of yes is an approval to deny, for an approval of the resolution to deny, to be clear. Item, this is the first item. So Dan Radman, I vote yes. Kristen Nielsen,
Yes.
Dick Ward,
Yes.
Ken Turner,
Yes.
John Chris,
Yes.
Art Casavant,
Yes.
Claire Tiscornia,
Yes.
John Engel,
Yes.
and then Paul and Tom. You weren't, I don't think you were seated for this particular vote. Okay. So that's the first one. Second one, before we get into that, let me go through The next component of that is here it is. Verification of notice of interveners resolution. So as we all know, we had the neighbors that were party to an intervener application against this particular 830G application. And we have findings and a resolution as pertains to the interveners, and I'll just read through that. This is 22A-19, the verified notice of intervention resolution. Section 1 is the findings. Planning and Zoning Commission received the application at its meeting on October 25th, 2022. Item 2, the commission received a verified notice of intervention from attorney Jonathan Shapiro dated October 12th, 2022. On behalf
11th.
of Durkin. Sorry, if you can, guys on Zoom, if necessary, just mute yourselves. The commission received a verified notice of intervention from attorney Jonathan Shapiro dated October 11th, 2022 on behalf of Mark Durkin of 311 Brushy Ridge Road pursuant to section 22A-19 of the Connecticut General Statutes. The commission received a verified notice of intervention from attorney Jonathan Shapiro dated November 1st, 2022 on behalf of Jeffrey Stein of 39 Brushy Ridge Road pursuant to section 22A-19 of the Connecticut General Statutes. Pursuant to section 22A-19 of the Connecticut General Statutes, the commission must find whether the interveners met their burden of proof in showing that the application will cause unreasonable pollution, impairment, or destruction of the public trust in the air, water, or other natural resources of the site. Item 5. A site visit for commissioners to review and understand the scope of the work proposed for the property was conducted on December 9th, 2022. Item 6. 5 public hearings were held to accept testimony and evidence and to receive comments from the public on December 13th, 2022, January 24th, 23, February 15th, 23, February 28th, 23, and March 2nd, 23. Item 7. The commission received numerous and lengthy exhibits while this application was pending and heard from numerous speakers while the public hearing was open. Item 8. The commission deliberated on the application on March 28th, 23, April 17th, 23, and April 25th, 23. Item 9. The commission received a memo dated October 27th, 2022 and February 27th, 2023 from Maria Coplet, Town Engineer, Department of Public Works, Town of New Canaan, regarding her review and comments on the application while the application was pending. The commission received verbal testimony and reports from multiple peer reviewers while the application was pending, from Andrew Kingsbury and Robert Beltramitis, PE. Let's correct that. Andrew Kingsbury. Oh yeah, he's not P. He's fire marshal. So do we need to put their titles in that or description?
No, it's more just,
Just documenting it.
yeah.
Okay. From Andrew Kingsbury and Robert Beltramitis, PE, that are relevant for the reviewing of an 830G application as pertains to life safety and traffic safety. Item 11. The reports and testimony provided by the Inland Wetland Commission's peer reviewers were added to the record and include A. Davison Environmental, Michael Klein, professional soil scientist, reports dated November 14th, 2022, December 13th, 2022, February 24th, 2023, and March 1st, 2023. Second one is item B, Ty and Bond, Joe Canis, PE, reports dated November 15th, 2022, December 12th, 2022, February 21st, 2023, and February 27th, 2023. Item 12. The applicant provided verbal testimony and submitted the following reports in reply to town staff, peer reviewers, the commission, and interveners while the application was pending and prior to the release of the public hearing, prior to the close of the public hearing on March 2nd, 2023. A. Site plan review set by DeAndrea Surveying and Engineering revised February 15th, 2023 to incorporate requisite supplemental information. Item B, drainage report by DeAndrea Surveying and Engineering PC, revised February 15th, 2023. Item C, stormwater management operations and maintenance plan by DeAndrea Surveying and Engineering PC, revised February 15th, 2023. D, earthwork cut fill worksheet by DeAndrea Surveying and Engineering PC, revised February 9th, 2023. E, earth removal narrative and blasting plan by Solely Engineering, revised February 17th, 2023. F, architectural plans by AWA Design Group PC, dated February 15th, 2023, with green roof components. G, traffic impact assessment by Solely Engineering dated September 6th, 2022, revised February 16th, 2023. H, geotechnical report by GZA dated May 10th, 2017. I, landscape plan Solely Engineering dated January 19th, 2023. J, the hydrology impact assessment by Weston Sampson dated February 1st, 2023. K, the wetlands and watercourses delineation letter by William Kenny Associates dated February 15th, 2023. L, the revised section 5.3 wetlands functions and values of previously submitted wetlands assessment report by William Kenny Associates dated February 2023. M, the wetland buffer habitat enhancement planting plans by William Kenny Associates dated February 15th, 2023, revised February 28th, 2023. N, street sweeping and snow and integrated management plan by William Kenny Associates dated February 15th, 2023. O, tie and bond response letter by DeAndrea Surveying and Engineering PC, revised February 15th, 2023. P, Davison Environmental Response Letter by DeAndrea Surveying and Engineering PC, revised February 15th, 2023. Q, Engineering Department of Public Works Response Letter by DeAndrea Surveying and Engineering PC, revised February 15th, 2023. And R, SE Minor and Company Response Letter by DeAndrea Surveying and Engineering, revised February 15th, 2023. Item 13. The interveners provided additional verbal testimony and submitted the following reports while the application was pending as pertains to the public's trust in the air, water, or other natural resources of the state. State or site?
State. That's how it was. You, on the other part, you said site, but it's state. That's how the
State.
statute reads.
Gotcha. A, SE Minor, Robert Sandolo, PE, and Lawrence Liebman, Chief Environmental Scientist, reports dated November 21st, 2022, December 19th, 2022, and February 27th, 2023. Now, therefore, be it resolved upon motion of Commissioner X and seconded by Commissioner X, and by such and such vote, the commission finds that the interveners have proven that the applicant's proposed conduct is reasonably likely to have the effect of unreasonably polluting, impairing, or destroying the public trust in the air, water, or other natural resources of the state. More particularly, the commission finds that the interveners have set forth sufficient credible and quantifiable evidence to prove the following allegations set forth in their notice of intervention. A, the destruction, pollution, disruption, or alteration of on-site groundwater, watersheds, and watercourses. B, the natural capacity of the subject premises, including but not limited to on-site wetlands and watercourses, to support desirable wildlife or other biological life, prevent flooding, supply water, assimilate waste, facilitate drainage, provide open space, or other functions have been and shall be substantially diminished. And C, the groundwater, watersheds, and designated wetlands and watercourses have been and shall be significantly, negatively, and irretrievably impacted. With regard to the above claims, based on the evidence in the record, the activities proposed will have the effect of unreasonably impairing or destroying the public trust in the air, water, or other natural resources of the state. The allegations in the verified petition were substantiated and were in fact supported by the interveners consultants and the peer reviewers. So that is the notice of intervention resolution, commissioners. We need to vote on this as well. Do I hear, and again, we are voting to approve this notice of intervention resolution where we are confirming the interveners have proven that there will be adverse effects from the project on the watercourses, watershed, et cetera, in the state.
Mr. Chairman, I would move we approve the notice of intervention that you have just read into the record.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
You have a
Second.
Commissioner Cassavant.
Sorry, Kent. Art jumped in.
He's anxious tonight.
Is. Comes along here. Okay. So I have two. Do we have any discussion on the motions? Okay. Let's call a vote on this one. Again, we're voting a yes is to approve this notice of intervention, the findings on this notice of intervention that they have proven their case. Call to vote. Dan Radman, I vote yes. Krista Nielsen,
Yes.
Dick Ward,
Yes.
Kent Turner,
Yes.
John Chris,
Yes.
Art Casavant,
Yes.
Claire Tiscornia,
Yes.
John Engel.
Yes.
Thank you. Okay. So that takes care of those two items. We also have two additional components to this application. Jumping back now in the agenda. Item 2 on the agenda. For the zoning regulation amendment, text amendment. That is the next one on the list here. Now, again, all the same criteria that we had previously in the site plan amendment, those findings would still apply to this one, correct?
Yeah, so you should read from paragraph number 12 forward because that is different.
Mhm.
than the Site plan, but everything before that's the same
Gotcha. So in the findings, items 1 through 11 are the same.
site plan, correct?
Okay. So let's start with this one. This is the text amendment application 830G for 1723 Hill Street, Assessor's Map T, Block 93, Lot 812, and Map T, Block 93, Lot 72. This is to certify that a meeting, planning and zoning, it was moved by Commissioners X and X and seconded by Commissioner X to adopt the following resolution. The commission has conducted its review and findings based on the materials and testimony in the record. And based on that fact, each member of the commission is personally familiar with the sites and surroundings. So as noted, findings 1 through 11 are repetitive from the site plan application resolution. So I'll start with item 12 on this one. This one is this text amendment application would permit a development in accordance with the following table. And here we have a table noting the building coverage, impervious coverage, building height, max stories, front yard setback, side yard and rear yard setback, and maximum number of units, comparing the proposed development to the HOZ. And I won't go through each specific cell component here, but everyone can see where the comparisons are in percentages and heights and coverages and setbacks here. Item 13, the proposed 93 unit set aside development submitted under the provision of 830G will cause immediate and irreparable harm to the public's interest in the protection of life and property of those residing at or visiting the proposed affordable housing development, pedestrian and vehicular safety on and around the site, and the environmental health of the site. Item 14, when considering a regulation amendment, section 8-3A subsection A of the Connecticut General Statutes specifies that the commission shall state on the record its findings of consistency of a proposed regulation or boundaries or changes thereof with the plan of development of the municipality. Section 8.2C3D of the New Canaan zoning regulations states that in making a decision on the proposed text amendment, the commission shall take into consideration the plan of conservation and development prepared pursuant to Connecticut General Statutes 8-23. Item 15. The 2014 Plan of Conservation and Development promotes the increase of housing to provide for a diverse housing portfolio. A key component of that is enhancing livability for all residents, which includes providing appropriate facilities and services. The commission finds that ease of access for the fire department and other emergency services is part of these appropriate services that all residents of New Canaan have the right to. This text amendment facilitates the construction of a housing development that will impede access to vital emergency services for visitors and residents, which therefore violates the P O C D. Item 16. Additionally, the 2014 Plan of Conservation and Development seeks to achieve sustainability by maintaining environmental health among other strategies. This development proposes to add over 1.5 acres of impervious area to an extremely environmentally sensitive 4-acre property encumbered with a significant amount of wetlands. Creating a zone that permits such a dense development in this location is environmentally irresponsible. Item 17. The proposed text amendment was filed as part of a 3-part application. The text amendment was written to fit the proposed development. Therefore, since the text amendment would permit by site plan approval only the proposed site plan, the same public interest and considerations apply to a consideration of the text amendment as applied to the site plan. Item 18. Therefore, the commission finds that this text amendment application shall be denied for all the reasons listed in paragraphs 17 through 65 in the correspondence titled Site Plan Application 8-30G Resolution, 1723 Hill Street, Assessor's Map, Map T, Block 93, Lot 812, and Map T, Block 93, Lot 72, dated today's date, the 25th, submitted to Attorney Christopher Smith. Denial reasons. The commission has determined that requiring the preservation of life and property by minimizing the clear and immediate risk from fire and similar catastrophes, protecting vehicular and pedestrian safety, and protecting the natural environment is within their right as outlined in Connecticut General Statutes 8-30G, subsection G1A, and outweighs the need for 28 affordable housing units deed restricted for 40 years.
Excuse me, I think that should be within its right because commission is singular.
It's right, yes. And protecting the natural environment is within its right, as outlined in CGS 830G, subsection G1A, and outweighs the need for 28 affordable housing units deed restricted for 40 years. Item 20. No reasonable changes can be made to the application to address these issues. Therefore, for the reasons stated above, which the commission adopts as a collective basis for its action, the commission, by such number of votes, adopts the following resolution. The text amendment application submitted as part of an affordable housing development application pursuant to 830G of the Connecticut General Statutes is hereby denied in accordance with the findings and reasons set forth above. Do I have a motion to approve this resolution of denial?
I'll move to approve.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. Call to any discussion before we call to a vote? Okay. Let's vote on this. This is again, this is the text amendment resolution. And voting yes is voting approval of the denial resolution, to be clear. I vote yes. Krista Nielsen,
Yes.
Dick Ward,
Yes.
Ken Turner,
Yes.
John Chris,
Yes.
Art Casavant,
Yes.
Claire Tiscornia,
Yes.
Chris Herring is here.
Yes.
John Engel,
Yes.
and that's it for the seated, for the people seated for the vote.
Mr. Chairman, I don't think the commissioner has been seated. And he voted.
Oh, for Chris, that's right. Came in late. We're gonna have to disregard your vote on that one, sorry.
Okay.
We still have a quorum on it, so the vote still passes. Thank you. Last item on the agenda for 1723 is item 3 on the meeting agenda. And this is the change in zoning boundary.
Dan, before you do that, can you take a vote to incorporate the
Oh, yeah.
resolution on the petition for intervention?
Yes. I don't have to read through it again, do I?
No, you don't. Just it's being incorporate the same resolution as you did for the site plan.
Sounds good. So again, this is the interveners, the resolution on the interveners application. This is the 22A-19, the verified notice of intervention resolution. This is the same resolution that we just heard on the previous component to this application. And I would call for a motion for a vote on this one.
I'll move to incorporate it.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
Commissioner Desai will second it.
Okay. Okay, call to a vote for this item. This is, again, the intervention resolution. I vote yes. Krista Nielsen,
Yes.
Dick Ward,
Yes.
Ken Turner,
Yes.
John Chris,
Yes.
Art Casavant,
Yes.
Claire Tiscornia,
Yes.
John Engel.
Yes.
Okay. And then, last but not least, that's text change in zoning boundary. Where's? Zoning boundaries, the last one, right?
Yep.
Okay. All right, so this is item 3 on the agenda. Petition for change in zoning boundary. And again, are we starting at item 12 on this?
You could start at item 14.
So, under denial reasons?
Yep.
Okay. This is petition for change in zoning boundary 830G for 1723 Hill Street. Assessors map, map T, block 93, lot 812, and map T, block 93, lot 72. Again, the front end of the findings here, all the way through the denial reasons, is duplicative of the previous site plan application as well as the text amendment. So we won't read through those again. The same conditions and findings apply. We'll go right into the denial reasons. I'll just start with number 13 and go from there. So denial reasons on this one: the proposed 93 unit set aside development submitted under the provision of 830G will cause immediate and irreparable harm to the public's interest in the protection of life and property of those residing at or visiting the proposed affordable housing development, pedestrian and vehicular safety and on and around the site, and the environmental health of the site. Item 14, the map change was filed as part of a 3-part application. The text amendment was written to fit this proposed development. Therefore, since the map amendment would permit by site plan approval only, the proposed site plan, the same public interests and considerations apply to a consideration of the text amendment and map change as applied to the site plan. Item 15. Therefore, the commission finds that this petition for change in zoning boundary shall be denied for all the reasons listed in paragraphs 17 through 65 in the correspondence titled Site Plan Application 830G Resolution 1723 Hill Street, Assessor's Map, Map T, Block 93, Lot 812, and Map T, Block 93, Lot 72, dated April such and such date, probably today, submitted to Attorney Christopher Smith. Item 16, the commission has determined that preserving life and property by minimizing the clear and immediate risk from fire and similar catastrophes, protecting pedestrian safety, protecting vehicular safety, and protecting environmental health is within the right as outlined in Connecticut General Statutes 8-30G subsection G1A and outweighs the need for 28 affordable housing units deed restricted for 40 years. Therefore, for the reasons stated above, which the commission adopts as a collective basis for its action, the commission by X number of votes adopts the following resolution. Resolved, the petition for change in zoning boundaries submitted as part of an affordable housing development application pursuant to 830G of the Connecticut General Statutes is hereby denied in accordance with the findings and reasons set forth above. Now, again, this is a motion. Well, do I have a motion to approve this resolution of denial?
Commissioner Chris so moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Claire? Claire. Thank you. Any discussion? Okay, we'll go right to vote. Dan Radman, I vote yes. Krista Nielsen,
Yes.
Dick Ward,
Yes.
Ken Turner,
Yes.
John Chris,
Yes.
Art Gossavant,
Yes.
Claire Tiscornia,
Yes.
and John Engel.
Yes.
And again, formality here, we need to also vote on the verified notice of intervention resolution, same as the previous two components. Again, we're voting to approve this resolution where the interveners have proven the condition of impairment or destruction of public trust in air, water, and other natural resources of the state. So do I have a motion to approve on the intervention resolution for this component?
I'll move that, Commissioner Casvan.
Thank you, Art. Do I have a second?
Dick Ward.
Thank you, Dick. Call to vote. Dan Radman, I vote yes. Krista Nielsen,
Yes.
Dick Ward,
Yes.
Ken Turner,
Yes.
John Chris,
Yes.
Art Gossavant,
Yes.
Claire Tiscornia,
Yes.
and John Engel.
Yes.
Great. Thank you, everyone. That concludes the 1723 Hill Street application and subsequent denial. On those. All right, so let's move into the next component of tonight's agenda. Sorry, let me sort through stuff here.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes,
so Commissioner Dick Ward, I just would like to show for the record that although I had missed a couple of meetings earlier, I did view on the video all sections having to deal with the resolutions and the applications that we just considered.
thank you. Noted. Okay. Next item on the application, on the agenda for tonight. This is 105 Elm Street. Upon application of David Rucci Lampert, Tui and Rucci LLC, authorized agent for Donald Hersom Jr., owner for a site plan approval of section 612B1 to allow modification of a site plan approval dated July 26th, 2022, to allow the installation of a walk-in refrigerator on the roof in lieu of original plan to add 665 square feet of second floor space. in addition to allow egress from the first floor into existing alleyway in retail A zone at 105 Elm Street, map T, block 43, lot 812. Mr. Rucci.
It's going to be modified. Dan, am I seated for this one?
Yes, Mr. Herring, you are seated for this moving forward for tonight. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Could you just minimize that?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, David Rucci, I'm Chairman Rucci. You may recall, we were here before. This is the site right next to Soleil. It's essentially one building. It's 103 and 105 Elm Street. And we came in for a site plan approval under 6.12. We were going to add a second floor to this building, which was going to have some office space in it, a walk-in cooler, and some other amenities to sort of service the new restaurant that was going to be downstairs. That ended up becoming something that was just honestly too cost prohibitive for the tenant to take on. And so we came up with a new solution to essentially put in a walk-in cooler on that second floor area. And I'll let the architect go through. There's sort of two things that we're talking about today. There's this walk-in cooler on the second floor, which is going to be screened, which you'll see as we go through. And sorry, here's the pictures here of this building. And the second is we've been working with the town departments in New Canaan about providing a second egress or two egresses essentially to the side of this building that's going to go into this alleyway. And we've been working with Public Works, and we've talked to Health, and we've been in front of Plan and Zoning. And eventually we're going to need to speak with, we're going to need to work out an agreement with the Selectman's office as far as getting sort of a public easement for a period of time into this area. The rationale behind that is twofold. Number one of the doors that here's the alleyway, as you can see on their property, and you'll see that right now the movie theater accesses into this particular alleyway, and we're going to create sort of two different doors here so that we can also get into the alleyway as well. That's not the best picture. So anyway, here's coming back from the other way. It's sort of narrow towards the back of the property. And I think that maybe the best thing to do is to have Fadi Riscali, who's with me this evening, who did the first architectural plan, sort of run through why we're doing this. Some of it has to do with travel distance from the kitchen, getting in here, and also a handicap entranceway. What happened before is we were going to try to put an entrance in the front of the building to make it handicap accessible. But in order to do that and to put the ramp in, we would have had to lower the floor in the front of the building. And right underneath the floor is all the electrical panels in the property. And I'm not sure if that was the same issue actually that Dunkin' Donuts had originally. I think Dunkin' Donuts was in front of you all here before. And so the plan that we came up with essentially was if we create another door into this alleyway, we can use that for our handicap access. There's some issues that we're talking with the town about with this as well, because they're going to eventually raise that area potentially in the on the alleyway, but we have to sort of get to this point first and be in front of you all to amend our site plan to begin with. So we're sort of starting with you. There's other things that we have to do to actually get that accomplished, but we've sort of gotten a green light from them, assuming it all works out with their plans as well, that this is something that they're in favor of. And that would be the fire marshal, Public Works, and the first selectman's office with respect to that. So I think what I'm going to do is just let Fadi talk about the architectural plans. He should be on Zoom because they're the ones that put that together. This is sort of what I was talking about before, where these these doorways are going to be. And you'll see one sort of a distance doorway in the middle, and the other one's where the ADA compliance part is. We're also proposing some windows, by the way, bifold windows in the front of the building there. And that was really done, not necessarily as an afterthought, but it was something that was we kind of had support with, let's get some more air in here. We've had COVID before, like, let's make it as easy as possible to create some more additional windows in this space. As you could see before, from the spaces from that alleyway, there's like no space. It's just like a brick wall. So Fadi, if you want to take it from here, I can just sort of maneuver this as you want to walk through the plans.
He's on Zoom.
Oh, Fadi, you want to turn your saw him on before.
Maybe his microphone's off.
He's
Mm,
muted, yes.
he's muted. Are you on, Fadi? Rascali? No? Is he muted or is
He is muted.
he muted himself? Or?
Yeah, he's muted himself.
Okay, Fadi, you have to unmute yourself on Zoom, please.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
There we go.
Okay, great. Thank you. Sorry for that. Basically, based on the occupancy load and the length of the restaurant that we have, we need a second mean of egress that is at least more than 1/3 of the distance of the diagonal of the whole space. And the only way we can achieve that, considering that to the west, we have another tenant, and to the back, we are under grade level. The only way we could do it is by exiting through the alleyway in order to create that distance that is that meet codes. Having said that, this is why we want to have a second exit into the alley. Now, as David was saying, in order to make the storefront accessible, all the switch gears of the electrical of the whole building are right underneath our storefront. And it is cost prohibitive, badly cost prohibitive, let alone that we would not be able to get equipment to replace the existing equipment for years due on what's going on now. So we were hoping that the existing exit into the alleyway now could be turned into an ADA access. When the alleyway level is raised to meet the floor levels, that would be great. Until then, we could put a temporary ramp for the ADA access. And that would solve these two issues, basically. Other than that, it's self-explanatory. There's no other reasoning other than these two, but they're ample and sufficient for us to have to opt to these solutions. As far as the windows, now they're fixed panes on the corner of the property, and we feel like if we make them bifold windows, they would be more socially attractive and more interactive and more appealing to the restaurant goers in general. We all know that it is more lively to have windows that are bifolding and operable. And as far as the structure that we were proposing initially on the roof, it became financially cost prohibitive. And we feel that what we're proposing now, we're proposing to just put a walk-in box on the roof that we have access to it. And we're going to envelope that whole walk-in box with the wood fences that are similar to another wood fence that we have in the back. So it would not be, we would not be introducing any material, and it would be very minimal to the eye, and to anyone from Elm Street, they would barely see anything. If they see anything, they would see a smidge of it from one single corner. But we feel that visually it's the least intrusive, a lot less intrusive than what we were proposing before, and was accepted as well. And we feel that it would allow us to be financially able to start this whole restaurant business in this location. But this is basically it. If you have any questions, let me know, but it's kind of straightforward.
I'm just going to go to the end where the materials are. I think it's on the last part. Well, here's sort of some pictures, Fadi, if you want to run through these. So this is just showing obviously what it's going to look like from both the
I'm
front
not seeing the presentation. Oh, here we go. Yes.
18.
Okay. Yes. So the top left picture shows how much you would see of that walk-in box from Elm Street. And this is specifically if you are on one single spot. If you move 2 feet north or 2 feet south, that little sliver of that walk-in box would disappear. Even though if you see a bit of that walk-in box, you see right underneath of it how we're going to envelope the walk-in box with a similar fence that you see on the top right that is already existing. So we're not introducing any new material. And even if someone get a glimpse of that walk-in box, it doesn't look like a walk-in box. It would be nice and clean and well maintained.
Sir, it's Commissioner Turner. Your illustration of item number 3, the close-up view. Why do I see this dunnage for mechanical equipment, or why?
Well,
Why does this exist?
well, this doesn't exist, but in order for us to put the walk-in box on the roof, we need additional support. And we already have a major 18-inch I-beams running through the space from east to west. So we're going to lean on them, adding an additional dunnage, like very low profile dunnage that would be holding the walk-in box rather than the actual roof holding the walk-in box.
Well, that's great. So you're saying that it's not intended to have additional mechanical equipment or anything in the future?
Not for this walk-in box, but we will be adding equipment for the restaurant, which is a typical equipment, but that's regardless of the walk-in box. This is a whole different, it's part of the mechanical system of the function of the new space.
So are you saying that you're providing this dunnage for something in the future that will be visual and not screened?
No, sorry, you know, and I know it's deceiving because you see the I-beams extending beyond the walk-in box, but that's only because the 2 I-beams, steel I-beams that are existing are so far apart that the only way we could do it is by spanning from one to the other and then using part of it. But this is the only way we could do it. We have to span from one to another and then use part of it.
I totally understand that, but again, you mentioned that there's something about future equipment. Please clarify that.
Future, well, the space is being proposed as a restaurant use, and it's going to have its own HVAC equipment on the roof and its own exhaust fan on the roof. So these are equipment that come.
Excuse me, sir, excuse me. You're not answering my question. I
Sure.
think it was very straightforward, very simplistic. Why does this dunnage exist for future equipment?
Well, I'm not sure if I'm understanding. I thought I replied, this dunnage is not for future equipment. This dunnage is for the walk-in box. But we are forced to have it larger than the walk-in box because of the nature of the existing I-beams in the building. That's all.
The question,
I understand that, sir. So what you're saying is that this is only required structurally, and that in the future, there will not be other equipment placed on top of this dunnage.
Not that we're planning on doing that. No.
No, excuse me, sir. You're not planning. Are you saying that there's a possibility? Please be correct and honest with us.
Yeah, I am totally honest, but I wouldn't know, to be honest, because it's not in my control, but this is not the intention nor the plan. So I wouldn't know how to say more than that. Like, of course, what you're seeing here is what is being planned now. That's all I would know.
Let me jump in for 1 second. You show what might help clarify this. You show an existing roof plan and a proposed roof plan. And the existing roof plan, based on the floor plan of this new space, as well as the adjacent existing Soleil restaurant, I'm assuming that the roof plan that's shown, roof plans, the perimeter or the boundaries of that roof plan is over both restaurants, right?
Correct.
Okay, so on the roof plan existing, the only difference that you're showing is the proposed roof plan has the walk-in cooler and some steps to get to it.
Correct.
Part of the new restaurant and all of the existing equipment that's shown, I'm just making this assumption, all of the existing condensers and rooftop unit, all of that currently serves Soleil? Is that right?
Correct, correct. So there would be additional equipment on our side of the roof
Right,
that I wouldn't know of yet, but I know that the HVAC unit and an exhaust fan. And they wouldn't be necessarily used on the dunnage that we're showing for the walk-in box because we don't need the dunnage for them.
understood. And you're gonna need a condenser for the walk-in box too. Correct.
That would be, yeah, that could be small and it could be attached to the wall of the walk-in box.
Correct. So I think what we would need to see is the proposed roof plan to show all equipment that you're planning up there, just so we have an understanding of where things are going to be placed relative to existing equipment as relative to the dunnage that's proposed.
Okay,
You just need the full picture.
sure, sure.
Am I hitting that right, Mr. Turner?
Yes, you are. Thank you.
This is Commissioner Chris. I have a question on, again, slide 19. Excuse me, page 19, just to be sure I'm clear. And I'm also looking at page 11. So if I understand it, and it's the lower left one there where you have the I-beams that are visible beyond the
Dunnage.
freezer, or chiller, which you're planning for. I'm also looking at page 11, and I notice that on an east-west axis, there are two I-beams, which I assume are structural in the roof area.
Correct.
My guess is that the reason the entrance to the chiller is on top of one of those I-beams, and the I-beam that's extending out towards the south,
Yes,
and is sitting on that for structural integrity, which is why it's sticking beyond the chiller. So it's really more of a structural integrity design here, and that's why
Correct.
they're out there. Am I reading this correctly?
yeah, well, these two I-beams that you're pointing to are inside the building. They're not visible onto the roof. We're penetrating the roof to create support for what I'm showing, but because they're so far apart, we are forced to span across the two of them.
So it's sort of like putting.
I'm sorry, it's Commissioner Turner, but
Please.
your rendering clearly shows the I-beams, the dunnage above the roof line.
Yeah, these are the new I-beams, but these are new I-beams sitting on two larger I-beams within the structure underneath of us. You don't see those. In other words, these new I-beams that we're putting, they have to rest on something structural, and they're resting on two interior I-beams in our ceiling that are existing, that are really massive. We're doing structural drawings for that, but what you see visually in what I'm proposing is what you will end up seeing in real life at the end. You'll see four smaller I-beams that are 8-inch I-beams with the walk-in box sitting on them.
With the understanding you're not going to put mechanical equipment on top of those I-beams.
Correct. But there would be additional mechanical equipment pertaining to the restaurant, not on these I-beams. They would be on the roof somewhere, just like we're gonna need to put HVAC unit. It has to belong there somewhere.
Well, let's be clear. We're considering your mechanical units or your dunnage and your enclosure for your new walk-in freezer. We're not discussing or considering these other mechanical equipment. Will you come back to us to get the approval, or are you trying to tie this together that if we approve what you're proposing, that it automatically grants you the ability to put in mechanical equipment that is not screened?
This is really, if you require that, we will do that. To my understanding, is we have to show this because it is high and it might be visible from the street and from the back, and this is why we're doing this presentation. If the other equipment, which are much lower, sitting next to other equipment on the roof that are not visible, they're not going to be visible. In other words, we're not trying to see how to avoid that. If you tell us we have to come back, we'll come back. We're confident that they're not visible, but definitely it is something that you would have to, if you have to approve, you'll have to approve. It's not a problem.
I just want to make it very clear that we're not approving mechanical equipment on other property or your adjacent space. We're only discussing this application.
Yeah, I mean, this is David Rucci. I think that's correct, but in the event, I mean, the reason we're here is because of 6.12, where if it's something that's going to be seen from Elm Street, which is in the district, then we have to always come in front of this commission. If it's just regular mechanical equipment that you're not going to be able to see from the street, we wouldn't have to come back to this commission. If you wanted to put a condition on this type of an approval that gives the town planner or, ample evidence that in fact, it's not seen from the street, I mean, that's certainly fine, but I don't think anyone would be coming here for every single time they want to put something on the roof of the buildings on Elm Street. But honestly, I don't know the answer to that question.
I think what's not,
Attorney Rucci, I totally understand what you're saying and agree with that. I just want to make sure that it's clear for the record that what we are approving is only this part of the project and it's not additional mechanical equipment. That's all I'm trying to clarify.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah, and that's fair to say, yes, of course.
I think what's not helping us here is that we have an incomplete proposed roof plan. Right?
Yes.
We have an existing roof plan that identifies existing equipment that the heights are not noted, but there's smaller condenser elements that are probably not visible at all. It does note that the rooftop unit for Soleil is plus 6 feet above the roof, but it's not visible. It's not part of this application.
Right.
There's going to be a rooftop unit for this new restaurant somewhere on the roof. We don't know what that is. We don't know how tall that is, and we don't know how that plays into this visibility issue in conjunction with the walk-in cooler visibility. So I think what would help us is an updated proposed roof plan showing exactly what's going up there and whether or not any of that equipment is going to be visible.
Sure, and it is physically, it was not possible to have that information because we cannot fully complete the mechanical plans and the electrical plans before we know that this is approved. So it is in the works, but it was not complete. By all means, I think what David was proposing, if that could be made as a condition so it doesn't stifles the process, we would be more than happy to come back and show you that it would not be visible. That's not a problem at all, but it would be, we would appreciate it if at least for now, conceptually and what we're applying for is fine, then the rest of it, we could come back and say, we're showing that these will not be visible from the street, which we're very confident that it would not be. As you mentioned, other equipment are much higher than our new proposed equipment eventually. So we're not concerned about that.
Yeah, or even a condition that says the condensers can't be seen from the street with the approval. We'd have
Correct. Yeah, exactly.
Again, I mean, anyway, I mean, I understand the point that obviously we don't want to be walking down Elm Street and seeing huge condensers and things sitting up there. I mean, that's the whole point of the application, the site plan review. So
I think you're just faced with a unique property where there's a zero parapet along the alley side.
Yeah, true.
And it's a very narrow space. The equipment that's going to be necessary in addition to the walk-in pool, all of that equipment will be over the new restaurant, which is right up against zero parapet.
Yeah.
So there's a very good chance that this equipment might be seen.
And if it's seen, I mean, and if it will be seen, we probably have to screen it.
We'll probably have to screen it. But
Yeah.
that's what I mean by incomplete. We need to.
But yes, but if you go to the section that shows eye level from the street side.
Yep.
And I'm not arguing the point. No, the other one, that longitudinal one. No. Yes, here. Even if, and I'm not arguing the fact here, but I'm just making a point that even if our equipment is higher than 6 feet, it would still not be visible. But again, we would be more than happy to come back and show you that.
Yeah, I think we need to do that.
because I already know what the equipment are. They have not been put on drawings. So, but I am confident that we could show you, if you want, we could follow this meeting with a quick drawing that we could send you that shows that quickly without having to go in front of a meeting, but it's all up to you, of course.
Well, excuse me, it's Commissioner Turner again. You know, I'm looking at the EX3, the diagram, the elevation. You know, you show this line of vision, and you're going out of your way to cover up the refrigerator, the walk-in refrigerator. But yet there's no consideration about this mechanical equipment. I just saddened that why there couldn't be a more comprehensive, more transparent understanding of what you're proposing.
Because what we're proposing in addition to this would have to come afterwards, because it is part of the development of the mechanical system and the electrical system, which we don't know of yet, and it is in the works. So there's
I totally understand that.
Yeah,
You know, but again, you know, you knew enough that you had to cover up or disguise the walk-in refrigerator, but yet you didn't know enough about the mechanical equipment.
no, we did that because if we
I
cannot.
mean, I'm sorry, but all I'm asking, and I want this to be an example, that, you know, please just be honest with us and show us and describe what you're proposing.
Okay, we are being.
I had to personally dig into what you were doing to get your responses.
Yeah, to his
You
line.
should have been upfront and you should have
Yes.
described what you're proposing.
You know, okay, we're not hiding anything. If we cannot have the walk-in box, we cannot have the whole concept to begin with. So this is why we're proposing this, to make sure if this works, then we'll proceed. On the first application, we showed an addition on the roof first without any other equipment, because we wanted to make sure if the addition would be allowed, and it wasn't. No one told us that we have to show the future HVAC. Again, we would be more than happy to show this, and we're confident it's not problematic, but we weren't hiding anything, of course not.
No, it's not.
I'm not suggesting you're hiding anything. I'm just saying, can you be more comprehensive and understanding what you're proposing? And it's not just today, but the future.
Okay,
I think it just comes down to being a little more complete on the roof plan, showing the proposed roof plan with the equipment you're proposing in addition to the walk-in cooler, and that will answer all the questions that we have. Is that okay, Mr. Rucci?
Yeah, I mean, I just get to the same point that if you can see it, then we'd have to be back in front of you. If you can't see it, we wouldn't even be in front of the commission again. And, you know, it always gets back to the same point that we've made before here, is that obviously there's a lot of energy, effort, and costs that go into doing any of these plans to get in front of this commission and get approvals. And I don't know whether or not putting an MEP together to put all these other plans in, how much more that costs or not. But a lot of people are like, well, am I going to get it approved or not? I don't want to go spend another, you know, a couple $1,000s on this, couple $1,000s on that. And, you know, I think to Fadi Rascali's point, you know, the last time we did this, we never even were asked about the mechanicals, and maybe that was just, we all missed it,
Mr.
you know, at
Rucci,
the time.
To that point, the last time we discussed this at great length, we were talking about an attractive restaurant on the roof.
Yep.
As opposed to more equipment. You're here in front of us frequently. We have extensive discussions about rooftop equipment with virtually every applicant, regardless of the application components. I've been quite quiet till this point in time. I think that it is incumbent to get a complete set of drawings here. And in fact, I presume, and with respect to what the architect just said, in one part of his commentary, he said he didn't know what he needed. And then later on, he said, well, I pretty much know what we're going to have. So it would be quite easy to draw two renderings, one with a likely set of equipment, one with the other, what another option might be. And I don't know, Sarah, perhaps you can answer whether or not this would need to come before us, but I would think it would be easier to have two diagrams here with the possibility of what we have. This is quite different from the application that we saw a few months ago, which had an attractive restaurant on the roof. That's additional comment.
Dan?
If, excuse me,
So-
Commissioner Turner, if I understand what Attorney Rucci is saying. I respect it. But if I look at the east elevation and the line of vision, the walk-in refrigerator is below that plane. So why are you even covering it up?
No, because we want to show you that we want to make sure, basically, we are making sure that we're not doing anything that by any means would not be acceptable. We might be overdoing it, of course, and we discuss it among us, and let's be safe and cover it and make sure it looks better in case you see a bit of a sliver of it. I mean, in all honesty, we're trying our best to make sure we meet your requirement. If we're overdoing it, it's not because we're trying to do anything. It's probably we've overdone it, that's all.
Just to be clear, and I know Mr. Engel has a comment, but what perfectly exemplifies our concern is page 18, your rendering, which says head-on view from Elm Street, but it's actually kind of askew, standing in front of the theater, looking down the alley, looking up at the building.
Absolutely, and the reason why we did it is skewed, because if you're straight ahead in front of the building, you don't see anything. And we're trying to be, again, very honest about that. If you go south about 10 feet, you might see a sliver. And this is what we're showing you here, that there is one single spot that you might see a sliver. And this is why we covered it, because if we don't cover it, you will see the actual walk-in box silver metal, and that might not be acceptable. And this is why we had to cover the whole thing, because you're seeing the top, very top sliver of it.
I'm trying to help you here. Let me just speak. I got it. So based on that rendering, that explains our concern, is because it's a unique site.
Correct.
Not only a front-on elevation like other storefronts down Elm Street, but you have an askew angle and an alley that opens up a view opportunity into that alley that will expose more of that equipment roof.
Correct.
So all we need, like I said earlier, is a more representative and accurate roof plan of what the proposed equipment is, and possibly an updated rendering of that view to say, okay, I've got 3 additional pieces of equipment. They're only 2 feet high. You're not going to see them. That's fine. Let's prove that out and document it and then come back to us.
Yep, I understand.
That's all.
Okay.
Mr. Engel, you had a comment.
It was only that Mr. Rucci said that based on the size of that equipment, if it's even needed at all,
It might not be.
that he asked us to allow it to be administratively approved. And I think we ought to consider that, because he says, according to the regulations, if it can be seen, it has to come in front of this body. Both he and the architect have said they don't anticipate the other equipment being able to be seen. If Sarah determines it cannot be seen, it shouldn't come back before this body and cause what the applicant has said is a hardship in terms of their schedule and expense. So it's an unnecessary hardship to impose if it's not part of the regulation. That's my
I
point.
disagree with you. I think it's absolutely incumbent on the applicant to produce a complete set of an application showing accurately what's proposed, what's existing, and what's proposed. And I know this is an example, but this happens way too often.
He does need to provide a complete plan, but that plan can be administratively approved.
But then why come to us at all? That's why he's here.
I think we know what's going to go on there, except for the fact that there's going to be a couple of small boxes. If he's wrong, then she's going to put it in front of the commission.
Well, let me put it this way. The worst case scenario is on this slide that we're looking top left image. This is a unit that is 10 feet tall, and this is how much we see of it. The other equipment are going to be maximum 3 feet tall, and they're going to be in and all of that. So it is kind of self-explanatory that it would not be visible. We could prove it, we could show you all that, but we're asking to facilitate the process, since we all are aware pretty much that chances are it would not be seen, and we will guarantee that. We're saying we could guarantee that and we will come back in front of you to show it to you quickly, but we want it not to stifle the process now. That's the only thing we're asking.
Understood. And I do like that approach, that if the applicant comes back before Sarah and proves out that
Yeah,
I'm not worried about the small condenser units, he's gonna have a rooftop unit up there that's probably equal to the size of the one Soleil has, which is 6 feet tall.
Then she'll send it to
Then she'll
us.
send it back
Then
to
she'll
us.
send it to us.
That's right.
But he has a path. If
Yep.
if it's not visible, I don't
Agree.
want to see it.
Yeah, I-
agree.
Well,
this is-
not to belabor this further, but we are talking, I believe, Attorney Rucci, about taking an existing alleyway. Correct me if I'm wrong, but between this and whatever is going on with the adjoining theater, that access way is going to now become, as opposed to just an alley, it will be a trafficked used space, correct?
Well, I can't speak, I assume for the movie theater, it will be once that
Right.
gets done, because they'll have it. I mean, it will be, and it'll be for ADA accessibility, yes.
Right.
But the other one, I think, is more just a travel distance for, fire escape. I hopefully.
yeah, the only one is just fire escape.
Yeah.
But returning again to the question of completeness of application, right? What we're doing, and I think it's probably good for the town to take the currently, I'll call it disused alley and turn it into functional space for 2 spaces. But I think that we need to be able to see the entirety of that. I don't know, Sarah, you can answer this, whether or not visibility of the equipment on the roof from the alleyway would actually be something that would need to be approved. Certainly, it may be different from the street view, but it again calls to the need for the completeness of understanding what that rendering would look like. It's probably a great reclamation of space, but
So my understanding, and the plans for the playhouse are not complete yet, but my understanding is it's just an emergency exit. So it's not like pedestrians are going to be constantly walking through this alleyway. It's only in emergency situations, I think, for the restaurant and for the playhouse. So I think that concern of it being a heavily pedestrian traffic spot is unwarranted.
This is Commissioner Chris. I got a couple issues. One, I'm sympathetic to Commissioner Engel's point on administrative judgment to say, kick it up to the commission because it could be visible. If it's a half foot high, she's perfectly competent to say it's not going to be visible. And I'll trust her judgment on that. And second, to Commissioner Cassavant's point, I concur that we should talk about the alleyway a bit. I would think that we may want to consider saying that any approval we have would be conditional upon approval of the fire marshal. So there is a possibility that both buildings could be, or both the cinema as well as this restaurant could be full. And it's an emergency situation, perhaps in both of them, they could both exit into the alleyway. I'm looking at some items on, what is it? Slide 6. For example, we have some electrical equipment that extends from the wall. We have I don't know what this is even going to be used. We have a oil pipe fill here that could be an impediment to emergency evacuation of that area. I would leave this to the judgment of the fire marshal to ensure that any egress of these 2 buildings, perhaps at once, is doable in a safe manner. And
Well, I think
certainly safety is sort of a big
Yeah,
issue.
we've spoken to the fire marshal. He's been involved with all these plans, and we've had to do some actually reconfiguration of doors in the past when we first came in with the plan with him.
Do you want to clarify? I don't think the town will agree to this easement unless the fire marshal signs off on it.
That's
He's
true.
been very involved in all of these conversations, so I think
Right.
that's given hand in hand.
and to be
It's,
clear, we're not talking about the movie theater, right?
No,
It's not in our purview. What we can say and what we can condition is that because the applicant is, as part of this application, proposing a second means of accessible egress through that alleyway, that door, the operation of that door, the clearances associated with that door, as well as everything in that alleyway to provide code compliant, has to be code compliant path of egress out to the street. And then the rest of it falls on the building department and the fire marshal to verify.
It's-
Now,
it's
my point
commis-
is-
It's Commissioner Turner.
Commissioner Ward, my comment with that access door, you mentioned you'd have to put in a ramp. Does that ramp extend into the alleyway? If so, it would seem to be a possible tripping hazard.
Well, eventually, the plan, as we're talking to the fire marshal and everyone from the town, that this alleyway is gonna be paved up to be level with the restaurant and with the theater, because as of now, it's not even code compliant as an exit for the theater because people open the door and step down. So it is a danger situation that they're going to address. And once they address that, which is soon, then the alleyway would be at level with our restaurant and we would no longer need a ramp. In the meantime, if this does not happen immediately, we will put a temporary ramp that is code compliant and approved by the building department until that happens.
Okay,
It's Commissioner Turner. I appreciate everything that's being said, stated. There are some serious code issues here that, I don't think we can overlook. Now, it's beyond our preview. The theater is exiting into this areaway, and they are assuming, or by code compliance, that they have so many people that exit into this area and that the required width is determined by that. Now you're putting on top of that a new restaurant and you're exiting into this area and you have no idea what the requirements are by code for the theater to exit this and for you to do this. Is this area wide enough? And, I agree with our chairman that it's code compliant, that at the end of the day, it has to be code compliant. But has anybody done a study? Does anybody understand the life safety issues here when you might have an emergency where people are exiting from the theater, exiting from the restaurant, and what happens? So, I think as a condition, there has to be a comprehensive code study done that acknowledges the ability and conforms with the code that these people from both of these structures can exit safely onto the street. And
Well-
just as a little advice, and it's because it's ADA and it's civil lawsuit, it's not a code requirement. Your proposed ADA entrance does not conform in any sense with ADA. You cannot put people that are disabled into a secondary means of egress where normal able-bodied people can enter into the front door. And I understand your hardships. And I think this restaurant is a great idea. I think it will be a hit. And, I just think you need to give more thought to conforming.
Sure.
And it's a potential, okay? It's civil. You can do this, but be aware that somebody can come after you at a later date.
Yeah.
No, but this is why we're going in front of the fire marshal and the building department, and with them, they're going to.
I'm sorry, the fire marshal and yes, the building department. I hope that they will do an analysis and a code compliant response to this. But this is not a fire issue in the sense that they're the jurisdiction. They have an opinion.
From a practical point of view, I think Mr. Turner's right. It's a 5.6-inch alleyway and there's a potentially 3-foot door. And I don't know whether it's a glass door or a steel door, but it'd be swinging right out and taking up more than half of the alleyway. And twice a night, you're going to have
the alley where the door.
Exiting into the alleyway. So I was just wondering, what is whether those details, for instance, what kind of a door? Is it a door that says fire door, keep shut? Or is it a door that the waiters are going to come in and out of because it's a more convenient way to get to the front of the building? So I just wonder what, to Mr. Turner's point, what swinging a big steel fire door into exiting moviegoers, what impact that's going to have on traffic.
You know, we appreciate all that and we value that, of course. And our understanding was that once we go to the building department and the fire marshal, this is when these issues would come up and we will address them. If the door has to have a round window for someone to see through, if they want us to put a sign to say this is not an entrance, whatever has to be done, we would do. The width of the alleyway at the door is, I can't see it now here. It's around 8'9". It's not 5'6". So, but then again, this is a conversation that we started with the building department and the fire marshal, and we'd be more than happy to do whatever requires to be done. It is not a black and white situation in a code book. This is why it's not something we could have an answer immediately, but it is part of the steps forward that we're gonna get to, and we will address them as required, for sure. I mean, at the end, if the fire marshal and the building department tell us there's certain things here, we're gonna have to, this is gonna be another thing for us to address and to talk to them about it. But according to us today, it was an issue more of a visibility to the street of this walk-in box more than anything else. So this is why we did not address whether the door is gonna have a sign that says exit only or this or that, but we'll be more than happy to address these issues.
So I think we're with this application, we're faced with a unique condition here that the work on the theater is going on at the same time that these guys are going to be doing work. Personally, I think from our standpoint, in terms of a vote on this and conditions, provided we state that the proposed egress path, the second means of egress, as well as the proposed accessible entrance door off of the alley are code compliant, that should satisfy our concerns, because then it falls onto the building department and fire marshal to verify that those conditions are met and that they are code compliant. And it's not just, as the applicant mentioned, it's temporary ramping, it's future sidewalk, it's additional elevation in that sidewalk, it's, you know, right now that alleyway's trashed and, you know, you could stumble and trip on all the chunks of concrete in there. So there's work to be done, but as long as we identify the fact that it needs to, before they open and get a C of O, that it has to be a code compliant means of egress.
Well, I mean, I think that's,
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman, you mentioned that it has to be code compliant. Unfortunately, ADA is not a code. It's a civil lawsuit. It's a civil issue. I understand what you're saying. I know that we face this every day. I just want the record to show that we're advising
Yep, agreed.
the owner of this restaurant that
Agreed.
you know, this is more than a code issue.
Yeah, just so the applicant understands what Mr. Turner is getting at is the building department and fire marshal might not flag all of the ADA accessibility issues associated with this site. So because they sign off on it doesn't mean that it's completely ADA compliant.
Yes, we understand that.
Okay. So
but more to be honest too, which is an issue to address the ADA, but the life safety issue is most importantly related to the fire exit and how anything could be obstructing in the way, and that could be verified whether it's code compliant or not, which is the most important issue, is the life safety first and then the ADA, of course. But I would say the most important thing is the second mean of egress, and we will address that with the fire marshal and the building department.
Sir, I'm sorry, but I take offense to your comment about ADA being secondary.
No,
It's
okay.
Just as important as.
Absolutely. I meant that life safety comes first more than, I'm not trying to say what comes first and second, but I'm saying life safety is most important thing usually. And I'm not diminishing any other issue. I'm saying life safety is very important. And that is could be verified whether it's code compliant or not.
This is Commissioner Chris again. Again, I'm looking at the picture on EX-1, page 10. And I can imagine, well, first of all, I'm not sure exactly where the doors are going to be exiting into this alleyway once the cinema has been renovated. I just don't know. And so these 4 doors, maybe there could be 3 of them, maybe they'll be moved, maybe they'll be as is. I just don't know. But I can imagine people leaving from the one of these doors where it starts to narrow from the proposed restaurant, which takes up maybe half of the space in the alleyway, and people are leaving there, being pushed against by people trying to exit from the cinema that are behind and so on. This is something I would like to have the fire marshal's judgment on whether this is a safe situation. I don't know. That's what we have a fire marshal for. And so, again, I would repeat that whether there is one entrance, a side entrance into this proposed restaurants or 2, or where they go, is in part a life safety issue, which I would want to have the fire marshal opine on. And second, it could be an ADA issue, depending on exactly how levels within that alley are raised or changed as part of alterations that are going to occur as part of the cinema renovation.
Yeah, like I said, we've met before we came here with all the departments. So this has been fairly well vetted to this particular point. As far as the egress of the doors, we've had to change things before. My understanding is that the doors are not changing at all from the theater. Those are going to remain the same. So we've worked everything off that fact because we knew those were actually going to be in the same place, because the other ones we could obviously put in different places on our particular building. We're trying to make the ADA accessibility easier with what we're doing this particular time, instead of putting a ramp out into the front of the sidewalk, as well as the cost prohibitiveness of trying to lower that. I mean, if this doesn't get approved, in one way or another, then we probably won't move forward with a restaurant. I mean, we're trying to do everything we can here to get a restaurant in, and we've gone through all the departments to do that. We thought we were coming in front of the board just with respect to what it looks like. Obviously, we have to comply with all the rules and regulations between fire marshal and building department, health department. That's where we actually started before we even came here. Not that this was an afterthought here, but it was actually kind of the last, but yet first thing we were going to start to do. So, I mean, we looked, obviously, your advice as to how you want us to move forward here. We do appreciate, obviously, all the comments that have been made. And from our perspective, we're going to go to all the different departments as to what they're going to approve or not approve on this. And then we'll see if we can make this restaurant work or not. Like I said, it's a tough space. It's been a tough space for a long time. There's been a lot of, whether it's retail or anything else that's tried to be in here, has not lasted. So, the building has some challenges. We're trying to make it as best we can within all the rules and regulations. And like I said, we've taken up a lot of time on this, and I know we've gone in a lot of different directions here. But if you can just give us some directions, exactly what you want. If you want a new roof plan, if you want, some sort of something from the fire marshal. I mean, they sent us an email saying we like this plan, go ahead. I didn't have it with the materials. I think it might be in the file somewhere with Sarah, because she was copied on it. We can do that. And there's been no hiding of anything. We just basically put an application in to keep this moving, and obviously now don't feel great that the commission thinks anything different than that. But we're willing to do whatever.
Can I make a motion to approve conditional on staff's approval of the HVAC on the roof?
We can, and I was just about to go through that. There's a couple of items. Well, why don't you can make a motion to approve. Do I have a second?
Second.
So discussion, I think the correct conditions, and you're welcome to repeat these. We'll have an updated existing and proposed roof plans by the applicant showing clearly identifying any new equipment that's going to be placed on the roof. We'll have an updated rendering of the alley, of the view from the street looking down the alley, where they show the walk-in cooler in that view next to the movie theater, to see what equipment over their space on that side of the building will or will not be visible. If there's any additional visible equipment, as determined by Sarah during review, then they would have to come back to us with a proposed screening solution for such equipment. Additionally, we would just make sure that it's in the record that two things that we're looking for them to provide a code compliant egress doors and pathway down the alley. And that's in conjunction with the work of the movie theater, since they will be happening at the same time.
I think on the code, one thing did want to condition was that it would have the appropriate lighting, and we would, did you hear that, appropriate lighting? Because I didn't notice any downlights, dark sky code compliant lighting. And ideally exit doors that have a glass panel in them.
So would you recommend the two exit doors, the new ones? Well, there's a new one that's proposed second means of egress, and there's an existing doorway that's going to be the ADA access. Would you suggest that both of those be all glass doors?
Explore that possibility. Yeah.
Explore them. Okay.
I had a question regarding lighting. I think lighting would be an issue certainly for egress in an emergency situation. We would want to ensure that lighting is supportive to evacuate people from the area in the case of an emergency.
That's why I was thinking it should be a condition.
I would also think one other item is that because it's a cul-de-sac, if people are leaving, perhaps people are not familiar with the area and are leaving the cinema, perhaps in an emergency, they may go the wrong way and sort of pile up in the cul-de-sac, which would be wrong. And so
It gets skinnier.
it gets skinnier and narrow. You never know where people.
Goes to the pointy end.
You never know. They may think there's an exit, but that there may be signage saying exit this way. Make sure people are evacuating the area in a safe manner and safe direction. It'd be useful. And
Where would that signage be?
it
Just
would be on the side of this building
put it on
to
the
benefit
theater?
the cinema and perhaps others who are evacuating, since that's something that fire marshal may want to think about. To be sure
We
there's.
can't determine
Yeah,
that. That would have
okay.
to be up to the fire marshal to
So
determine.
this is the consideration for the fire marshal.
It would be a suggestion for the fire marshal to think
Okay.
about it, and I'll trust the fire marshal's judgment on this. Apologies for interrupting.
No, but Dan, I think those are solid conditions, so.
Agreed. Did you get all those?
So do you feel comfortable seconding that, John, with those conditions?
Yes.
Commissioners, any other comments on this one? Okay, this application is closed.
We need to vote.
No, we vote at the end.
Okay, so we took a motion.
We have public input.
Oh, yeah, we took, we took a motion on this, so we should vote on it, I guess, right?
Yep.
All right. I'm just gonna,
We have public input.
It's not a
not
public.
a public
Oh,
hearing.
I'm sorry.
Okay, so we have a motion on this by Mr. Herring, and we have a second by Mr. Engel. Go through the vote on this. Dan Radman, I vote yes. Krista Nielsen,
Yes.
Dick Ward,
Yes,
Kent Turner. You might be on mute, Kent.
I think he's frozen.
He's gone dark.
He's frozen. We'll come back to him. John Chris,
Yes.
Art Casavant,
Yes.
Claire Tiscornia,
Yes.
Chris Herring,
Yes.
John Engel.
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Turner, are you there?
He still looks frozen.
Yeah. We have a quorum without him, so we can follow up with him when he comes back online if necessary. Okay, thank you. He's still frozen. All right, moving on, we have public hearing items. 113 Hemlock Hill Road. Upon application of David Rucci of Rucci Lampert of Lampert, Tui and Rucci LLC, authorized agent for Michael and Allison Rees, owners for a site plan and special permit approval pursuant to sections 3.4C1A, 3.4C6, 3.4C7, and 8.2 to allow an accessory garage of 1,200 square feet within the 150-foot front yard setback. The garage will result in more than 5 vehicles on the property proposed in the 2-acre zone at 113 Hemlock Hill Road, map 33, block 32, lot 29. Mr. Rucci.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, we sent a letter in late this afternoon that we'd like to continue this hearing.
Okay.
And we've said, we'd like to continue it, and we'd also like to extend the deadlines for the dates on it. We're still working with our neighbors on some of the issues that were raised at the last hearing.
Got it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. We'll move on. Next one is item number 7 on the agenda, 13 Woodridge Circle. Upon application of Tom Nelson, McCord Engineering Association Incorporated, authorized agent for William and Lupita Rudat, owners, for a special permit approval pursuant to section 3.4C6 to allow a swimming pool in the front yard. Subject property is a corner lot in the 2-acre zone at 13 Woodridge Circle, map 27, block 25, lot F65. Mr. Nelson.
Good evening, Tom Nelson, professional engineer with McCord Engineering. Am I able to?
Yeah, so just, you can just share your screen.
Oh, I see it now, sorry. Okay. Okay. The property at 13 Woodridge Circle is a corner lot located on 13 on Woodridge Circle and Woodridge Drive. The property was developed in 2005. It's a walkout basement. For the front yard sits significantly higher than the backyard. The rear of the lot is dominantly inland wetlands. We are here in front of the commission tonight because we are proposing a pool in what is sort of an established backyard space, but what is effectively the front yard from Woodridge Drive and is within 150 feet of Woodridge Drive. This is our site plan. You can see the inland wetlands on the east side of the lot. You can see the existing driveway, the existing house, and this is the proposed pool. The pool is proposed in what's an existing lawn area. There, it is a relatively flat lawn area, so other than the excavation for the pool, there's not a lot of regrading required around the pool. The pool itself is 20 feet by 45 feet with a 2-foot coping. There's no additional patio affiliated with the pool. There is an existing back patio already on the site. The remainder of the backyard is sort of encumbered by some other issues. We have an existing well, we have 2 existing underground detention systems. As we get further north on the lot, we are much closer to the wetlands and we have steeper slopes. Hence why we've chosen this location, we feel is the best location in the backyard. We have reviewed the stormwater management system on the site. There's an existing underground detention system that will be expanded to offset the increased runoff from the pool. We've also proposed 3 actually small landscape drains just to help capture and move some runoff that's going to be sort of stuck between the new pool and an existing stone wall. There is a very dense and mature vegetation that is sort of around the entire backyard, but most importantly, this commission along Woodridge Drive. This is actually the view from Woodridge Circle. So if we go back to the site plan, that's actually standing at this driveway entrance, looking down towards the backyard where the pool would be. And then the view from Woodridge Drive is into the backyard. So if we go back to the site plan, that is effectively standing here where the new construction access would come in. As you can see, there's a very dense stand of evergreen trees on the inside of the lot. This is the backyard where the pool is proposed. There's also a very wide planter bed with other non-evergreen plants. There is necessary construction access from Woodridge Drive. The grade change from the front yard to the backyard is just too intense to try to bring machinery in from the driveway. So we are proposing 3 of these evergreen trees to be removed in order to get construction access into that backyard space. Again, that's where that is located. That was flagged in the planner's memo. We do feel like the rest of this screening, this existing screening, is substantial enough that effectively maybe 10-foot wide space that would be required to get that construction access in. The removal of that 3 trees does not really have a substantial impact on the screening of that yard space. We have submitted and been approved by inland wetlands. We also have health approval and engineering approval. And with that, I'll open it up to commissioners' questions.
This Commissioner Chris, would you, is the intention of the applicant to replace the trees that would be removed?
Our preference would be to not replace the trees. The owner would like to have long-term access to the backyard for instances such as tree maintenance, that kind of thing, because currently there's no access really to the backyard other than pedestrian access. So rather than replant trees and then have to take them down again, if there were ever any future need to access, he would prefer to, or both owners would prefer to leave that open. So it would effectively be, we would assume once that sort of grows in, probably an 8-foot gap in that evergreen screening that would remain.
Do you have any proposed or pictures on what it would look like ex post with the trees removed and the pool installed, so we can get a sense of screening and visibility from the street?
So this is sort of that view, and the trees that would be coming out. I don't have any mock-ups of that, but these would this sort of space here is where those trees would be coming out. So I think if we go, oops, sorry, if we go to the aerial view, it's sort of this corner right here where we would have a modest gap in that otherwise continuous screening that wraps pretty much around the whole corner of that yard.
So if I get it correctly, since you'd want to have a right of way in to the back part of the property with removal of the trees, sort of by definition, there would be visibility of this intended pool from Woodwidge Drive. Would that be correct, sir?
I think at the right angle, there would be modest visibility. If the commission's preference is to have a complete blockage, then I think we can certainly make that update.
Thank you. That's my question. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Did you say you already have wetlands approval?
Yes.
Okay.
Is the applicant, are they going to build a driveway into the back there?
It's a temporary construction access. So when we're looking at that, it's essentially an 8-inch thick pile of stone that just makes sure we're not tracking dirt onto the street. So that's purely temporary. It's just a method to get the construction access in. Long term, the idea was simply not, we're not expecting any maintenance, regular maintenance, any regular access. It's just the thought process was if there was ever a need for a future access to the yard, leaving that slight gap would facilitate that.
But I mean, there are laws so that if you have a pool, it has to be fenced off.
There will be continuous fencing. There already actually is a continuous fence there. So there will be fence. I think the idea essentially is, fence can relatively easily be temporarily, but I get talking something that might take place every, 5 years or so. A fence can be separated and reattached as necessary for access, whereas trees is not quite as simple.
So would the fence go across the
Yes.
driveway?
Yes, it
Okay.
would.
Thank
Yeah.
you.
And that fence currently exists around the
There's an existing
Large
deer fence. Yes.
portion of the backyard.
Yeah.
So having lived on Woodridge Circle at one point in my life, I think one concern here is as you're coming westward on Woodridge Lane, there's a dip as you approach this property and you come up on that yard, you kind of have full visibility of, there is some brush and some trees there, but the thicker evergreens are right next to the house and next to the pool, Whereas as you're coming from the east on Woodridge Lane, there's not a lot of evergreen screening there. So you're gonna have that pool front and center as you're driving along. Would the applicant consider additional screening along that eastern boundary of where that fence turns and comes around the pool?
Yeah, I mean, I think we certainly would be, I think what we have, I think that sort of is the view I have there now. Is that kind of the view that we're talking about?
Further down, so further to the right on there,
Okay,
you can see it starts to thin out. There's very clear line of evergreens that the applicant had planted probably, or the developer planted back when it was built 20 years ago or 18 years ago, that are very mature and they're great. But they do stop at that point and then it thins out.
yeah, I think you're right. I mean, thins out is probably the right term. I think we have probably a double row of evergreens immediately along the road, and then we go to a single row of evergreens. Yes, I mean, I think we could certainly beef that up if that's the commission's desire.
This is Commissioner Chris again, further to Commissioner Tiscornia's question on the fencing. I see deer fence. I'm not sure what exactly that means. Some can be keeps the deer out, but you can sort of see through them. Could you describe a bit more detail?
Yeah, I believe it's I think the existing fence that is there is at least a 6 foot, I think it's just a 6 foot tall deer fence. My understanding is also that this pool would be constructed with an automatic pool cover. So while there is I think sort of double duty, I'm not sure the deer fence is effectively there too. It is going to be returned. There will be a deer fence. I think it is there now. It's pretty well hidden. I didn't really take that close of a look at it. I think it's sort of that plastic mesh that you often see for the deer fencing. As far as code compliance for the pool, I believe the intent is to use an automatic pool cover.
So for clarification,
Yeah,
with
what
that,
is the rule
so
for
it was
cover
just-
versus fencing?
it was just updated
Right.
in 2022 that if you have an auto cover on your pool, you don't need a fence.
Right.
So
Okay, fair enough. So if there is a condition that there is an auto cover, the fencing would not be required.
correct.
Fair enough. Thank you.
Question over here, Commissioner Benton, can you point out on your map where you have the pool equipment?
Yes. This is the pool equipment located here. There's an existing low stone wall, so it will be nestled in next to that.
Is it visible from the street?
This is a very dense stand of the evergreens here. So no, I do not believe that would be visible from the street.
Thank you.
Commissioners, any further questions?
There was a substantial neighbor mailing. Have you heard back from any neighbors?
I have not heard back from any neighbors.
We also have not heard anything from any neighbors.
Thank you.
Commissioners, anything further? Commissioners on Zoom, any questions? Okay.
Thank you.
Good, thank you.
And then just may want to ask if there's anyone in the public. Yeah. just-
Yeah. So we'll open it up to the public. If there's anyone in the room or anyone on Zoom that has any input on this application, please raise your hand now.
Nope.
Nothing? Okay. This application is closed.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It's on the end.
Next one we have is item 8 on the agenda, 164 Smith Ridge Road. Mr. Rucci, you have a busy night. In the club. Upon application of David J. Rucci, Lambert, Tui and Rucci LLC, authorized agent for the New Canaan Field Club owners for a site plan and special permit approval pursuant to sections 3.4C2, 3.4C5.
Thank you.
3.4C6. Thank you. Yeah, it's fine. 3.7E2 and 6.4G2 and 8.2 to allow for the installation of one illuminated paddle tennis court, relocation of an existing paddle tennis court, and 4 pickleball courts within 150 feet of the front yard. to allow soil disturbance in excess of 10,000 square feet in the 1 acre zone at 164 Smith Ridge Road, map 39, block 41, lot 155. Mr. Rucci.
Yes, thank you. Here this evening to representing the New Canaan Field Club. We also have sort of a busy night with different vendors and experts who are going to testify. We have the president of the club, John Herron, Brian Thackeray, Mike Ananato, and other board members that are here for the field club. Engineer is going to be Rob Frangione. He'll go through the site plan with you. Tom Cross is here from West Stout Associates. Rob Coster is here from the paddle, from the Pro Court. And Tim Zabansky, who's the manager of the field club, is here as well. I'm not sure anyone from the field club is going to speak, but I just wanted to mention they were all here in connection with the application. So many of you know the field club and where it's located. It is about 11.2 acres or so in the 1 acre zone, and it's been a club for quite some time back since essentially 1957 was when the club was established. And what happened is in 1963, they received a variance on the property. And that variance showed, as you can see here, this was taken from the variance approval. It essentially showed 6 courts on the property, 2 of which kind of sit on the other side of the stream now. So if you're coming in the field club, this is coming in from Smith Ridge Road, it would sort of be that area right there is where those other courts used to sit. And they were allowable via variance at the time. They were in the front yard setback. And this is kind of going out of the field club, looking back into that particular area. And this is from the top of the paddle court. You see the big beech tree there, and they would be on the other side of that bridge. So the club has for years wanted to sort of reestablish, 2 of these particular courts. But honestly, at 2000, they probably were taken out somewhere in the 90s. As of today, between the water and the wetlands and the regulations, it's really not either cost prohibitive to do that, but not only that, it would cause a lot of site disturbance in that area. And essentially when we started looking at it again, we made the decision that, we're not going to put in the extra 2 courts again. What we would like to do is move the courts. As you can see, sort of, there's a court that's there now. Sorry about that. There's a proposed, and we're putting a proposed 5th court here and moving over the court that sits there now 4. So if you're looking down at the club as you're coming up from Smith Ridge, you'll see the 4 courts. And one of the courts, which is considered the one furthest away from the entranceway, that's got a large, about 15, 20 feet in between it. So they want to slide that over to where court 2 is, add in the 2nd court in this spot, and put in, the up and coming pickleball courts. And there's essentially 4 pickleball courts that they're adding as well. So here's sort of an overview of it. And then this is where they want to drop these in. This is the court. If you see to the court to the left here, that's that court 1. You'll see there's a lot of space in between here. This is what they're moving over towards court 2. Okay. And there'll be a little ramp in there for connecting the 2 courts, much like there is on the other. This is sort of a look at the site from where the pool house is, or down from the bottom of the pool. Once again, it's kind of a big area, and you'll see it's kind of these courts sit lower than the road. The topo map shows them to be about 108, 110. They're about 8 to 10 feet below the property line, and probably another 1 to 2 feet where the actual road is. So they, for the most part, they're sitting about 8 to 10 feet below this particular area. This is looking up to the north of the area. And this is once again looking across to sort of Smith Ridge Road, where these courts are going to be sited. And that's just looking west back up at the pool area. Neighbors their neighbors, obviously, the closest neighbors are about 200 feet away. I measured this actually a little bit more from sort of the edge of where the new parking spots are going to be, more than exactly where the pickleball courts are going to be. So, it's pretty conservative. It's about 200. It might be more like 215 or so. And then across the street, we have 331. and about 612 from the spite. Once again, I've done it sort of a little bit from the further areas of the property. I'll have Tom Cross run through the landscaping of it, but what we're really asking is for some additional coverage under 3.7 E2 to allow this paddle court to go in. Paddle courts, while most courts that when they're on grade and pools don't count towards coverage, and a paddle court actually does count towards coverage. So we are asking for relief. We're going about, we're allowed to go about 1,300 square feet under 3.72 over the coverage, but we're asking for 1,000 square feet at this particular time. And I'll run through sort of section 3.72 with you as per the requirements in that. But I think what I'll ask is that Tom comes up now across and talks about the landscape plan, which is important. And when I finish up, I'll talk about, we've talked to some of the neighbors. We sent out not only notices to the neighbors, obviously, but we also had sort of a town meeting with the neighbors as well. And I know Mr. O'Sullivan's here. I've spoken with him a couple of times before. I'm sure he'll speak to it as well. But when we come towards the end, I'll kind of talk about that and how we're managing those expectations as well. So maybe Tom, if you want to come up and just go through the landscape. Oh, and just one thing with the landscape. So the first plan that we put in was the landscape plan that we proposed. And then after the town meeting with the president, John Herron, and his group, and talking with Mr. O'Sullivan, we've added some additional screens. So I've sort of an alternative plan as well within the application. That's been shared with Mr. O'Sullivan literally tonight. So he may or may not be as pleased with it. So I'm not going to put words in his mouth, but that was something that they had sort of talked about verbally at the time.
Thank you. For the record, Tom Cross, landscape architect for Wesley Stout Associates, representing the club. Thank you. So this is the color plan of the proposed improvements. And then at the bottom are some character images of the plant materials that we're proposing. And I'm just going to describe two planting strategies that we have. One, I can use the mouse here, right? Can you see the cursor?
Yep.
Okay, so this area over by the pickleball courts and the two-story house, as it's labeled, is the club landscape improvements. And then to the left of it, near the property line, those would be the neighbor screening improvements. So over by the pickleball courts, that's where some parking is going to be realigned. Rob Frangione will talk about that in a moment. But the idea is to landscape in the front and around the side of the pickleball courts. And then on the back side, near the property line, we're removing an existing driveway and replacing it with a flexible lawn area. To the left of the pickleball courts will be some arborvitaes to help provide screening for a resident that lives in the two-story house, as well as some deciduous trees and a combination of some more evergreen screening trees to the left. Up on the neighbor's property line, we've added some screening trees. As Dave mentioned, they spoke with the neighbor, talked about providing a combination of evergreen trees. There are arborvitaes as well as Canadian hemlocks, and we also have a mix of leather leaf viburnums in there. And then more recently, we've provided some additional screening further to the left where I'm circling on the plan now. That was submitted today, I believe, and that provides some more additional evergreen screening to shield the light from the cars. Oh, perfect. You could see them over here, closer to the road. As the cars come down the hill, it's going to shield the headlights. So again, the landscape materials would be a combination of evergreen trees, arborvitaes, Canadian hemlocks, as well as some deciduous red maples, and some other native shrubs, evergreen, inkberry, viburnum, and some sedge ground cover. I think that's about it for the landscaping plans. The technical sheets are the following pages, planting details that you could look at in more detail. And this is the plant list if anybody's interested or has any questions about it.
This is Commissioner Chris had a question. I noticed I'm on page 23 of the presentation. And I'm looking at the property line since some of these intended developments will be fairly near the property line. I'm wondering, and also I'm wondering about any screening you're thinking about or have thought about between the pedal courts and the pickleball courts and the property line.
So along the road, as you heard David say earlier, there's a pretty significant grade change as well as an established natural screening buffer there. That's what currently screens the paddle courts. And I believe there hasn't been any issue with that so far.
Could you review the vegetation that's already there and the screening it provides now?
Yes, I believe we had some photos in a winter condition. We could take some when they leaf out later this spring.
What sort of plants are there now?
A combination of, there's not many evergreen trees. It's mostly deciduous. And then it has a lot of volunteer deciduous trees that are shooting up below. It's on a very steep slope,
Yeah, I've seen it.
so not easily planted from a landscape improvement point of view.
Yeah, I posed the question because it's been some time well, looking at the plants, it's hard to tell exactly what's there. I'm just wondering exactly what the
Yeah,
sort of.
we didn't do an inventory of the wooded areas. We could take a look at what's out there and get back to you.
Thank you.
If that helps.
Commissioners, any further questions on the landscaping?
How tall are these going to be initially, these?
Okay.
The,
I'll go to
the pictures of the red trees, sugar maple and the red maple are enormous. Are you going to put in mature trees?
No, so I'm on the plant list here.
Mhm.
So we're proposing 3 to 3.5 inch caliper trees, which are a good size going in. They're not massive, but they're definitely not small.
About how tall is not massive, not small?
They're going to be in a range probably 14 to 16 feet.
Oh, okay.
The fastigiate ones may be a bit smaller because their branching structures are more narrow and upright. So those take a little bit longer to fill in.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
It's Commissioner Turner. Just have a question. Why would you show these very large trees that are not anything near what is being proposed?
You mean on the symbols?
No, not on the symbols, but you showed us illustrations of very large trees. But you're saying that you're gonna put in or plant trees that are lesser in height. Why wouldn't you show us what you're proposing to plant?
Oh, well, these are just character images. So we always just the plants at a smaller size and they grow and mature.
Excuse me, sir. I understand they grow, but why wouldn't you show us the exact, you need to be honest with us and show us what you're proposing. These are very small trees. They will take many years to accomplish what you're showing as the tree.
All trees take time to mature. If you take a look at the list, these trees, after they get established, will start to grow 12 inches a year once they're fully established.
Okay, so what you showed us and what you're planting, how many years will it take before they become that height?
Well, it varies based on every tree is different, right? I can't predict that.
But you can show us images that are misleading, I'm sorry, just be honest with us.
I am being honest, and this is, we've submitted the plant list and we showed you character images of what they will look like at maturity.
After how
sorry
many
we didn't
years? After
provide,
how many years? After
images
how many
from the
years?
nursery, but
But after how many years?
we'd have to get back to you on that.
Please.
I think, Mr. Turner, I think it's sort of part of all applications that we get on the landscaping that sort of understood that the character images that are shown are not exactly what is going in day one. Right? That they are going to grow to maturity. It's obviously impossible to tell from these thumbnail images exactly what the scale of these trees are. But the applicant is making clear, what caliper and size of trees are going in day one, and there will be an expected, different maturity terms for each species of tree going in. So I think it's hard to nail down exactly, how many years it's going to take for each one to get to whatever level is represented on the character images.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I totally understand what you're saying. I respect that. I'm just trying to say that, when we depict a building about its physical characteristics, it has to be accurate. It has to be exactly, or as much as possible to be accurate, what it is when it goes in day one. And in the future, okay, that's fine. We can show these wonderful trees that are, huge and, mask everything. I'm only saying that I think there needs to be a little more understanding that, you can say that they have a, 6-inch caliber of the trunk, but what does that really mean? And I'm just asking for a little more, understanding of what is actually being proposed. And okay, fine. If you're saying that you're going to put in a 6-inch caliber tree and in 10 years, it's going to look like this. Okay, fine. I get it. That's all I'm suggesting, that there needs to be more clarity.
Sure. I think that Mr. Engel you could probably speak to this. I mean, Mr. Engel was asking about the red maple and talking about the caliper and the eventual size. Maybe you could just touch on, your legend already describes the size that they're going in at.
Yes. Yeah.
So for each of them, just for the trees, not necessarily the bushes, just give us a general sense of what the mature size of these is expected to be.
Yes. Okay. So let me start. I could go left to right. The ground cover is going to be 12 to 8 to 15 inches tall. The shrubs will be 36. The shrub on the left will be 36 to 48 inches. The viburnum is going to probably be 4 feet to 6 feet. Those three will take 3 growing seasons to reach full maturity. The trees are a little bit harder to predict, right? It's based on the soils and the, where it's growing, how much sun it gets. They could grow at different heights at different rates. If you've seen the green giant arborvitaes, those things, once they get established, they shoot up quick. They could grow 12 plus inches a year. If you see them on 123, they're over 2 stories tall. So they'll get very tall. The Canadian hemlocks, those get pretty tall as well. Most of the time you see them sheared in hedges, but the image we shown is a natural growth habit where it's a little bit more conical. Those could grow up to 2 stories.
And those are going in at what size?
those are going in off the 8 to 10s.
Thank you.
And then the red maples, so a 3 to 3.5 inch caliper. What that means is that the tree trunk is 3 to 3.5 inches in diameter at breast height. That's a pretty good tree. And we only had a couple of them, so we wanted to put in some nice pieces to start off right. Again, those will vary, but they could grow 30 to 40 feet tall. The spread on the fastigiate ones aren't as big. They're tighter because we're doing it in a parking lot area. And then the larger one was done near the pickleball courts to provide a little bit more canopy for that parking area, as well as screen for the person who's living in the 2-story house. We try to use, a combination of things, so it's not just one single green wall. It's mixed up a bit and you have some variety. Again, it's hard to predict the trees and how big they're going to grow. Because, sometimes something happens, somebody backs into a tree and they have to replace it. You got to start all over again, or there's a storm, can't predict how big they will be in 20 years.
I appreciate that. My next question is the viburnum and the maples are deciduous. So can you tell me, during the winter, do those trees and bushes not have any leaves? Does that really change your kind of screening impact?
It's not going to change our plan because we're using it in combination with evergreens. And the leatherleaf viburnum is actually a semi-evergreen and holds its leaves longer and sometimes throughout. And that's the reason why we chose it. Some of the other viburnums lose their leaves completely.
I have several viburnums on my property and they lose their leaves, unfortunately. But okay, thank you.
This is Commissioner Chris. I've had some leather leaf, and assuming they don't die, they will tend to hold their leaves through many of their leaves throughout the winter. It's been my own experience on my property. Whether it's going to be true in this situation, I don't know, since they don't know soil conditions, but I would concur they tend to hold their leaves reasonably well. I had a question, if I may, for Mr. Rucci.
Are we finished? Can I?
Oh, I'm sorry, please.
Well,
I'm
just
sorry.
while we're on the landscaping,
No
are
problem.
you also, Commissioner Herring here, are you also responsible for the hardscaping, the lighting and the fencing? Or not hardscaping, I suppose, but just the
No,
fencing and the lighting? Is that someone else?
No, Rob Frangione will talk about the parking, and I believe there's somebody else handling the lighting for the paddle courts.
Okay, great.
Yeah, Mr. Rucci, I hope this is the right time to do this. I'm on page 11 and comparing it to page 16 in the presentation you distributed to us. So if I'm looking at 11, there's a driveway between Smith Ridge and the proposed pickleball courts that doesn't seem to go anywhere. I'm not quite sure what the issue is. And if I look on 16, we have what looks like a construction fence, and behind it, some trees look like they've been down, and what appears to be something flat behind it that may be that. I'm just trying to figure out what's going on, if you could help me.
Yeah, so there is sort of a drive paved area back there, which is where they sort of dump trees and some of the cleanup on the property. And that goes in that area. So they do have a driveway that actually goes to that particular point, but it's usually just used for brush and for them to clean out other parts of the property. I think we're doing some other work in that particular area. I can let Rob Frangione talk about that as far as the overall site plan, because that's going to be cleaned up back there.
Well, I appreciate you bringing up the topic of cleaned up, because my original question, which is on sight lines from Smith Ridge, we have essentially debris being dumped within sight of a roadway, which I wouldn't be too keen on. And so I realized that during construction, there can be a bit of a mess, but that I would hope that the area would be cleaned up and downed branches or anything else would be chipped and distributed in a ecologically thoughtful manner, which is what I'm getting for. What I'm hearing is that that is going to occur as part of this construction.
Yes, and we certainly would take a condition to that effect too, if that's something that you were interested in. Just putting it on the
Mr. Ritchie,
record.
though, pursuant, this is related to that. In the original 1930 or 1963 variance, were there any conditions on that variance? Because you're in a 1 acre residential zone, correct?
Correct.
And were there any requirements to maintain the property or anything else at that time?
No, it was just a setback variance. We were just looking for, at the time, back in 63, they were trying to put the property and that was in the front yard setback prior to a 150-foot setback issue.
And on a related question, though, this may go to what Mr. Frangione talks about, is the two-story house on the property owned by someone else or owned by the field?
The club,
Thank
by
you.
the field club, yes. Can I move on, Mr. Chairman, to the site plan or? no?
Just real quick, so does the person who live in the house on the property an employee of the club, or is it a private renter? Oh, perfect.
Oh, so that's Mr. Heron saying that she's a tennis pro.
I know him.
Question. For coverage, pickleball, tennis, paddle, what's the difference coverage wise? You said tennis is not counted against coverage. Paddle does.
Yep.
What about pickleball?
Does not.
Is
Yeah,
like, it's treated like tennis.
It's treated like tennis because it's on grade, same as a pool. It's treated, it has no coverage either.
And
It's not an elevated court.
Correct, not elevated.
and your application is 1,000 over coverage. How big is a paddle court?
1863 or something, 1836.
So you're over by about half a paddle court.
Correct.
That's all.
Yes. And initially we weren't with the Turks Four, but if I think most of the people on the commission, when we did the application to redo the pavilion on the property, that took up more coverage at the time. I'll just turn it over to Rob Frangione to go through the site plan. Let's get to him. Just, yeah. Something down.
Computers are different. Good evening. For the record, Rob Frangione, Frangione Engineering. I'm here to talk briefly about the site plan. This is the overall plan. David kind of went over the whole process and what we're proposing to do. The first step is going to be to move that paddle court. That the footings for that, it's sonotubes, so there's not a lot of earth disturbance for that. Move the paddle court over, put a new paddle court in, put the Cultex in for the pickleball courts and kind of isolate that area for disturbance. When the pickleball courts go in, it's going to take up some of the parking that's there now. So we have to relocate that parking. So that's why in this picture, we show the shaded areas of parking that is to the left of the driveway. And we also show some expansion of the parking area that is adjacent to the house that Roxy is using right now. So there's going to be no net loss in parking spaces. So about 13 had to come out. We're putting 13 back in. And it's important to note that these parking spaces will be meet the regulations for dimensions, that being 9 feet wide, 20 feet deep with a 24-foot wide aisle. So that the people who are parked, say in spaces 14, 15, 16, they can back out and go back out to Smith Ridge Road. We've also proposed some Cultex to the north of the pickleball courts. That's going to pick up the runoff from the driveway that's there now, as well as the house, all of that impervious area. In told, we're treating more impervious area with this Cultex system, which is about 13,200 square feet. It's more impervious area than the increase in impervious area that we're having, which is about 8,300 square feet. So we're over 5,000 square feet more of impervious area that we're treating right now. And all of that just goes right out to the pond. As to the prior question about the driveway, that's there now, that's going to be removed. That's along Smith Ridge Road, where the debris is, shown, because that's going to be front and center where those courts are going to be. So, the club's not going to want to look at it either. So, so that driveway is going to be removed and revegetated as lawn. A curb will go in for the driveway so that we can direct that runoff from the two-story house and those parking spaces and treat it and get it underground. We've received approval from DPW engineering for the drainage plan and wetlands approval. That was pretty much all I had, unless you had some questions.
Will the pickleball courts be lit?
No.
Are they not being lit because you're worried about noise for the neighbors, or?
It's a big area to light. I just think the club doesn't have plans to light that area.
I probably should know this, but what is the material of a pickleball court? Is it plastic? Is it like more like asphalt? What is it?
It's more like asphalt.
It's like a tennis court?
It's it's
Hardcore.
It's a hard court.
It's pervious or?
No, it's
not
impervious. That's
It's
why
impervious.
it's impervious. That's why we had to put all the Coltex in to take that runoff and treat it.
Did I hear you say on the pervious coverage? I think I heard you say 8,300 increase in pervious. Is that net increase? So
Net increase of 8,300 square feet because of the parking and the pickleball courts. But we're treating over 13,000 square feet. See, right now, that existing driveway, all of it just goes straight into the pond. There's no renovation. Now we're taking this upper parking area and the house and everything that is here. And because it's uphill and we have the elevation to make it work, we can put a catch basin there and the soils are sufficient to be able to treat that runoff and then release it into the existing drainage system.
so the 8,300 is the increase in impervious, and then what's the total impervious
Oof, that's a big number.
as a ratio to lot?
It's about 167,000 square feet, give or take. But when you factor in all the tennis courts and all of the driveways and parking lots and the buildings and everything, it's over 166,000 square feet.
Did I see 6%?
Yes, but we don't regulate impervious
Right.
coverage. We just regulate building coverage.
Yeah, I'm talking about total impervious, whereas the building coverage pertains to the paddleball court, which oddly enough is like an impervious surface. And we've provided the numbers because the gaps in between the boards in the paddleball court let the water go straight through it. And we've demonstrated that a 100-year storm could go right through it. And so we're proposing 3 inches of gravel underneath so that that's basically nothing's going to grow underneath there. So we need to be able to make sure that the rain that falls on that court doesn't get suspended and suspends the silt underneath it. So that's going to have a nice little gravel bed underneath that'll allow that water to get into the ground.
I'm sure you've checked this already, but you said 3 inches of gravel, and what's underneath that?
Just the earth, bare earth.
I mean, but I assume you've done some sort of a soil assessment.
Oh, yes, we did deep tests in all these areas, and it's sufficient to be able to take that.
What is the fencing around the pickleball courts?
Do we even have fencing around the pickleball courts? I don't think we do. It's not like the ball doesn't go as far as like a tennis ball. So when
I'm sure there's fencing
There's
to
gotta
the
be
parking
something.
lot though.
there's gotta be, well, I mean, I haven't factored that into the drainage design, so that's not really a drainage question.
Sorry, not a
Um,
drainage question.
So I do have a drainage question. So on the parking, is it asphalt parking or is it pervious parking? So I know some
Asphalt.
developments, so it's not pervious bricks or anything like that.
No, we're not using pervious pavers because as you go to the left, so this area to the left of the driveway, as you're going up towards the back, we did a test hole back here and it was pretty shallow to ledge. The better soils were over here. And so because of the volume of water that's coming in here, it made more sense to use Coltex to store that runoff rather than trying to make these little pieces pervious. This was a better engineering solution, in my opinion.
Thank you.
Any further questions for Mr. Frangione, commissioners?
Who do we ask the question about the fence around the pickleball?
Oh, there's a 4-foot fence around the pickleball courts. I've just been told. So,
Thanks.
Is there a fence along the property line towards 123?
there's something up there because I know we've got the gates in the front.
I think there's a chain link fence.
Chain link, yeah.
Another chain link behind the construction fence, maybe?
I wasn't really focused on that because I was focused on the drainage, not fences. What does our site plan show?
You know, what we're calling a construction fence, I think that is the chain link fence at the boundary. They just happen to put up some.
So that chain link fence
Screening.
that's there isn't actually a boundary fence. It's
No, it's not.
Far
It's
interior
inside.
of the property. Yeah. So, yeah, I know we have the gates up front, but other than that, I don't think we have. There's the chain link fence that's along the property line, kind of near where the water course is. And then it kicks back into the property. Where you saw that construction line fence.
Makes sense.
Chairman, I have one more engineering question, if I may. I noticed in our town engineer, who has stated on the record that she has reviewed the drainage analysis and it meets our drainage policy. She also mentions that the parking is being modified and recommends that the applicant confirm that all accessible parking requirements are met. Is the applicant representing that?
I mean, they are ADA accessible. They're on, they're pretty flat. We meet all the requirements for handicap spaces already. We're not removing any handicap spaces. So those will stay as is.
So that's that
yes.
would be a yes, Mr. Richardson.
Yes,
Yes, as far as parking is gone, it's actually been improved since what's actually there today. Once we brought Rob into the site plan, he has to put a site plan together that has appropriate stalls, appropriate width. I'm not sure that's the way it is there today, but since we're redoing the parking, all of those actually have to be compliant and we're not taking any spaces away. Then what's there today, club membership hasn't changed. We're not increasing anything of that nature that will require additional parking.
Just confirming that the accessible parking requirements are being met. And you've done
Yes.
so thank you.
I can also speak to Maria's comment a little bit further. She did a site visit with Kathleen Holland and then our assistant zoning inspector, Stephen Payne. They all went out. And during the site visit, I believe Maria noted that one of the existing spots, while it was marked as handicapped, there was some sort of issue with the dimensions of it, I believe, that made it not actually ADA compliant. So I believe she put that in her memo just to make sure that as part of this approval.
we could certainly look at that.
It
I mean,
gets, yeah.
that's striping. I mean, it's really just a question of striping.
So then the answer would be, it will be handicap accessible if it's not today.
Okay.
But again, none of the spaces that we're removing are the handicap spaces. So that's.
Thank you.
Commissioners, anything else for the applicant?
I was just gonna go through the lighting. The lighting's the same as every court in the town of New Canaan. The same, the same type of lights being used at the same heights that are on the other courts today. I did bring Rob Coster, if you want to talk a little bit of paddle court. I'm not sure if that's necessary or not, but obviously all this lighting is standardized to this industry and it's going to be lighting the court.
That was my question. The lights on the existing courts. It's been a while since I've played on those courts, but those have been changed to this new LED light type, or are they still the old?
They've been
halides?
changed.
They have been changed.
They've all been upgraded to
So
this.
they're all going to be the same.
Correct.
Okay.
There's no better advertisement for the field club than having all the lights on as you're driving down 123. And you're watching all those people having a good time as you're driving, on 123, and you're like, man, I should join the field club. So more power to you.
In connection with 3.7E2, we talked a little bit about how this commission needs to make sure that 3.72, in order to give the additional coverage, is being met. So if you follow that particular provision, Essentially, we meet all those conditions of the fact that this club is it's a members club, but it does provide financial, senior memberships, junior memberships. One of the things that the club really wants to do with pickleball in general is they want to keep all their members there. This is a club that generally you see, younger families join and then eventually they go because they don't necessarily have a dining facility and they, people can't play tennis forever. But what pickleball does is it does allow sort of people that are elder to stay there. And that was one of the main reasons why in this particular club, they wanted to keep that there. And that's why they proposed the pickleball courts instead of another paddle court. They do, obviously, people in this club, and I'm sure many of you know them, are all part of various not-for-profit groups. The club does allow for those not-for-profit groups to use the paddle hut. They are not allowed to use the pavilion. That's a condition now, honestly, that we agreed to last time. So they are allowed to use the paddle at no charge to those particular members of those particular organizations. Obviously, they also hold events, tournaments at different times for paddle. I know they've had the Fairfield County Paddle Tournament there as one of the sites in the past. That obviously brings in more people to town. It's good for town to have more people come in and out. And obviously, it's a little bit weird with the coverage. I mean, we're talking about a court that's going to be screened. We're not talking about adding another building that, had to look a certain way or not a way. So we believe we comply with 3.7E2. As far as the neighbors' comments, like I said, we did reach out to them. There was sort of a town meeting. I think 3 people showed up from the neighborhood on that. And I'm sure Mr. O'Sullivan may want to say a few words about that as well. Much of it had to do with sort of kind of what's happened in the past, not necessarily this particular application, but obviously it all fits into the same thing. But I don't want to necessarily speak for him. Did not hear from Glen Drive this time around. And at least I haven't heard from them yet. I did get one letter sent to me from somebody across the street, Gloria Vitti, who just wanted to confirm that the pickleball was only going to be used. It's not going to be used essentially in the winter. In the spring and the summer, it was going to be used, which, yes, that's true. I mean, pickleball is not a winter sport. And other than that, that's sort of all I have for now. Certainly answer any additional questions that the commission may have. And I'll let those speak who may want to speak on this application.
Commissioners, any further questions? Commissioners on Zoom, any questions? Okay, thank you, Mr. Rucci. We'll open this up to the public. Do we have anyone here in the room from the public that would like to speak to this application? Please come up to the podium, state your name and address in town, and then feel free.
I'll just grab your laptop.
Okay. If you want to see anything.
This as a guide. I'm Tim O'Sullivan. I'm the next door neighbor on the northerly side and westerly side of the Field Club. I'm here again to say what I have to say and how I feel about the Field Club. As I do every time, unfortunately, I have the same issues all the time, every time I come here. And those issues are noise and lights. When I say noise, I mean noise from everywhere. Paddle tennis courts, noise from traffic coming in and out at all hours of the day and all hours of the night. And it's just too much. By the way, I have lived at this location for 32 years. For the first 10 years that I lived here, it was normal and it was livable. It was pleasant. There was loads of screening between us and the Field Club on the westerly side. The northerly side, It was very little, none. Except for, and then we did an addition and we raised our house a little bit more than what the original house was, so we have a much better view. Since we're almost at the top of the hill, that section of the hill, so we're a little bit above the field club. But our property sweeps way down at the back, so with the tennis courts, we are exactly level because there's a big valley, as you say, in the middle. That's because I guess the tennis courts were raised in our house, so that's why there's a brook down there also. The issue with the lights, and this is right now, with the paddle tennis courts that are right there right now, not to talk, and that's 4 of them. They have LED lights, and David Rucci says it's similar to every other place in town. I drove up by the country club. They have paddle tennis courts, and on their paddle tennis courts, I presume all paddle tennis courts are the same size. Their paddle tennis courts, they have 6 lights per, or actually they have they have 5 paddle tennis courts, and they have 6 lights on each, and the field club have a little bit more. The lights on the country club, one of the ones closest to the neighbors, the lights are turned down more, and the rest of them are up at a slight angle because they're not blinding any neighbors. The ones in the field club, they're tilted up so much that at one time they didn't blind us, they weren't affecting us, but then they got these LED lights, so they decided, well, we need to turn them up more. So they have them turned up more, so now they blind us even more so. And they have, I think they have 4 lights per court, or 6 lights per court, is it 8 lights per court, is it? 6?
Yeah, 6 lights per court.
6 lights per court, okay, and you got 4 courts. And now you have 5, and you're gonna have 5 courts, is it? You're gonna have 5 courts. Or you're gonna have 6 courts. You're gonna have 5, right? Anyway, the problem is the lights don't go off at 10 o'clock at night like they're supposed to. They stay on while the members are inside in the what do you call it, the gazebo, which is the little hut there beside the club. They spend their time in there drinking, and the lights will be on all the time while they're socializing inside in there. Even if they're not playing, the lights are still left on. And recently, during this last winter, there've been many nights that the lights have been on all night. My wife goes to work at 5:15 in the morning, and the lights are on lots of mornings as she passed by. I'm saddened to say that the field club have no, I have to say this, respect for us. They may have respect for other neighbors, but they have totally no respect whatsoever for us. And it's getting worse. But now also, okay, that's the situation. The noise happens during the day, Sunday mornings. They tend to use the tennis court that's directly across from us, the closest courts to us. They start at 8 o'clock in the morning. They have tennis, they have some sort of a gala thing going on. They play loud music. They have an instructor giving lessons. They have the loud music, so the people that are taking the lessons can't hear the instructor, so he has to outshout the loud music, so it's really, really noisy. That happens every Sunday morning during the summer at 8 o'clock until about 10 o'clock. So that's one thing I'd like to stop. But what would really reduce the noise a lot there is if they had more screening, trees put up. It's the same issue every time. We tell them about it. They promise to do it, but they never do it. They haven't done it. They haven't planted, since we moved in, they haven't planted one tree. They haven't planted one tree. They cut down lots of trees, but they haven't planted them. And the green giants that they did have over by the tennis courts that once screened it, they went into total, the branches, they don't maintain them. The only trees that they actually top are the ones on the other side of that court. And I think that's just to allow more sun in on that court during the day for the members while they're playing tennis. The other issue is, I would like the commission to, before they think about granting any permission to the field club about for this courts, for the paddle tennis court and for the pickleball courts, that they would look back at 2016, we were here approximately. 2016, we were here for the same reason. They were trying to get a special permit to build a clubhouse. And there was around 16 conditions under which they were granted permission to build a clubhouse. And the main conditions for our concern were the lights. The lights were supposed to be put on timers to go off at 10 o'clock at night. That never happened. All the neighbors were supposed to be screened off from this new clubhouse. And I think there was probably 2 neighbors that were screened off, and they were on Glen Drive, number 75 and 76. I know 75 is on the other side of the road, but they can still see the clubhouse and hear all the noise that goes on in there. Well, and from the pool. So 75 and 76, and they're not even on the same side as actually one of them is on the same side as the field club, but the other one is a kind of an open spot, and they would hear it. But no consideration was given to us. You talked about planting trees between the northerly side, the other side of that house. They want to put the trees on more so between the pickleball courts and the house. That house is theirs. For the most part, nobody lives in that house. The only time that anybody lives in that house is the tennis instructors, and they start usually May to October. They're there, except for the current person that's there, which is the instructor, I believe, for 2023. She and her husband moved into that house in September of last year. And I believe, and they're still there, I believe they moved in September of last year for this year, because they have a family and they want to take advantage of New Canaan schools. So that's what they do. They send their kids to school in New Canaan. And I haven't seen her out giving a lesson, but then again, the club is not really open for the summer season yet. That's another thing I'd like to address. To my knowledge, as I was told, it's open, the summer season, which is the tennis, opens on May 1st to October 1st, from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. And last week, I don't think it's 1st of May yet, but the 22nd of April, they were out there playing tennis. Once the town guys had gone through, of course, the day they were in, there was no one to be seen to inspect it for what's going on right now. And they stay there until November, and well, if the weather is fine, they're there. It's supposed to close on the 1st of October. It doesn't. So I'd like these, to be honest with you, I believe it's the management.
Excuse me. It's Commissioner Turner. Could you please get to your point?
Okay, We need
talking
trees,
about
we need trees,
frivolous.
we need screening. It needs to be done. If it had been done when it was supposed to be done, like 7 years ago in 2016, we wouldn't be talking about the trees, waiting for the trees to mature to block the lighting. So, yes, if you want to know, yeah, I want to know what sort of green giants you're putting in and why are you putting them right on my line as opposed to further down, closer to that house where we need, and John Heron said they were going to stagger them back and forth all the way across. So if they're putting in green giants, I don't know what size green, mature green or baby green giants are, but mature green giants will grow. John Hearn told us that they will grow 4 to 5 feet per year. And I read that they can grow 20 to 30 feet wide. So I want to know if they had started putting in the trees and the screening when they should have had, when they promised planning and zoning they were going to do it back in 2016, they would be already up 20 feet. So they would already be providing some soundproofing and blocking the light. So, okay, you want to know what I want done? I want that done. I also want the gate closed at night, so traffic is not coming in and out at all hours at night. And it poses a threat to our security because our people coming around, looking in on our property. There's not just our property, but also Richard Gere's property. They can get in around the back of that. I reckon it provides a security issue for Richard Gere and his property. And it did with Paul Simon, even though Paul Simon had an 8-foot fence put up, but they will still get over it. So I just want the gates closed. It was suggested the last time at the last meeting when they were looking for permission for the clubhouse, it was suggested by some of the commission that to put up a gate to stop, that close the gates on the outside, and or else in the winter time, put a gate just where around the pool area, just down from the clubhouse or where that other house is. So people are not going all the way around at the back but they go in there all the time. Plus, maybe they go in there because they have free beer going in at the back. I went in there recently on 2 different occasions just to make sure that it wasn't by mistake that somebody left the beer.
Thank you.
Mr.
Thank
O'Sullivan.
you. Your concerns are valid. Let us respond.
My problem is I just need the management of the field club to relay this thing to their members. I just want to mention one issue. On December 21st to 22nd, I had to go down at 12:15 at night or in the morning to tell 3 members that were playing paddle tennis court, making noise with the lights on fully. I had to threaten them with calling the police to get them to leave. That's at 12:15 a.m. So I don't want that to happen again. If
Sir,
Sir,
it's Commissioner Turner. I live next to institution use. I understand what you're saying. And I've experienced everything that you feel and that you've witnessed. We want to help you and move on. Thank you.
What we can do, Mr. O'Sullivan, is we can look back to the approval from 2016, I think.
I think it was 16, I'm not sure.
16 and see what 15,
15,
16,
okay.
see what the conditions were on the access requirements or on any kind of the plantings and see whether or not they were compliant. But I would ask you, has the applicant shared their landscaping plan with you for what they're proposing now?
What they're proposing, that doesn't mean it's ever going to happen.
My question was, have they shared?
No.
They have not?
They just showed me whatever. They gave me a little thing there, just like they showed you here. That's all they showed.
Because
Just
they
tonight.
are showing a pretty dense amount of plantings of green giants and the hemlocks along your property line to provide that additional screening that you're looking for.
You know, I'd rather to put it down closer to the house because it would screen the noise as well. Because what you got to understand is my house is here, I'm looking straight down, they're going to put the pickleball courts over here. That sound is going to come around. Pickleball is played with a wooden paddle and it's a plastic ball. And it's very annoying. As I went up by the country club, as I told you, they were playing pickleball. It was very annoying. If I have to listen to that for 8 hours a day, I'm going to be in the mental home pretty soon. And I'm not joking, I'm serious. And since you mentioned about pickleball, some lady asked what was the fencing going to be? You can get acoustic fencing, which dulls the sound. But I know you're going to say the house is going to block it, but
So what I would recommend is that you sit down with the applicant and look over this proposed planting plan. Because I think they are already addressing your concerns with the plantings they have on here, both at your property line and at the existing 2-story Tennis Pros house
yes.
and at the pickleball courts. They have 3 layers of plantings here that you should just review and see if they're addressing your concerns. I think
But
they've
I
taken,
also
I
have
think they've taken a
concern
stab at it.
with behind me on the westerly side, with all the trees, with the noise that goes on every day at the tennis courts. They have never done anything about that. They haven't addressed it ever. Now, when we were getting permission for the clubhouse, they were supposed to screen off that area. I can see straight into the club. The exit signs are there all night, whatever. And that's okay. But the only good thing about the clubhouse is they hardly ever use it. It's only used for private parties that they rent it out, I think.
Like I said, we can look back to the 2015
Yeah.
and 16 application.
Yeah.
And compare what was promised and what was done.
Yeah, well, I know what was done. There was nothing. Actually, there was trees cut down. So there was between us and where the clubhouse is.
Understood. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Appreciate it. Is there anyone else in the public that would like to speak? Sure.
Hi, my name is Martina Sullivan and I'm Tim's wife. And I have lived at our address for 32 years.
Sorry,
too.
just speak into the microphone.
I have lived at the address for 32 years too. My concern is safety. And as a nurse, I'm very conscious of safety. And as Tim said, at night, people drive into the field club at all hours. When we first bought our house, that roadway that goes into the back of the property was not there. So that roadway has gone in. And I have been woken up at 3 and 4 in the morning with like some weird activity going on back there with cars driving in. Then people get out of the cars. I don't know what they're doing, but they're there for maybe 10 or 15 minutes and then leave. And it looks very suspicious to me.
Understood.
And also there's a dumpster back there. And there's a lot of like vermin back there. There's raccoons that have gone back there now. And they go across the wall at the back of our property back and forth. And we were told recently, just wait till the summer happens and there'll be thrown lobster in there. And you'll see how bad that's going to be. We would like that dumpster moved because it's only a cause for vermin and for anything else that can start back there.
And that
Also, I would like the opening of the field club is supposed to be at 8 o'clock in the morning. If those gates were closed and opened at 8, then nobody would be able to get in until that happened. And again at night, if those gates were closed at 10 o'clock at night, then people would have to leave and go home to their homes, instead of hanging out in clubhouses and creating noise to the neighbors. You know, I go to bed at about 9:30 at night, and those lights are still okay. I can deal with the lights, but it's getting just really out of control in the past 5 to 10 years. How many of you are members of the Field Club? Are any of you here members?
Used to be.
Okay, that's all I have to say.
Thank you. Anyone else in the public or on Zoom land that would like to speak to this application? Okay. Mr. Rucci, anything else?
Well, I think I'll just respond to a few of the items. I mean, we went through the conditions, the club and I, to make sure that we were meeting all of them. And this is on page 3 or 4 of the conditions. We submitted landscape plans. They had to be approved before we got the final CO. So that was done. The only
You're speaking to the previous application.
the previous application
For the clubhouse.
for the clubhouse, sorry. Yes, for the previous application for the clubhouse. The only additional trees that had to be planted were on the south side of the property. There was no plantings that were supposed to be done on the O'Sullivan side of the property. Addition.
I have it pulled up.
Okay. Additionally, we put in the speed bumps that we were asked to be put in. We took down the wall ball court, which was supposed to be taken down. Yes, all activities are supposed to stop at 10 o'clock. That's not supposed to be happening. If there are people going into the club at 2 o'clock in the morning, as I've told the O'Sullivans today, they should call the police. The field club doesn't want them in there either. As far as, you can talk right after I'm done, Ms. O'Sullivan. So the other part of it is, yes, the lights have been a problem. Sometimes those lights do stay on. We were talking with the management team about that. And our proposal is that as a part of this plan, what we're going to do is put a switch on the inside of the paddle court so that they can be actually turned off from inside the paddle hut rather than going out. Because like, apparently what happens is, you know, at 10 o'clock, they leave, but they leave the lights on as they leave to go out in the court. So we're going to try to put a panel in there, and those lights automatically turn off now at 10:15 because they give them 5 minutes to get off the court so that, you know, they're cleaning up the court, whatever, taking all their stuff off. But the paddle play stops at 10 o'clock, lights. I mean, that's just something we talked about after we had the discussion with the O'Sullivans about the lights.
So that type of a time clock solution will be part of the work that's going to.
Yes, that's gonna be part of that, and that can obviously be a part of any.
We've already done that. We did that after the incident in December.
Okay, so sorry, so that's already been a part. As Mr. Herron just said, they already put the time clock in December, so that does come off at 10:15. Most of all the items that were a part of that application, as far as conditions go, had to do specifically with the pavilion. It didn't have anything to do with the paddle court, the paddle hut, the tennis courts, etc. Mr. O'Sullivan also did mention the fact that he hears a lot from the tennis courts. And as part of the secondary plan that we put in on the landscaping, we feel like we've addressed that issue because, because we basically put screening over here, which is sort of in the same line as the tennis courts, which sit in this area. We're also adding roughly 26 trees or so. I'll have to look at the thing, but I just counted them when I was sitting there, which we also believe is going to help.
What page is that secondary plan?
This is page 24.
I don't think we have that.
Not on page 24.
We have page 23. Gotcha.
It'd be helpful. Thank you, sir.
I put it in the presentation, not in the packet.
Thank you, sir.
While you pass these out, can you comment on if the lights can be turned back on type of thing manually? Or is it auto shut off and can't be reactivated?
The plan that Dave's passing out now.
Just state your name and
Oh, hi.
Yeah.
My name's John Heron. I'm the president of the Field Club.
Yep.
The plan that Dave just passed out was what, after talking to
Mr.
the
Ritchie?
Sullivans.
if you have an extra copy, if you could share it with the Sullivans. Okay.
Yeah, no, we had a nice meeting with them on Sunday a week ago. And one of the things we talked about was extra planting to shield the driveway and their view of the tennis court. So those was extra plans that we had the scout group put together for us. The lights go on when we use the paddle courts. They're never on unless someone goes to use them and turn on. So after we heard about the incident in December, we've hired Tim Simplinski to be a year-round general manager. And Tim had some electrical work done. So now the lights automatically go off at 10:15. And as Mr. Rucci said, when we upgrade the paddle courts and put a fifth paddle court, we are going to put a panel inside. So exactly what Mr. O'Sullivan was saying can stop. So when people are inside, they can flop the lights off. A lot of times people stop playing, they go in, and then they have to go back out to turn the lights off, or they just wait till they go out automatically. But we want to have the ability to turn those lights off from inside. So we'll install that. I just want to say we have tremendous respect, or we want to have tremendous respect for our neighbors. I became president in November. We sent out letters introducing myself and Tim to all of our neighbors on Glen Drive and the associated areas. We hear their concerns, and we're doing our very best to comply and be good neighbors, because we all live in this community, and we strive for that. Roxy Inica is our tennis pro. She started in September as a director of rackets. She taught paddle lessons all winter long. So it was the first time we at the Field Club have had one rackets professional that handles both rack, paddle, and tennis, and will also handle the proposed pickleball court area. So she lives there. She has two small children, she and her husband. So it's a family of four that lives full-time in that house. We additionally own the house at 150 Smith Ridge Road, where our caretaker lives full-time with his, and then the tennis pros live there in the summer months, to add that security of hopefully abetting from people coming in unwarrantedly. Anyway, thank you very much.
Are there any plans for changes to the gate?
There have not been plans for changes to the gate. I'm not sure what the restrictions of keeping the gate open or closed are. There was never, to our knowledge, been direction to close the gates. I don't.
I mean, I just think there's a couple of things. There's no conditions on when the club can operate as far as 8 a.m. other than the 10 p.m. cutoff time. There's no conditions as to it ending in October, or any sort of dates for anything. So that's not accurate as far as we're concerned, or that we know. As far as the gates go, my assumption is they can't be closed and locked, just based on the fact that it's probably some sort of safety issue for other areas and buildings on the property. I don't know if the fire marshal would allow that to happen, the gates to be locked, so they wouldn't be able to get in to the property if something happened, something started to burn on the property inside. I highly doubt that we're allowed to even close those gates. Notwithstanding that, every concern that they have with people being in there 2 o'clock in the morning is a legitimate concern, and it's something that is not acceptable to the Field Club. And that's something that we're going to have to manage. And as I said to the Sullivans, they should call the police. If it continues, we're on a special permit. They can come back to this commission and say we're not complying by something if in fact that's the case. That's unfortunate. I mean, that happens in a lot of buildings, and whether they're municipal or other clubs in this area, that you have kids are going around, et cetera. If it's club members, that's on us. And that's something that we're going to have to address immediately. And, Mr. Heron and his crew will make that point to make sure that their members know that they're not to be in the club for a certain period of time. The lights are not supposed to be on, and maybe they just need a refresher. There are a lot of new members in this club, but that is not something that is acceptable to us, nor something that we condone. As far as the planning plan goes, we feel like we've addressed it. I'm not sure how many more trees we can add. The O'Sullivan House sits very high above our particular piece of property and looks down on our piece of property. My guess is it's probably at least somewhere between, I mean, we don't have a topo on that, but it's got to be 30 to 50 feet higher than our property to begin with. You know, in the winter, there shouldn't be a lot of noise in their respect, unless they're outside, which I don't know why they would be outside necessarily at that particular time. You know, we believe that this application, we've done everything we can to make it acceptable to the neighborhood, to the O'Sullivans. The plantings will go in. If they were supposed to go in the last application, we would not have gotten a CO for the building that we had. So I don't know, maybe it was misunderstood at the time. Maybe you thought things were going to happen that didn't happen, or that would never got put into the approval. But this approval and what we've proposed today will absolutely have to go in before any COs are issued on the property. It's a part of our special permit application.
This is Commissioner Chris, Mr. Rucci, regarding the plantings to which you just referred for the 2015 application. Can you confirm they still exist and are alive? And
It can't. I would have to go back and look. I don't know the answer to that. I just know that it was supposed to be submitted before and approved and signed off on before the CO was issued on the pavilion.
I mean, my recollection is that they're open as a condition that not only be planted, but that should they die struck by lightning, or there's something else that affects them, that they would be replaced, because the idea is there's always a plant there. So
I'm not sure I'm just looking at it now. It doesn't seem to say that, at least in the conditions itself, that they would have had to be replaced if in fact they died. I don't see that. It just says, as per the landscape plans as set forth in the Eric Rains Landscape Architect Plan filed 2014. And there was a separate screening modified plan that had to be approved by the zoning inspector, which provided additional screening between the pavilion and properties located to the south of the field club, which I believe is the Glen Drive side. So,
Mr. Rucci.
I don't see anything. But we would not be opposed to a condition on this particular planning plan. If in fact something died, we would have to replace it.
Commissioners, any further questions for Mr. Rucci?
This is Commissioner Herring, one quick thing. I did note on the lighting, just doing some research, it seems that I think you had some nice materials here, but it talked about different lumen options, different height options, and it wasn't necessarily specific as to which height and which lumen would be selected across the different fixtures that you have here, which I'm sure you could identify. But I guess in looking at some of these similar issues elsewhere, it seems that there are shields available for the lighting effectively, that contain the lighting, so it has less glare and less spillover. So can I request that some lighting shields be explored in terms of?
That would be acceptable. Yes.
Yeah.
And when I mentioned gates, I didn't suggest necessarily that the gates be closed, but I think that if the field club says that they want to be aware if anybody's on the property who shouldn't, that it seems to me that motion sensors could be employed. So I'll just make that as a kind of a soft suggestion, that I would think that the field club management would want motion sensors that would alert them, so that the responsibility wasn't on the neighbors calling the police on the field club. The field club will want to know first before the police know. So that's just a suggestion, that it seems to be one of the cheapest solutions is motion sensors that would alert the field club, or at least let them know the next morning that 2 cars came in, or 3 cars, or no cars. Seems like a cheap solution.
Yeah, and I think that and now that the field club actually has a full-time general manager, it would probably be easier to manage that suggestion for sure.
Because if
I
I
don't
was a
think it
kid,
would be against that. No,
if I was a kid and I knew you had motion sensors, I'd probably go somewhere else.
That's a fair point.
This is for Chris, not just motion sensors, but cameras. You can buy them for $50 on Amazon. I mean, it's not brain surgery here, so.
We've talked about, thanks, Mr. Herron again, we've talked about putting in cameras that take license plate cameras that off hours take in pictures of the car. So we'll execute that.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Mr. Herring, just real quick, because I asked a question earlier on the lights.
Yes.
If you go to the baseball fields, once the lights go off, you can't turn them on. Right? So I have driven past there at night with the light, people have been playing at 11 o'clock at night. So what keeps your members from turning the lights on after they go off after 10 PM?
Yes, podium, please.
Thank you. Tim Simplensky, General Manager, New Canaan Field Club. The lights, we have a sign that's posted when you walk into the platform tennis area that has no activities in terms of platform tennis or activities beyond the 10 o'clock range. The lights go off as a safety precaution at 10:15, and they're not able to be turned on until 8 AM.
So the members aren't able to throw a switch in the clubhouse
No,
or
they're not.
anything.
Once they go off at 10:15, they're gone. And just to add to that, the tree question, there's 60 trees that were planted after the 2018 new building, and they're still all existent between the club and Glen Drive.
Thank you. Anything else, Mr. Rich?
I don't have anything further, no.
Commissioners? I think we're good. Thank you.
Thank you.
We want to take a break before the.
Yeah, we're closing this application, Mr. Rucci. Understood?
Sorry.
We're closing this application.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. We do have the next order of business is the police station. Can we take a 5-minute break? And then we'll start in on the police station on the South Avenue address.
Yeah. It's not too late.
What time did you know? 11? She said,
You're
"Good night,"
getting
said
a text?
10:30. Yeah.
It's excellent.
I was gonna say, if I'm a 17-year-old, it's great.
Yeah. Yep.
I'll introduce Brian, and then Brian has to slide to introduce the whole team.
Okay, gotcha.
I'm sorry. Yes, I do.
I would go.
Settling up now?
It's loud.
I mean,
It's very loud.
it's all we have.
And guess what? The trees aren't gonna.
All right. Mr. Engel stepped out for a second. Do we have everyone back on Zoom? We're still on Zoom, I think. And we,
They shut off their videos, but
okay.
we're still.
People in Zoom land, we're gonna start the meeting back up. So we've got the applicant's presentation on the screen, so we can't see you. So please make sure you're back on track here. The next application we're hearing tonight. Thank you for your patience, everyone. This is 174 South Avenue, Police Station. So upon application of Tiger Man, Director of Public Works, authorized agent for the town of New Canaan, owner, for a special permit approval of section 3.2 C10, 3.7 E2A, and 3.4 C6 to allow renovations and additions to the town of New Canaan Police Facility Building and related site improvements. Increase allowable building coverage. Existing building is 17,450 square feet to a proposed 19,450 square feet. Generator location in the front yard in the B residence zone at 174 South Avenue, map N, block 62, lot 928.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Thanks for having us. My name is Joe Zagorinsky. I'm Senior Engineer with the Department of Public Works, and I'd just like to introduce Brian Humes, who's our architect of record, who will present the project to you and as well as the rest of the team.
Thank you and good evening. For the record, Brian Humes, Jakunsky Humes Architects. As Joe said, we have been retained by the town of New Canaan to improve the working conditions at the police department. I wanted to give you a little bit of history on the project scope, because I think for your information and for the public, this is a project that has been going on in New Canaan for a number of years. The project scope has been defined to be the vacating of 174 South Avenue and the temporary relocation of the police department administrative offices, investigative patrol functions are going to 39 Locust Avenue. 39 Locust Avenue is currently the Board of Ed facility. It'll be vacated sometime later this year to make room for the police department to occupy 39 Locust. That would then give the contractor an opportunity to perform the additions and renovations at 174 South Avenue. So during the renovation, the building would be vacant. The site would be turned over to construction. And then once the construction is over, and it's anticipated about 18 months at 174 South Avenue, the police department would then reoccupy 174 South Avenue. Now, it's an honor for me to present this to you tonight, but there's been a lot of involvement in this on the town side. I'm just the spokesman who's organizing it and bringing it to you for a special permit application. But Joe's been leading the effort as the senior engineer. Tiger Mann has been involved for Public Works. We've had involvement on the town hall and the police department involvement. The first selectman's been involved. The chief and deputy have been involved from the beginning with the project. Regular participants, Stuart Sawabini, I think he's here tonight, has been an advisor throughout the years, advising on this project. And we've also had representation on a regular basis from EMS, because the project at 174 South Avenue, it occupies both the police department and the EMS facility. So it's both of the facilities are on the property at 174 South Avenue. And not to diminish the work of an established building committee chaired through Bill Walbert. Bill's on my left. I have a lot of eyes in front of me, but I have a lot of eyes behind me. I feel them to the back. And we also have members here from the building committee, whether you're in person, thank you, or virtual. This group has been working alongside the consultants that they've hired to oversee this project. We have consultants on the design side for architectural, site planning, and civil engineer. And tonight I do have Tom Nelson, who's still hanging around. Tom from McCord Engineering has been doing the engineering, and he's our professional engineer for all of the civil efforts on this site. The town has also hired construction oversight as a project manager. They've hired Turner Construction. Ty's here representing Turner Construction as the construction manager. And we have commissioning agents and environmental consultants also as part of the team. We want to also to tell you, how has the needs of the police department been determined? How do we go about just making an effort to satisfy the needs of the occupant? We first had to determine what those needs were. And that effort went all the way back to 2018. As I said, we've been working on this project for some time. We have not been continually under contract since 2018, but in 2018, there was an effort to determine what are the needs to satisfy the police department, not just for today, but to look at a 20-year effort to satisfy the needs going forward. I think through this effort, the building program was developed and also the site needs were developed. So what we're presenting to you tonight is not just a short-term solution, but the building committee and the town wants this to be a long-term solution for the police department. Since that 2018 needs assessment, the town did undergo a quite extensive police siting review study. The building committee was tasked with looking at renovation options at 174 South Avenue, while the town was also hired an independent architectural firm to look at potential options for alternative sites. If the police department had an option to relocate and build new on an alternate site and then vacate 174 South Avenue for police use and establish a police department somewhere else in town. So that was exhaustive for over a year. Different sites were looked at. And ultimately, it was the town's decision in the fall of 2022 to return to 174 South Avenue to undertake an addition renovation option at 174 South Avenue. And it was endorsed as the preferred option. It was endorsed by the town staff. It was endorsed by the building committee, and it was also endorsed by the police department. What's happening at 174 South Avenue, because we have police and EMS, it really has established that location in town as an established site for public safety. Both police and EMS working adjacent, occupying the site. The town's familiar with this. It's been established for over 40 years as a police facility site within the town. And so that presence is going to continue. There are two buildings on 174 South Avenue. The EMS building was constructed in 2008. And in that time, there was an existing building at the EMS site that was demolished. And the EMS building was constructed new to replace a building that was removed from the site. What we're renovating and what we're proposing tonight is the main structure at 174, which was constructed in 1928 as the New Canaan High School. Originally constructed as an educational facility, but in 1980, the lower and main floors of that facility were renovated for police use. So that's over 40 years ago. Only the lower and main floor were impacted in that renovation. The second floor was left untouched. It was still a school on the upper floor. The police department did not occupy that upper floor in the 1980 occupied building. But in 2007, there was some work done by the town to renovate the second floor, but at that time it was for swing space for town hall renovations. When this addition that we're in now was being considered, town staff vacated this building, and some of the staff were in the upper floor of the police department during that renovation. So the building, while you might think about it as the police department, it's never been fully renovated as a purpose-built police department on all floors. Since 2007, town hall staff did occupy it when town hall vacated. The police have occupied portions of that upper floor, but it's never been designed for their use. It was just left over from town hall swing space. We talked about what happened in 2008 with EMS, and the towns continued to make improvements to the main structure. They put a new roof on in 2013. They did renovate the dispatch center in 2014. And in 2021, they converted the building from oil to gas, installed some new boilers. So there's been an effort to maintain the building. This is the way the building looked in 1928. This is the high school. You can see the character of the building is really unchanged since 1928. But what you can see from this photograph is what's happening on the lowest level. Originally, the building was constructed with windows to the lower level, and there was a grand stair that entered from the drive area, a grand stair up into the main door. The windows were all divided light windows. The trims were similar as to what you see in this photograph. And in 1980, the windows were replaced with something that really doesn't speak to the character of the building. The lower windows that you saw in the earlier photo were bricked up and the grades were raised around the building. The grades actually were raised to match or resemble South Avenue. And the front grand staircase was removed, so you can have handicapped accessible ADA accessibility to the front door. And this is the way the building has looked since the 1980 renovation. What we want to do with our renovation is give the building another 100 years. Because in 2028, this building is going to be 100 years old. So pretty much when we're wrapping up the construction and they're reoccupying it, it's going to be nearing that 100-year mark. And the building committee and us as designers want to restore this back to its original character, original architectural intent. So we will be replacing the windows, making more energy efficient exterior envelope. We will be restoring the windows back to their original character with divided lights. There'll be single hung windows. The roof is being considered as an alternate to replace the roof because the roof still has some life left in it since its 2013 replacement. But we will be getting pricing on whether we're going to re-roof the facility or not. Right now, it's an alternate. And all of the wood trim on the exterior of the building is going to be removed and restored with longer durable, longer lasting, maintenance-free products. The cupola will be totally restored and brought back with a maintenance-free cupola to replicate the exact architectural detailing that was done in 1928. So the building is going to maintain its character, but I feel in a much more architecturally appropriate way and significant to the image that you're used to seeing go up and down South Avenue. We are constructing a new addition to the rear. All of the addition to the rear cannot be viewed from South Avenue. It's all going to be contained behind the original high school construction. And it's a two-story addition to the rear. We are needing to remove an existing two-story addition to the rear. We're going to be removing that two-story addition, constructing a new two-story addition to satisfy program requirements of the department. And then behind a two-story addition, there's going to be a one-story addition providing for sally ports, which is a secure garage for prisoner transport. So there'll be two sally port drive-through bays and also a carport canopy to cover 11 parking spaces for fleet vehicles for the police department. A little bit on the site. You can see from this representation, the 174 South Avenue property is outlined in red. It does kind of jog in and out. South Avenue is to the left of the slide. North is up, south is down. The abutters that we have directly to this property to the north is the South Avenue cottages. The South Avenue cottages is also occupied by a daycare facility. To the east is what they call South Avenue Cottage. Both the South Avenue Apartments building and the South Cottage are properties owned by the town of New Canaan. They're leased properties, but the town of New Canaan has ownership of those properties. To the south, we have residential properties along Oak Street. And then across the street on South Avenue, we're abutting the United Methodist Church and the Hathaway Commons. The way the police department site is accessed currently is you get to the front of the police department by accessing the curb cut at the South Avenue Apartments to the north. As you come onto the site from South Avenue into the South Avenue Apartments, then you bear to the right and you get into the parking area for the police department. For the curb cut that's between the police department and the EMS facility, that's being utilized for exit only. There's no entrance at that location. It's an exit only. This is a representation on how the site looks in an aerial. And what we're proposing for our new development is to initiate and incorporate a new curb cut going from the north side of the existing building, a new curb cut that will be extending out to South Avenue. We are also proposing that the entire circulation onto the site be reversed in its pattern. The existing curb cut, which is located adjacent to the EMS facility, is now going to be designed as their entrance-only drive. You can see this is an overlay of what's existing and proposed for public parking. All of the public parking would now be reoriented to angle in the opposite direction. Traffic would be going northerly across the public parking area and would have a left turn to get out to South Avenue, totally separating the circulation pattern from the South Avenue cottages. Another thing that's happening for the site is we're going to put up, we're going to install access control gates. So the public no longer has access to the rear of the site, and the rear of the parking would be restricted for police fleet and staff parking only. And you'll see this in further slides that we have represented in this, where I take off the overlay, gate access next to the EMS facility for access in to the rear. There'd be a gate access exiting to the north side of the police facility. And we're also providing a second means of egress off the site down to the northeasterly portion of the site with another exit gate. Both of the exit gates are going to be free exit, free egress. You'll need credentials to go through the access gate next to EMS. What this is going to do is it's going to restrict public from getting to the parking behind the police department, which is a problem that they're incurring presently. If you enter the site and you need to find parking, then public has the ability to migrate to the rear of the site, park in the rear, take up spaces that the police need at times of staff change, shift change, fleet vehicles coming in and out. So we're isolating the rear of the site for fleet vehicles and staff only. So with that, we are eliminating the cut through, pass through between the property and the South Avenue cottage. South Avenue cottage would have its own entrance and exit. So when we're looking at parking, I know on the slide before we had some diagrams on parking counts and zoning information. I just wanted to blow this up to show you the considerations that we have for parking. The chart to the left of the slide shows parking counts for public. The total public spaces that are provided right now are 11 spaces in the front of the building for public. That the 11 spaces, because of the reconfiguration of the parking, the adding the additional curb cut, the public parking goes from 11 spaces to 9 spaces. As far as ambulance parking, we're still satisfying a 7 count for EMS. We've consulted with EMS. They currently have 7 spaces to the rear of the site reserved for staffing, for EMS staff. That would be unchanged and satisfies their needs. The parking for daycare, South Cottage, and the apartments will be unchanged. We're not affecting those parking lots, even though some of it is within the 174 South Avenue property lines. We're not altering any of the parking for those 3 functions. We are altering the police total counts. And the total counts are for fleet. We have 11 spaces and those will be covered spaces. They don't have covered spaces currently, but sheltered spaces is something that's desired by not just New Canaan. A lot of police facilities are looking for sheltered parking. It protects your investments in the vehicles. It protects the electronics within the vehicles for cabin temperatures in the summertime. It also keeps the snow and ice off for shift change and faster response for the vehicles if they don't have to clear snow and ice off their direct fleet patrol vehicles. So we are providing the same 11 spaces, but an improved covered condition. The police now have 3 spaces in the front of the building that are designated for police staff. Those 3 spaces are going to be eliminated in the front of the building for police staff. All police staff will be parking to the rear of the building in a restricted access area, restricted for public access, but police vehicles will have access.
So to that point, sorry to interrupt. So to that point, your public parking in the front is actually increasing.
No, this is still a 9. The 3 spaces have been calculated into the 3 would be moving to the rear.
No, what I'm saying is there is currently 11 spaces in the front.
There are 14,
There's 14.
11 plus 3.
Got it. Thank you.
We talk about a police upper lot and a police lower lot. The police upper lot is what's adjacent to the building in the rear of the building. There's a lower lot, we're calling lower lot, which is adjacent to the South Avenue cottage, which is further to the east. Police are using that area of the site for staff parking. And that would be going from 19 spaces in the lower lot to 21 spaces in the lower lot. And we're also providing a small area for impounding vehicles if the police department have the need for impounding, not just vehicles, but anything that's large and needs to be under their care for evidence brought in as part of an investigation or part of a crime investigation. They need to retain that and they need to secure that on site and they need to be responsible for it. The other chart is the zoning information. It pertains to our building coverage. As said, as part of the application, is about a 2,000 square foot increase in building coverage. The building coverage that we're representing is the building coverage of the police department plus the EMS facility. So the numbers that you see is not just your police building, it's the police building plus the area taken up by the EMS building. But our addition expands the police building by approximately 2,000 square feet.
On that point, how is it that your existing coverage is allowed to exceed by so much what's allowed under the zoning?
Yes, when the EMS was constructed in 2008, we did have a special permit application at that time that increased it to the 16,918. And that increase was due to the increase incurred because of the EMS facility.
So
there
it's
was-
allowed in the zoning regulations that by special permit, the Commission for Municipal Facilities in
Okay,
residential
okay.
zones can increase the coverage by whatever amount they
Okay.
deem fit.
I saw that earlier when we were talking about the field club and looking at that section. I just forgot. It was municipal. buildings.
Yeah, and the 16,918 was the result of the EMS addition. Pertaining to the parking, we did receive a letter. We have a copy of a letter that was just completed by the chief of police, that he's reviewed the parking that's being proposed, and he finds it acceptable. And most of the counts that were going from 66 spaces to a total of 59. And that was for police vehicles. And he finds that this is an acceptable solution and he supports the plan that you have in front of you. As far as site demolition, the pavement on the site, it's really a hardscape site. There's not a lot of softscape on this property. It's a built out area with a lot of hardscape. And a lot of the hardscape is really in deteriorated condition. The the parking, the paving. It's a 1980 solution that's really hasn't had a lot of improvements other than what I call the lower lot. The one to the east was recently improved. So we're not doing any demolition on that lower lot near the cottage. But anything that is abutting the existing building around new construction will all get removed as far as paving goes, proper base installed, and then repaved. And that also includes the area around the EMS facility. So it'll be treated as one site. And we're working with EMS to complete all the underground improvements and then repave the site. This is the site layout plan to show the completed site. And I think this is a good time to talk about the generator, because that was mentioned in our special permit application. If you've ever driven by 174 South Avenue, you may or may not have noticed there's an existing generator in the front yard. It's to the left side, left front corner of the existing building. It's surrounded by a green chain link fence with privacy slats. And then it has some landscaping around it. But it's there, it's been there, and it's on that location of the site because it's adjacent to the electrical service for the building on that same corner in the lower level of the building. But we want to improve the appearance and condition of the existing building. We also need to improve and provide a new generator for the building. And we're proposing to put the generator in the, we call it the front yard, but it's not within the front setback. But it is in the front yard between it would be located between the existing police department and the entry drive to the South Avenue cottage.
Schoolhouse apartments is what most people.
Oh, schoolhouse apartments. Yes, the cottage is in the rear. It will be a new generator. It will have,
Can you use the cursor and
yeah,
show us where?
right. If you see the cursor moving, it's right. I'm doing circles around it.
Okay, that's the generator.
It's a rectangle area just north of the new curb cut. It will also have 8-foot high chain link fence with privacy slats. We'll have a gate to access for service for the generator. And we're also landscaping the entire perimeter of the generator with new arborvitae. And the actual topography of the generator, where it will sit, it sits about 6 or 8 feet in lower elevation than South Avenue. So even though you see it on site plan, it's not at the same elevation as South Avenue, because coming off of South Avenue, getting into the apartments, it's a slow grade down. But that's the proposed location for it. We've wrestled, the building committee's wrestled, the police department's wrestled with what's the appropriate site. And we feel that this is the appropriate site for it. It does maintain a proximity to the switchgear equipment within the building. But it also, as we're looking at alternatives to the rear, it really does have a greater impact on the Oak Street properties. And anything to the rear of the site, while it takes it away from the South Avenue view, it will be impacting more of the residential properties on Oak Street if it was put in another area to the rear. This also shows the addition to the rear and the L-shaped addition. That's the 2-story addition. The 2-story addition actually doesn't extend easterly as far as the existing addition does, but the 2-story addition also is wider than the building that we're taking out. So it gives us more square footage. And then the other part of the L would just be the 1-story drive-through bays for vehicles driving into the site and out of the site. This does illustrate pretty well the new curb cut that comes to the north And the curb cut was proposed for a couple reasons, and reversing the traffic pattern on the site was also discussed with EMS. One of the main factors about reversing the circulation on the site had to do with EMS, because EMS right now has their ambulances within garages to the rear of their building. The ambulances are backed into the bays. So currently, the ambulances to get out to South Avenue have to exit the bays and do a K-turn maneuver before they can turn the vehicle sharp enough to get up the exit drive to get back to South Avenue. That K-turn maneuver takes time, and they're responding to calls when it's happening. In this new layout, ambulances would be exiting the EMS bays, driving straight, going around the back of the police facility, and then driving up and exiting directly onto South Avenue without having to do a K-turn maneuver in the backyard. The area of the site is been reviewed for turning radiuses of ambulances and the box trucks to make sure that we have proper turning radiuses for ambulances along the back of the site. The fleet vehicles that are being parked to the easterly portion of the site would be all angled parking with back-in configuration. If you see the circulation pattern of the vehicles and you see the angle of the easterly parking spaces, they all have to back into those spaces. The vehicles are fleet vehicles, staff vehicles. So if you're exiting any of those parking spaces, you have clear view of whether there's an ambulance wanting to maneuver through the site and exit back to South Avenue.
So those are all intended as back-end spots.
Correct.
Interesting. Okay.
It puts the driver's side on the left. It puts the view to the other vehicles circulating the site. Some of those could be emergency vehicles. So it's intentional that we angled those in those directions.
And the ambulances will be doing this during construction also?
Oh, I'll get to the logistics because, yeah, it's going to have to, they're going to coexist here during construction, and we'll get into some logistics. So from the angled parking, if you're looking to the left of there, we have 10 spaces that are lined up. Those are carport spaces. So that's where the covering is going to be. There's a dotted line that indicates what spaces are going to be covered and which spaces are out in the open. The 7 spaces that I talked about for parking for EMS are the ones to the southerly portion of the site. And that's where EMS currently parks, to the southerly portion of the site. There's another component of this site, which is in the northeast corner that is indicated. It says new 20 by 20 shed. We're keeping a pad site there for a future storage building. That future storage building is still in design, still in consideration. We understand that if it's 20 by 20, it's going to come back for another special permit application. That would be a separate issue. But we're not at this time applying for a special permit for that shed. It's being reserved for future design and future consideration. Site grading plan, the grades are going to pretty much remain consistent as to what is there currently. It's flat to the rear. It slopes to get up to the elevation of South Avenue. Site utilities, and this is where Tom has been helping us out with the engineering. Drainage is a big consideration on this site. In 1980 was really the last time it was improved in the back. We are expanding the site a little bit to the east. Looking at the condition of the paving, looking at the condition of the piping, looking at the condition of the catch basins, we felt it was the best solution to just start new, provide new catch basins, new piping, new storm drainage, picking up the additional capacity from the additional 2,000 square feet of building area. It's a slight increase in what's existing there, but the site is primarily an impervious site with building and pavement. And so we're going to be taking all of that stormwater from the building, from the carport, and from the surface drainage into new drainage structures, maintaining the drainage that was put in for EMS, improving the drainage across the front of the building. Finally, we have plantings. As I said, there's not a lot of softscape, but wherever we're putting planting, all of our planting effort is going to be between the front of the building and South Avenue. It's all in the front of the building. We're going to replant and re-landscape the area directly in front of the building. There's a lot of overgrown plantings that are in there. The grading of that area is not great. It's providing a watershed toward the building, which we're going to have to correct and get water away from the building. But all of the front area will be landscaped. And also we're going to landscape from the public parking across this public sidewalk to South Avenue. New trees, new vegetation. So all of the effort in landscaping is in the front of the building, or as I mentioned, around the generator. We did issue a plant list. If you're looking at the plant list, everything but the last line is going to be planted in the front of the building. We have azaleas, dogwoods, hollies, rhododendrons, spirea, lilacs used to provide color and interest throughout the seasons. And the last line are the arborvitaes, and we're installing those at 8 to 10 feet high, so we don't have to wait for them to grow to conceal the generator. We're going to be installing those at 8 to 10 feet high, specifically to screen that generator from day one.
Question, this is Commissioner Chris. I was looking through your list. I must express my disappointment in the choices you've made. The azaleas are generally from Burma. The buxus are from Africa, West Asia, and Europe. The ilex, one is Japan, another's a hybrid. Who knows where that came from? Spirea, Japan, Syringia, Korea, which tends to be an invasive. The Texas Medea is British and Japanese. Okay, and the thuja and the cornus, which is the dogwood, but I would suggest to you, you may want to take out a fresh piece of paper and maybe consult with some of the local garden clubs regarding indigenous plants that can support indigenous pollinators and so forth, pollinator pathway and so forth, maybe people with whom you'd like to speak, but this may be an improvement so you can, the front looks sustainable and is supportive of wildlife. So that's my comment for the moment.
So noted. Thank you. Erosion control has been designed. We do want to control water runoff. So there is a erosion control plan. We've added a lot of details regarding the erosion control, also details regarding all of the planting and landscaping and drainage for your consideration. The curb cut that we talked about going out to South Avenue, that has been reviewed by the state of Connecticut Department of Transportation. We've gone through the review period. We received a letter in March of this year that the property and the drawings and the designs have been reviewed by DOT. They have no further comments, although we do have to file for the encroachment permit. They are familiar with it. They have no further comments or any objections to incorporating this additional curb cut and changing the traffic pattern that we're proposing on the site. So that wanted to be noted.
What page are you on in the presentation right now?
Yeah,
So-
ours ended.
It seems that when it got uploaded on the website, it got cut off.
Yeah,
So it's not posted on the website, but it was sent to us, so I'm not
we
sure.
stop at page 19, so.
I don't have too many more.
Okay.
But I think this was all provided.
It was emailed to us. There was just some sort of technical difficulty where it got cut off.
Well,
on
that's
the
too bad. The
website.
fun ones are coming up. The good ones are coming.
So we should open up our email.
Lighting.
It's emailed to myself.
The police department has specifically asked for lighting improvements in the front of this building. It's not adequate in its current condition. The lighting is not providing the security and the safety that the police department are requesting. And it's not just for parking. The parking lot for the public is used for numerous things, one of them being this e-commerce safe zone. It's also utilized by,
I'm sorry, it's for what?
it's an e-commerce safe zone. If
You
you're
don't pay for
hiring,
Amazon anymore?
yeah,
What's the deal
if,
here?
if you are ordering something through Amazon or a social network and you do not want to give your home address, you can utilize the police department parking lot as a transfer location for your packages.
What?
So if you want to buy something on, if you want to go peer.
No, I get the
Yeah.
premise, but I mean, that's what we have the UPS store for or
No,
somewhere
no,
else.
No, it's peer to peer, Dan. So if I'm saying buying a bicycle from you.
Yeah.
And I'm concerned about my safety, that if I'm.
Really? At the police station.
Mhm.
Okay. Interesting.
Okay. Learn something new.
Also for just child custody cases or something where transferring children or transferring, they sometimes utilize the police department as a safe place to do that. It has surveillance, but it needs lighting. So we are proposing lighting both at the sidewalks, at the front of the building and for the parking areas to provide this area so they can continue to do this business and continue to have a safe condition when they park and transfer from their vehicle into the building. They will have surveillance, and the surveillance cameras needs a certain level of lumens to be able to actually be effective surveillance. So that was, it has multiple purposes, not just providing light.
So that's, if you can go back to that, it's a
Mhm.
significant number of pole lights along that front. What kind of foot candles are we looking at for output?
Well, as far as the type of light, I have a photometric. The type of light is going to be your town of New Canaan standard light poles.
Mhm.
So we're utilizing your town standard for a consistency throughout the town with what type of light pole. And we've also brought that consistency to the bollard lighting along the sidewalk. So it will give you a consistent municipal look. The side of the building, we have some staff entry points that have some cutoff LEDs. These are night sky compliant, which would be just supplementing what's there now. It's there now, just replacing it with LED technology.
So going back, you mentioned the dark sky, because I think the regs have been updated since certain lights in town were installed. So if you go back a slide, so this one's dark sky, right? Because it focuses down. So to Dan's point with the incremental posts on the previous slide, you had a more traditional.
Correct.
But there have been models that emulate the traditional, but have a dark sky approach where the bulb is from the ceiling or the canopy and shoot down. So instead of having the luminaire at the middle and cast sideways, it shoots down from the top. Are these the type that
These are the same type you have throughout your downtown area.
they don't do that? Okay.
Okay.
We're taking the same fixture that you've been utilizing throughout as a municipal standard. The same fixture would be utilized at this location.
Understood, but that's a legacy standard, so. What is we can't see this, but what is the foot candle output?
The highest on this is 8.1.
8.1?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, it ranges it right under the lights from 8.1 to 7.7, 7.6.
Well, these new fixtures, I think, achieve the same downward cast in
Yep.
terms of a lumen requirement, but they don't have the same, I don't know, what the light shadow, I guess.
Spillage, right.
Spillage. It sounds like, Joe, you're familiar with this. So,
Yeah, I'm not sure that this one has a head that's offered in that would match the town, but it's definitely something we can investigate.
okay, thanks.
The bollard lighting is about 2-foot candles.
Mhm.
So the highest we have recorded on this because of those poles is 8.
Makes sense. I mean, my concern, just to be clear, is that, this is more of a residential area, not to be.
Mhm.
And so just trying to be conscientious of that. Thank you.
Just as a wrap up, you talked about logistics. These slides were provided by Turner. So I'm sharing their work product, but we have to build this. We have to build it, and we have to maintain services to EMS and access to the rest of the properties for other, and provide a safe environment. So this is a slide that shows how the building is going to be cordoned off for construction purposes. And then the one component that actually makes this all possible is the new curb cut. The new curb cut is going to be installed first, and that will be utilized as the construction entrance into the site. The EMS facility, it's going to be separated off from the site, and their exit road would be turned into both an exit and access road just for EMS use. So they'll be able to still have access to their 7 spaces. Ambulances would be exiting the same way they're exiting now. They would have to still be doing their K-turn in the backyard and then traveling back to South Avenue.
So that south portion of the site is basically going to be dedicated to EMS.
It is. For the apartments and the cottage to the rear, because we are creating that new construction entrance into the site, they're going to have their entrance and exit, and they're not going to have any more traffic coming into that site for EMS purposes or police purposes, because the police would be vacated. So that one curb cut really makes this whole process possible. Another one showing the site during construction. And then when everything's done and paved and completed, the building, the site's restored to pretty much the way it's being used today. That back carport area and the back Sallyport addition, those 1-story area to the rear, is going to be designed for solar ready PV panels.
Okay.
So there's an ability to offset electric demand with solar panels on the back side of the building.
Okay.
That's solar ready, so we're not here with any photovoltaic proposals at this point, but just wanted to inform you that that was a potential for that 1-story, and it would not be in sight from anything along South Avenue. We are currently complete.
Can I just make one question? Because the 2 buildings are adjacent, the EMT and the police station. Are they going to be tied into the same infrastructure? So, for example, the generator that you're relocating, co-locating, will that be used for both facilities? And will solar, if it was put on the EMS, be, how are those 2 buildings interconnected, or we should think?
There are currently, or when the EMS was constructed, there was a lot of utilities that were relying on the police department, such as sanitary. Sanitary and generator was providing emergency power for both. Since it was constructed, the EMS facility has been getting new installations to separate themselves away from the police department for utilities. For instance, they've installed new boilers, so they're no longer relying on the boilers in the police department. They have a new generator. They have their own gas service. So while originally it was tethered to the police department, it's no longer needing that connection. So it's an independent building operating with its own utilities.
What about electrical service?
Has its own.
It does.
Yes. So while we are completing the construction documents on this project and preparing it for bidding, we still need the special permit approval. We still need the DOT encroachment permit. While the DOT has given us a green light, we still need to apply for the permit. We still need to get demolition permits, and we still need to get building permits. And for it to start, the PD still has to relocate to 39 Locust. So I wanted to give you just a couple slides on 39 Locust, because
Just before you go there, in earlier discussions about the use of this building, particularly for under the earlier version of moving the police station elsewhere, there's a lot of conversation about this building as a structure and the difficulty of renovating. This particularly arose with respect to the possibility of using it for housing. how far are you in the design process and what are the practical aspects you're going to run into converting this building, and how extensive will the renovations be?
If you're familiar with the term renovate as new, they use it for school construction a lot. Renovate as new is giving this building a new 50-year life, 50+ year life. So we're bringing this building up to new code standards. We're doing a complete gut and renovation of this building. It's not just a minor interior redecorating. It's going to be an extensive internal renovation. As far as the structural impacts of the existing building, we're actually pleasantly surprised. In 1928, they built quite a building. And we've had 2 mason experts come down and look at the building. We've received 2 reports. Both of the reports gave glowing references on the condition of the brick, the condition of the exterior. There's really no distress in that entire exterior brick since 1928.
Other than the first floor, which was.
Which is a waterproofing. But the original masonry is still very good. The structure's been incredibly well preserved, and to remove the back and put on a new addition, we were pleasantly surprised that there's really not a lot of structural impacts to the existing building at all. A lot of that structural improvement was done in 1980.
And the wide hallways, for example, that exist, will they continue?
They will the wide hallway is all but disappeared on the main floor. There is no wide hallway on the main floor. On the upper floor, the wide hallway was infilled with new storage, kitchenette, bathroom facilities on the upper floor, and that was done in 2007. The only wide corridor that we have currently is in the lower level, and that will be restored to a wide hallway. Right now, it's a fitness room.
So relative to the building envelope as a whole, then some of the earlier concerns that were raised in other meetings that you probably weren't even involved with then have disappeared or gone away, or?
More investigation and found that the building is really relatively easy to perform these renovations.
Thank you.
I know it's late. I think you wanted a little bit of information on 39 Locust. I'm not going to get into a lot of the detail other than to say the Board of Ed is planning to move out around the end of August. We're looking to do some minor tenant fit out starting in September, October to prepare this building for a November occupancy by the police department. This building will not have any prisoner processing or any detention moving to this location. All of that function is going to be done in an arrangement that the police department have made with other agencies. So 39 Locust will only have admin, investigative staffs, and patrol functions operating, as well as dispatch. I show you this overall slide. 39 Locust is the red dot in the middle, but I show the overall slide because it is in close proximity to the Locust Avenue lot. And the Locust Avenue lot does provide additional parking needs for the 39 Locust location. The blow up on the 39 Locust, we have 5 spaces of on-street parking, and the 5 spaces will be reserved for public use, for public access to police services. 43 spaces occur within the property lines. 43 spaces currently. 2 of the spaces will be taken up by a temporary emergency generator that they have to bring onto the site, wire into the building to provide a standby generator for the facility. So that temporary generator is going to sit there for the duration of their occupancy as a police department, taking 2 spaces. So the remaining 41 spaces is a combination of open spaces on the site, spaces that exist under the building, which are accessed off of Forest Street, and covered spaces which are accessed off of Locust Avenue. So there's a combination of open air spaces, covered spaces, and underground spaces. All of those 41 spaces are being proposed to be utilized by the police department, fleet vehicles, and staff. The overflow at the Locust Avenue lot provides another 10 spaces for overflow. And this is it within the lease for 39 Locust Avenue. It's not something that we're just making up. This is written within the lease. For that facility, it's the same arrangement that the Board of Ed currently has. So this is no change in an existing condition that's happening at 39 Locust. The main floor of 39 Locust will have 2 points of public access. One to the left of this slide is coming off the corner of Forest and Locust. But we have steps to get up to that access point. There is an alternative public access point, which comes off the covered parking, which comes into the lobby, which would be the lobby space for the facility. We are proposing another new restricted access point into the stairwell that you see, and that would just be for staff use, access controlled, no public access. So we have that for access to the site, access into the building for public use. And then the police department would be utilizing this floor, ground floor, and then 2 additional floors above it.
I have a few questions, if I may. Could you go back to the historic picture of the building when it was the high school?
Yeah, I like that picture.
This is back then. So the I'm going to call it the basement windows that have been bricked up, and the
grade is
the grade has been raised up to about that level. That's going to remain.
That concrete band level, that limestone band level is where the grade has been brought up to.
Okay, and that's going to stay.
It is.
Okay.
That's the area that we're going to have to re-excavate, re-waterproof, because there is water infiltration getting into the basement. And because of that, breaking up the windows. And
I mean, in the end, if we didn't feel good about waterproofing down there, we wouldn't have decided to refurbish this building overall.
Okay, and the fenestration that we see here, the divided light and the double hung windows, that is going to be the future fenestration for this building with, okay, more modern glass and windows, but same exterior design.
Yes, we're going to replicate the panes. And while these, if you can see it in the picture, some of these are tilting, they're tilt sash that were originally put in 1928. So no, we're not going to replicate tilt sash. We're going to put them in as a single hung, but it'll have the same pattern, mutton patterns.
6x4, 4x6.
I can't see the cupolas behind that tree, but it's still there.
It is still there, and
it kind of blends in the background a bit.
It's still there.
And there's a cupola. Maybe you can go to the design of the front, the drawings that show the cupola and so forth. There it is. Full disclosure, I'm a clock collector, and I actually make clocks. And that circle there basically screams, put a clock here. I'm going to say that, and I'm sure you're nodding and you see that too. Apparently it was never installed when the building was constructed. Sometimes they don't do that, and to save a few dollars. This might be a time to rectify that and put a clock in. I'm thinking of the 4-face clock we have at South Avenue and Elm, which was installed not too long ago, that I think is a very nice clock and people like it. This may be something else you may wish to seriously consider. I'll just put that out there. On the second one, people are often very sensitive of older buildings, public buildings. And we have one near, as you mentioned, nearly 100 years old. Could you talk about the preservation of the facade, enhancement of that? I'm understanding, without answering my own question, that you want to return essentially the front and the sides to the status quo ante, what it looked like when it was built as a high school. Is that correct? And you can talk some more detail about the preservation enhancement of the envelope of the building?
The masonry, while it's in good condition, it's going to be cleaned and restored.
Mhm.
So we have part of the project is a complete masonry cleaning and masonry restoration. As far as masonry restoration, the most distressed masonry is around the base of the columns, around the entry pieces. The main body of the building is actually in very good condition, but it's where it gets closest to the ground is where you have most of that deterioration. So there is some limited masonry restoration, but the cleaning will be done to take some of the dirt off of what's been there for 100 years. So that's the masonry. All of the limestone is actually in pretty good condition. The column capitals are in good shape, the bases, the sills, the heads of the windows is all limestone. That's just going to get cleaned. The windows will get removed and replaced. And then the roof, as they said, originally it was a slate roof.
Hmm.
When they re-roofed the building, they've re-roofed it with asphalt shingles.
Hmm.
So in the alternate that we have, alternate number 1 is to remove the asphalt shingles and replace it with a composite slate product. It's a maintenance-free 50-year plus composite slate. It's not stone material, but it's a manufactured product that would resemble the slate. So if that alternate was accepted, that was the intent, not to just replace it with asphalt shingles, but to get it back with authentic snow guards and the look of slate back on the roof. The wood has been a maintenance problem for this building. The wood is just a continual now paint, repaint, restore, repaint. And after 100 years, the wood trims, which happened at the cornice and all the dental moldings, and it has a built-in gutter with cornice work. All of the cupola is wood, exposed wood. That's really taken the test of time. So we're removing the wood products and replicating it back with cellular PVC and cast plastic products. The FIPON, if you're familiar with a FIPON product, they resemble and they can actually replicate the detailing. The top of the cupola, the base of the cupola, we can remove the wood, restore it back with maintenance-free products, but the top of the cupola will get removed and then a new one constructed out of maintenance-free cellular PVC, cast plastic, brought to the site and then replaced on the building.
Well, getting rid of the asphalt shingle, I would personally be in favor of. I can't stand the stuff on historic buildings, but that's me.
So did that answer your question?
Yes.
Addition, it's gonna match.
The brick on the rear will match the brick on the existing building. So we're going to make this look like it was all built in 1928.
So the exterior skinning of the building will be consistent 180 degrees.
Correct.
Also, you mentioned a few of the sustainable aspects of it, such as the windows, which I presume would be very tight. You could talk about maybe use of electricity. You mentioned solar, gray water issues and so forth. Anything else you would like to highlight for the commission?
The heating and cooling system in here is going to be a VRF system. It's an electric system. We're going to go more dependent on electricity than gas. There is gas service to the building, to the boilers. So gas is still going to be there to generate hot water. But the VRF system would be providing your cooling capacity for the summer. And the solar panels would offset that electric load of the VRF system for mechanical. The other thing we're doing with the envelope is we're increasing the R value in the attic because heat rises. So we're increasing the R value in the attic, but along all of the exterior walls, we're furring out the walls and providing thermal foam spray insulation before new drywall's applied. So the exterior envelope itself is going to be improved as far as an R value. And as far as infiltration, the thermal foam, closed cell thermal foam is going to create a barrier for heat loss.
Why have gas heat for hot water? I mean, you can have hot water on demand with electric on site, and that way you only run one set of pipes as opposed to two. I've seen this in many installations, and it's pretty quick, and it gets very warm. You
One
avoid use of
earlier-
gas and so on.
An earlier slide that I had here was in 2021, they did install a new boiler. They converted the building from oil to gas.
Mhm.
It's the last line. They installed a new boiler. The boiler in there is there are two boilers currently. One of the boilers is going to be maintained because it's new, and that's gas driven hot water. So we're not, it's an asset that we're going to maintain until it's meets its useful life.
And the gutters in the exterior, usually they, at that age, they were copper,
Yes.
which lasts forever. It's expensive, but it lasts forever. Looks nice. What are you planning there?
Well, the front has been relined. It's was relined as far as the new roof. They're exposed downspouts on the front of the building, and they're exposed downspouts in the rear. The rear gutter is not a built-in gutter on the building,
Mhm.
but it's an applied gutter with downspouts. That gets replaced. But the front gutter, which is a built-in gutter, that would remain in place. If we don't do the re-roofing, that would remain in place.
Okay, there's a final question, and it's one that this commission is taking up later on, is charging stations for electric vehicles. Could you talk about what, if anything, your plans are in your parking lot?
Nothing's being planned other than conduits right now for the front spaces for public parking. There has been discussion about fleet vehicles transforming over to electric powered vehicles. But it gets to be a very expensive conversation, because in the fleet vehicle side, they would need rapid charging. And that becomes very expensive and would have to be put in place before you get your first vehicle. It's a higher voltage, it's a shorter charge. It would be a whole new infrastructure of electrical service beyond what the building requires. It would have to be its own service. So that would be a project for the future that is not being considered in this renovation.
Just a heads up, and this is my last question, Mr. Chairman. One of the things that's being discussed tonight is whether there should be a change in our zoning regulations, which would require buildings such as this to have a certain level of charging stations, so that Apple may drop, and it may drop on you. So you're now informed. Okay.
So noted.
Thank you. Those are my questions. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
I just want to clarify on that. We're just having a discussion tonight. We're not voting on any sort of regulations for the charging stations or anything like that. So
I understand, but
I just want to clarify.
that's the first bite at the apple. So just so you aren't surprised later on. Fair enough?
Yes, and as I said, I just have the great honor of being the one to present this, and everybody in the room is also listening.
Just passing information along.
Thank you.
That's all. Thank you.
Commissioners, any other questions?
Why didn't you go 2 stories up in the back?
When we originally did the 2018 space needs assessment, there was the original slide that I show you when we determined the needs of the facility. That needs assessment determined an overall square footage requirement for the PD. And putting on the 2-story addition and satisfying the Sallyport bays, we're meeting and exceeding the square footage requirement that was looked at in 2018. So that was one primary. It's construction cost of going extra floor without the program need to go the extra floor. We're utilizing the roof of that back 2nd story to place mechanicals out of sight. And And if we went 3 stories, we'd be a little bit more complicated with the roof transition from the existing building onto a higher roof and trying to place mechanicals and out of sight. So I guess it's a quick answer to say the police department feel confident that this square footage is satisfying their needs for the next 20+ years.
What's the latest with a shooting range?
Not my,
Not part of this,
yeah, that's not my lane.
out of town.
It's above my pay grade. And they,
Okay.
Anything else, commissioners? Commissioners on Zoom, any questions? Okay.
I
Thank you.
just want to say also, I'm encouraged by the preservation of the envelope and sympathetic addition. Think about the clock and the landscaping though. Okay.
thank you.
Thank you.
Do you need to open this to public? Right? So we're still not done, everyone. Is there anyone in the room that, in the public, that wants to speak to this application? What about on Zoom land? Anyone in the public that wants to speak to this application? Think we're good? Great. This application's closed.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We're gonna vote on it later. We're not gonna vote on that at all. Because he closed it. We
Yeah, he
could.
closed it, so you could get it over with.
All right, commissioners, we've got a couple things to discuss here. We did already discuss and vote on 105 Elm Street. So that one's done.
Yep.
Jumping back to the previous, the earlier applications, 113 Hemlock Hill, that's extended and continued. 13 Woodridge Circle. This is the pool within the 150-foot front yard setback, but it's a corner lot, so they've got 250-foot setbacks to deal with on this one. Do I have any motion for either approval or denial on this one?
Could I just ask a question?
Of course.
Sarah, you said earlier that there were no neighbor commentaries on this?
Correct.
So if you're ready to accept a motion on this, I would actually move we approve, but with a condition that the trees be replaced that are removed in respect to the neighbor right across the street from that side.
It's Commissioner Chris, I second the motion.
Didn't the neighbors say, didn't the applicant say they did not want to replace the trees because they wanted to potentially keep that as a
Access point.
access?
Yeah.
Potential driveway for the future?
No, I mean, that's my suggestion though for condition. I don't see a need for a driveway to access a swimming pool. Right? And you know, to me, if I'm the neighbors across the street, right, who currently, and I'm quite familiar with this location, right? You're taking down a bunch of trees for a purpose that I honestly don't understand or wasn't convincing to me. If other people on the committee feel differently, I'm fine taking that away. But they're asking for ability to put a pool in here and remove some trees, which are going to cause somebody else to have to see an access road that I honestly don't quite understand the need for.
It's precisely why we have a regulation that doesn't allow swimming pools in people's front lawns, because we don't want to look at them. And so it's not just the neighbor across the street. It's just not done anywhere in town in an unscreened way. So to remove the screening makes no sense at all. It's just not consistent with the entire town.
I mean, in looking at the application, the comment I made is to continue the line of large evergreens further east to block that view. Knowing the site as well, I literally lived across the street for 2 years. I don't see, and knowing how much space they have to juxtapose the trees. I understand they want to maintain access, but there's no reason you couldn't either relocate a tree or plant a new tree to still give you access, but not a view into the pool. Stagger them.
Me too.
Mr. Chairman, I would know, I mean, my own drive-bys of that area, then on Woodridge Drive, that if you're looking sort of uphill towards the house, there are some evergreens there, but they're kind of spotty.
Mhm.
And, you know, an additional, I'm going to call it 3 on that side, which would sort of extend the perimeter and fill in the perimeter as well as Commissioner Cassavant mentioned, replacing the trees going to be taken down. I get they got to take them down to get there. Okay, I get that, but
Yep.
you've got to put something back. I think would address any reasonable screening issues because it's pretty thickly screened as it is now, and this would simply, you know, fill in a few gaps and replace what's being taken away. So it would be 3 and 3 would be a suggestion I would make to you since your motion.
Yeah, I'm not suggesting that they do anything except replace the trees that they're taking out to do the construction. I don't think it needs to be more than that. I don't think they need to put in 20 feet tall.
Right.
Grown trees. I just don't think it's fair to the neighbors to.
Are you okay with slightly modifying that condition, saying replace the 3 in a staggered configuration to allow the access, but block the view?
I think that's a superior way of suggesting, saying what I suggest.
Also, would you want to mandate the size? You know, so they don't put a whip in there, they put in something of a certain caliber or size.
I don't think it's necessary to do that. I just don't think there should be a gaping hole there.
Right.
Okay.
I think they should be a size of at least 6 feet so that because that's what you see when you drive or walk. So, and I think it's an easy standard, you know,
So at least 6 feet at installation.
at least, yeah.
I defer to you folks on that. I mean, John, I know you're expert at this, but you know.
6 feet's fine to me.
And then to tag on to that, added evergreens on the east edge of that line of trees. I'm just not sure how to quantify how many or how much.
My own view, Mr. Chairman, it'd be 3 is probably adequate since there
Okay.
is some there. And again, they would be at least 6 foot.
Yep.
Because especially in the winter, I mean, in the summer. Well, summer you can't because there's other foliage, but in the winter you can see through it.
Yep.
Reasonably well. This would take care of all that. And so essentially you have a very well screened private pool.
Agreed.
That's agreeable to you, Commissioner Cassavant?
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Anything further on this one, commissioners? Okay. So we have a motion to approve with conditions. Mr. Cassavant and Mr. Chris second. I'll call out the vote. Dan Radman, I vote yes. Krista Nielsen,
Yes.
Dick Ward,
Yes.
Ken Turner,
Yes.
John Chris,
Yes.
Art Cassavant,
Yes.
Claire Tiscornia,
Yes.
Chris Herring,
Yes.
John Engel.
Yes.
This one's approved. Next one, 164 Smith Ridge Road, the Field Club. Discussions or motion?
I mean, I think I'll start. I think the neighbor is pretty agitated. I don't know how much the club's done a lot for him. I do know pickleball is loud.
Oh, yeah. I don't know if
Has been seated.
you're allowed to ask questions, but you're not allowed to deliberate and vote on it.
Got it.
Sorry.
I have a lot of points too.
Being an alternate, we've all been there.
In the form of a question.
Sorry.
I get it.
But to carry on that train of thought, Mr. O'Sullivan, as everyone's heard, they've been there for 30+ years. They have been progressively, I used to be a member of the field club, grew up with my kids there. So I've seen the evolution of their house and getting bigger and better and building on it. I do understand their concerns. I'm not a big pickleball player. I don't know anyone here is, but anytime I've watched it, it is unlike paddle, it is kind of annoying because all you're hearing is that plastic ball slamming that asphalt the whole time. So I can understand their concerns on the screening, but as I mentioned during the meeting, if you look at the applicants and even their supplemental plan, which adds more screening on the west side, they did add fairly large green giants and hemlocks along Mr. O'Sullivan's property. Then at the next level at the Tennis Pros house, and then another layer over at the pickleball courts along the entire length of the pickleball courts. So I think they've made the effort to try and do what was reasonable in terms of addressing his concerns. We heard on the lighting side what they're doing about the lighting. And we also heard them address the security concern in terms of trying to monitor the property. And I would agree with Mr. Rucci. It's, you know, if there's someone there in the middle of the night, it's not the field club's problem, just like it wouldn't be anyone else's or myself at Irwin Park. I would call the cops. You know, I'm not gonna call the neighbor and wonder why they're not at their property, monitoring their property.
How about the dumpster placement?
I don't know about that. I probably should have asked a little bit more about that because the last time I remember the dumpster being further up the curve, not anywhere near the O'Sullivan's property. It's kind of up around the curve, closer to the parking area by the tennis pavilion. That's more of a management thing on the part of the field club, I would think. You know, we can ask for them to have closed dumpster enclosures, not open, to try and prevent, you know, varmints and rodents from getting in. I'm sure they have a regularly scheduled pickup for it during active periods. Beyond that, you know, I don't know what else we can do.
Well, it's Commissioner Turner. I'd like to say that this application is consistent with what we've approved in the past.
It is.
The New Canaan Country Club had an application with their pool, which was very similar as far as the setback, the distance from Smith Ridge. This is consistent. I don't see any reason why we wouldn't approve this based on past applications and the evidence that is put in front of us tonight.
I'd actually disagree because I don't think the two are comparable in that the ratio of site development and the proximity to neighbors is quite different. If you look at the size of the country club, they have an 18+ golf course, and the pool development there is in a corner that's not adjacent to neighbors. Whereas this lot is only 11 acres. And if I heard the site designer, I've forgotten his name, sorry, he's always in front of us. But 11 acres, which is plus or minus 48,000 square feet. He said 167 of that is impervious. So a good 35% of it's impervious, which is a pretty significant proportion for 11 acres. And then they're asking to increase it another 8,300 impervious and also going beyond building coverage. So I would argue that those are very different circumstances than what we saw at the country club.
I would have to disagree with you. I just think the country club, they're directly across the street from neighbors. We had some of the neighbors come in and speak to us in favor of the project, which I was surprised at. But they were literally across the street from the new pool. We have neighbors
Do you
directly.
think the
across
country
the
club is
street.
the same size lot?
No, that's not what you're saying. You're saying that it's not the
That's
same because they were.
exactly what
new
I said. I
neighbors.
said the ratio of development per lot size is totally different.
I'm just speaking to what you said about the location of the neighbors. There are neighbors directly across the street from New Canaan Country Club.
No, many hundreds of feet away
Not from the
versus
pool, not from the new pool, not from the tennis courts.
even from the pool and
It's directly across the street.
in the 4-acre zone.
This is a 2-acre zone.
2 acres.
2-acre zone.
Thank
It's in the same zone.
But it's Commissioner Turner. I think you have to, consider the impact. What is the noise? What is the environmental impact to the neighbors? I don't think there's really much difference between a country club and, this paddleball facility. It doesn't have a negative imprint or a negative impact on the environment and the neighbors. So, I think we have to, keep that in consideration.
I guess when I look at this, I think about comparing this also to the country club is what's built and how close is it to others? Since the country club is a very large very large campus, but the buildings are all along Country Club Road and across the street from neighbors, as Commissioner Tiscornia mentions. And here it depends on where things are placed, which such as this neighbor. The items that are being suggested, or the applicant is discussing, is putting some courts along Smith Ridge Road, which is the busiest road, I think, in town, the fastest speeds. It's below grade for the road, and so it's a bit hidden. They're going to clean up some of the areas close to the road, which needs to be done. And I think that the landscape plan they presented to us in those separate sheets speak to many, maybe not every concern, but many of the concerns of Mr. O'Sullivan and his wife, the O'Sullivan family. And so I think they're sort of working on it. The things I would mention that we should require is one is in the handicapped parking, that they would ensure that the handicap lots spaces are fully consistent with the size restrictions, which they're working on. They said they do it. And the second is that we requirement that any and all plantings that would be installed must be maintained. Anything that's dead or damaged has to be replaced. We have it written in, so it's not like plant them, they die, you just forget about it. Those are the things I would focus on. I would hope that would address many of the issues that the Sullivan household is concerned about. Maybe not everyone, but this would seem to be an improvement over the current conditions. So
I'd like to approve it also with conditions. I thought the lighting, shading was an important condition.
that's a good one.
I thought the access control, they said we are interested, as the O'Sullivans are, in access control after 10 o'clock. So we're interested. They suggested license plate readers or I would say, or an alternative, which could be motion sensors or whatever kind of alarm. So there was the lighting, there was the access control, the noise. We haven't addressed. Mr. O'Sullivan suggested that we could either plant more trees or a fence. And I would say some sort of noise mitigation. And I would leave that for them to work out with him. They could either plant more trees or they could solve that with an acoustic fence. But I would think that could be a low cost method of accomplishing what he was trying to do. He also talked about the placement of the trees, that the placement isn't necessary. Some placement will solve noise, and some placement of tall trees, if they're too close to him, I guess, don't do any good. So I guess the placement of the trees, it seemed to me that they placed them in the right place. So I think
Yeah, I agree with that.
they met that criteria.
Yeah, like I said, it appears to me they staged them in 3 different tiers, along that separation between the courts and Mr. O'Sullivan's property, consciously trying to create, different layers of screening. We could ask them to supplement and, to help mitigate the noise. But again, someone brought up the very key point is the fact that the O'Sullivans are, 30 plus feet elevated in elevation over where these court areas are. You can plant as much as you want, you're still gonna
So,
have
so would a
visibility is.
fence on that side of, and it seems like pickleball is the only offender of noise. I mean, there's gonna be people having fun on paddle courts, can't do much about that, but if pickle is really a much noisier sport and that can be shielded.
Well,
Should
this
it be?
this is a strange, I mean, what's odd is perhaps the most effective way of screening would be to have the O'Sullivans plant something on their property that's actually up there on that surface. So, I know this is probably a little unusual, but to provide for a supply like $3,000 worth of trees for the O'Sullivans to plant on their property. That's actually.
If they're open to it, yeah.
Well, I
Well,
think
I
we
don't
actually
know if we
heard
can-
that.
Sure,
state
if you
quite
require them to do
specifically.
that.
No, I know
On the
we can't. I know
O'Sullivans.
this is incredibly complex and like we'd never be able to do this, but I'm
Right,
just
right,
saying
but
like
listen-
pragmatically, that seems to be one of the better things to do.
But Chris, listen to what was actually said by the O'Sullivans tonight. One of the complaints of Mr. O'Sullivan was that the plantings were gonna be, quote, right on his property line. And in addition to that, he pointed out that he'd done an addition on his house and he bought his house knowing the pre-existence of the condition club, the existence of the club. I found some of the discussion tonight a little bit dissembling because I think that the club could do a much better job. I do know that we used to be members of the Lake Club and there were very strict rules about when you shut those lights out. And that was 15 years ago. So I don't quite get that somebody doesn't want an access gate and they don't tell them you shut out the lights or you get suspended from the club. But notwithstanding that, the O'Sullivans, for their part, built an addition and then they bought this house. They knew the club was there, right? And then they said they don't want those trees so close to their property line, right? I don't know how you're going to satisfy that set of conditions.
Right.
So.
Sullivan's also said it's only been a problem for the last 10 years, not the first 20 years that they were there. They said it's gotten worse. And so, but the club has only taken some of those steps, like the lighting control timers, in the last 6 months. And they were making complaints about things that occurred before that.
Right, but lighting controls of clubs have been around forever and ever. So I thought that Councilor Rucci's comment saying they should call the police is actually quite useful. I wonder if there are recorded complaints on file or not. I don't know, but.
It's Commissioner Turner. We all bought a property under the understanding of our neighbors and what we thought was reality. Things change. And if you live within an institutional environment, which, this isn't institutional, but recreational, things change. And, to rely on, you bought this property with the understanding of what was going on, I don't think is valid. It's just wrong because the institutions, these people that own these properties have a change in use and they push it. And I think we have to be, a little more understanding about people that have the property. They bought it with the understanding and things have changed. And I don't think it's fair to say that, you just bought it understanding the way it was. It changes.
I think the applicant, the representatives from the club, they were very receptive to limited conditions, let's put it that way, on things we've been discussing here in terms of noise mitigation, lighting control, access control, all of that. I don't think there's going to be any pushback on that, but you're right, Mr. Turner. Our responsibility is to try and review and approve applications like this such that they don't make the conditions for the neighbors any worse. Right? The applicant, the neighbors, when they bought the property, the club was there. They knew it was going to be there, just like the people next to the Y knew that the Y was going to be there, or the high school or the police station or whatever it may be. Our role is to try and filter through the application and try and ensure that what's being proposed, whatever change is being proposed, does not make the the peaceful use of the neighboring properties any worse than what they previously had.
And Mr. Chairman, I mean, just looking at the picture they gave us, the supplement.
Yep.
You know, the pickleball courts are two of those, and they're going to be new. And between the neighbor, looking at on Smith Ridge,
Mhm.
you have a big picket line of hemlocks.
Mhm.
So, and then we have the two-story house, we have some other trees being put in from another point of view, which extends essentially the screening of the house. Then we have more screening directly on the property line, and then really farther down to the left along the road. The only thing I can think of to extend screening is to have the picket line along the road extended up towards the corner of the property. It's about all I can think of as far as screening. For plants, I defer to others, the issues of lights and cameras and so forth, which are certainly very valid. But I think that's would seem to be the best place to enhance screening, because the O'Sullivan family did mention that, you know, they look down into the road and traffic and so on the interior of the campus. This may ameliorate that situation.
Sadly, I don't think any amount of trees are gonna mitigate the noise coming off a pickleball court.
That's true.
No,
I think,
It's annoying, it's loud, it's annoying, and
but I think they've done,
that's a fair
they've
point.
got 10 green giants going in tightly spaced right along that edge.
right, I was just speaking to Mr. Chris's point, like.
Yeah.
I don't know how many trees you'd have to plant to
Yeah.
mitigate that noise.
Commissioner Tiscornia, I would agree with you that, you know, is this does this fix it? The answer is no. You know, I don't want to make the best the enemy of the good. And does it sort of take some of the edge off? Okay, maybe that's something.
Yeah, I think that.
That's my point. I concur with you that it's not a fix.
Yeah.
It's maybe an assistance, but not a fix. I agree.
I'd like to see more trees, if that's what you're suggesting.
That's what
More
I'm
than the
suggesting.
plan. I don't know how many
I
that
would-
is, but more.
I would recommend additional trees at the pickleball court area to provide additional acoustic screening.
Is it enough to say, subject to the?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you think you have enough information?
How many,
So,
what
I
type
mean,
though?
I guess just looking at the plan, there are trees surrounding the whole side of the pickleball court that faces the O'Sullivan. So what, you're looking for an
Well,
extra row of?
Oh,
He-
excuse me, when you say trees, are they deciduous? What,
No.
No,
They're
they're,
mixed.
They're
so
one's
It's a
up
mix.
against
It's
the,
summer maples.
they're what, I'm sorry, what kind of trees?
The ones that are proposed right now along the pickleball court are green giants, evergreens.
Okay, thank you.
And there are 8.
so you're looking for an additional row?
Well,
essentially, or-
One of the things Mr. O'Sullivan said was he thought that the line was not long enough. And he thought, I don't know if that's right, that the sound would go around the line. So if the line was extended and made more thick, I think that would be a step in the right direction. It might satisfy his concern.
So are we at maybe conditions and can we
Here-
talk about the size of the trees?
I think they're 8 to 10 footers as identified on the current planting plan. So we're looking to increase the density of those already specified.
Yes.
And the conditions we've currently discussed are, number one, confirming that there is adequate handicap parking in the lot in its reconfigured condition. That all plantings to be installed, that are to be installed are maintained. Shades or cutoff shades on the light fixtures, both the new and the existing, to try and help mitigate light bleed. Security concerns, the club already identified security measures that they're going to be putting in place. And then the trees, adding some trees to the area of the pickleball court.
When you
Well,
s-
then I put forward that our chairman has articulated the conditions, and I think we should move forward for approval with conditions.
I would suggest, as Commissioner Chris, when we say more trees, I think we need to be specific on number, where placement and size. Otherwise, it becomes a bit fuzzy.
I would recommend 50% more trees at the area of the pickleball court equal to or greater than the already specified size and species.
Agreed.
Where should, Mr. Chairman, where should they be placed?
I mean, you've got parking area here, so it's going to be along the north edge and extending eastward. Because if you look at where the O'Sullivans are, you know, doing any planting here is not going to make any difference to them. Going this way might, but it's really along the north edge to try and increase the density of the plantings facing them directly.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, as far as number, how many do we have here? 1, 2,
There's 10
3,
there.
4, 10. So let's say 5.
Yep.
That they've
stagger them.
extended from starting where the maple is tended to be in,
Mhm.
on the other side of the maple, and then extend parallel to the proposed plantings towards the property line.
Agreed.
The layered tranches.
But Commissioner Chris, you're not a landscape architect. You're articulating the exact locations where these trees should be, and I'm not sure, and I'm not questioning your ability to understand where they should be, but, you know, are you sure that this is the right location where these trees should be?
Well, the suggestion from some other commissioners, Commissioner Turner, is that the pickleball courts with noise and visibility are particular issues for this neighbor family. And while there are going to be a number of trees in a very tight picket line between the pickleball court closest to their house and we put another line in there which would provide further screening and a second level of density to cut down noise and potential any other visibility leakages. That is sort of my thinking regarding the placement of the trees.
And your thinking is right on, but should there be an expert that actually locates where those trees are instead of a general statement?
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think we would look for their landscape architect to come back to the planner with a proposed layout that the planner can review and approve.
So maybe you say like, just to give more latitude there, to just say we'd like a condition of increasing trees by 20%, you know, in the, you know, 50, well, I don't know what percentage. I'm just
50.
I'm sorry, what does 20% mean? I'm sorry.
We're talking quantity. We currently have 10 trees along that line. We're saying add 5, so increase it by 50%. And we'll look for the landscape architect to come back to us with a revised planting plan.
And Mr. Chairman, would the town hall zoning staff have the ability to approve that?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, we all have to be very honest about what we're looking at here. I mean, it's a pretty linear relationship of these courts, the screening and the O'Sullivan's property, right? There's nowhere to plant to the west. It's road and parking. And to the east is Route 123. So I don't think we're worried about noise going there. So we want to just concentrate our efforts to separate the O'Sullivans and the courts.
Could we make a recommendation, not a condition, just a recommendation that they consider putting in a gate, not a locked gate? Because I think that comment, you know, that the police would have a problem with fire. Obviously, that's true. But a gate is certainly, if it's closed at a certain time, it's a message to members that they shouldn't be in there, and most, you know, decent people would observe it.
Well, I think back when we approved this thing, I think Dick, yourself, myself and Kent, I think we were the only ones on the commission at the time. And I do remember them talking about because there is a gate there on both the entrance and the exit drive. And I don't remember if there were any conditions associated with the installation of that gate as part of that application, but
No.
they did put it in for a reason, right? I don't know if it was meant to be locked off hours or not.
So do they not close it at night? Because the Sullivans seemed to think that people were out there having a great old time at.
Right.
all-
I don't know. We'd have to look back to the 2014 approval, I think 14 or 15 approval.
15, there are
15.
no, so I have it pulled up. There are no conditions regarding the gate. It's just activity is required to end at 10 PM.
Okay.
Which it seems they may not be following.
Well, we do have an interesting issue then that comes up. If in fact that approval required that activity end at 10 PM, we did hear them say tonight that at 10:15 the lights go out, but already you're beyond the limit of what that requirement, I would argue, is.
Well, they said it's for safety reasons that all activity is supposed to stop
Well,
at
then
10.
one would think that at 9:45 you would stop playing. I'm not,
Yeah.
I understand the O'Sullivan's concern about that.
Yeah.
If in fact that's what it said in the 15 approval.
It says it, right before that, it says lighting shall shut off no later than 10 PM. Except for requisite emergency.
Excuse me, but the lighting shuts off at 10 PM, but doesn't say that people can't be in that area. I think we need to
all
be a
activities
little more, specific and perhaps a new condition that nobody is on the property at that time.
So it says all activities on the property must cease by 10 PM. So I don't know how much more.
Well, what does that mean, activity?
It's clear to me.
I would
No,
personally interpret
think-
that if we were given a complaint in the office, if someone said, oh, there are people still here at 10:30 and I saw this condition, I would interpret it to mean that everyone needs to be exiting the property at 10. If there are people inside a building, it might be harder to
Well,
enforce.
then, make it simple. Let us state that they must exit the property at that time.
Well, I
I
mean,
don't know. I mean, people
think-
have matches, they're socializing, they're having a good time, they play paddle, they go into the hut.
Yeah.
Let's say they turn off the light, maybe they can stay till later than 10.
Oh, come
Usually-
on.
Yeah, well, usually it's the thing that has to stop at 10 is like the outdoor lights and the noise and all that. But if you
Okay,
go
so
back,
you're
it's
saying that-
January, no one else is outside.
You're saying that they can exceed 10 o'clock in their activity.
I mean, we did have a pretty clear prior approval, whether that was right or wrong. It's very clear. I mean, I'd expect you've got to be out of there at 10. I mean, whether we should have done that, I have no idea.
Well, maybe now that they have an executive director, he'll be able to, or a general manager, he'll be able to enforce that better. Because
Well,
it sounds
what he
like,
told us tonight was, well, already, I'm not even shutting out the lights till 10:15 and then people go in and have a drink. Man, I don't know if I have a problem with that. I'm just saying that really flouts the capacity of this board on any matter to say something is done a certain way and you're gonna ignore that. Think of the issues we deal with every time we deal with a Grace or one of these other churches, and we spend hours enforcing those provisions.
Yeah.
Mhm. I think we have a precedent here of the previous approval and
Yeah.
being very clear that the 10 PM was the cutoff time, both for lights and activity and whatever it may be. Time to shut it down. It's going to be up to them to leave before 10 PM and make sure the lights go off and get off the property. Whether it makes that much of a difference, I don't know.
Yeah.
We're
or
talking
enforcement
15
of that's
minutes.
gonna be. But yeah,
Um,
if it's written in a prior approval as a condition, we
It
should
is.
recognize it.
Yeah.
If we enforced it or tried to.
You guys okay with that?
So back to the access control, are we making a recommendation for a gate? Are we making a recommendation for anything?
I think we make a recommendation for the club to reinforce their security measures on site, whether that be gate control, cameras, security lighting, motion sensors, whatever it may be. But I would leave it to the discretion of the club to try and figure out how to keep their property safe. Because ultimately, it's their responsibility as well to make sure nothing's happening on site, because it's a liability issue for them. And then
Oh,
defer to the.
Yeah, no, that's, I go along with.
I'm sorry,
Guys.
Mr. Chairman, you know, we can say it's up to them, you know, to do this, but, you know, it's difficult for any institution to, police and to understand what happens on their environment. They don't have the, facility, they don't have the, manpower to police it.
Understood,
And,
but we as a
I
commission,
just think that we need to make a strong message that, you know, we are aware of what's going on and that they have to come up with something beyond what they've done in the past to police this.
no, I agree. I think that's what we are saying, but we as a commission can't dictate what that solution has to be. We can make a recommendation as to what we want the applicant to do to address the concerns of the neighbors specific to the security of the property. But we can't tell them it's going to be one measure or another. There's a whole host of liability issues that come in when we get into that realm.
Yes, you're right, but when we're approving additional applications, uses.
Yep.
We certainly have the ability to highlight and to
Yeah.
focus on, you know, what they need to understand to
Yeah.
make this a safe environment for everybody.
Agreed. I think, I mean, maybe the way to word it is that the applicant shall institute security measures to make sure that there's no, you know, trespassers after hours and that the property is maintained safe and secure, or something like that.
And advise the zoning officer of the measures that they're taking.
I just think we're falling into a gray area at
Yeah.
that point of,
I'm worried.
so does planning and zoning staff have to make sure that they're securing their property properly, or is that a police issue?
can't.
And then it's,
We
you
can't.
know,
No, we're not saying that at all. We're
We're
simply
just saying
saying
that. I think
that
what
we're, you know, gonna approve an application with the understanding that there are conditions that have to be met. And, you know, maybe it's a precondition before our approval.
like I said, we can be more general about what our recommendation is. We can't be very specific for a host of reasons. So I don't think it's a condition of approval. It's a recommendation on our approval, as part of our approval. That's about as far as we can go with it.
Yeah, I'm not comfortable recommending to St. Aloysius that they put cameras and access control on theirs and then move over to St. Luke's and tell them
we've
they
never
need to
done
do
that.
the same. And I mean, it's a slippery slope to start telling what kind of security all these institutions have to employ. But it will be a strong enough message to put it as one of the conditions that they undertake security.
Right. I think we're all responding to what the O'Sullivans mentioned about people being on the property. But again, I go back to the comment that was made by Mr. Rucci, which is true. If there's someone on that property in the middle of the night, call the cops. You're not going to call the field club. You're not going to worry about whether a camera's picking them up. If you're worried about it, you call the cops, just as any other neighbor in town seeing. If I saw bonfires going off on Irwin, I would call the cops.
And the cops will say, show me the cameras. And if they don't have a camera, the cops will say, I was there at the application. Where are the cameras?
So we have to be careful not to put conditions specific to security measures into any of our approvals. We can make a recommendation, but that's about it.
With Grace Farms.
So what we did with Grace.
Yeah, did.
Grace Farms, all we did was, we didn't tell them where to put security cameras. We told them that we wanted a log of people entering and exiting the property.
Then they had to
Then that was
hire
purely-
security to do it.
That's their issue. That's
Okay,
their
fair enough,
thing to
yeah.
figure out,
No,
but all
fair
we
enough.
wanted with Grace Farms was to understand the volume of people that were coming and going at the property.
Fair enough.
So,
I'm sorry, I agree with everything you're saying. I don't know how this got into security cameras, but let's move on.
okay, so we have those 5 conditions that we just discussed. Do we have anything else to add to this one?
Mr. Chairman, could you review the
Sure.
conditions?
Again,
please?
it's the confirmation that there's adequate handicap parking with the new parking arrangement, that all plantings that are to be installed are to be maintained and replaced if they die. Shading, light shades on the new and existing court lighting. A recommendation on the security measures. And increasing the tree density at the pickleball courts by 50% along the north perimeter.
And possibly securing their dumpster.
And number 6, securing a dumpster.
Mr. Chairman, that would be a recommendation.
Yep.
As I understand it.
Yep.
Thank you.
Let's call this to a vote. Oh, yes, we do. We don't. I was just reading off conditions. Do we have a motion on this one?
Yes, I
A motion to,
motion to approve.
I think I
Did
was,
somebody beat me?
Yeah, Chris beat you. Do you want a second?
Third,
Okay. Chris, motions to approve. Mr. Turner gets second on this one. We read the conditions and recommendations. I'll go through the roll call here. Dan Radman, I vote yes. Krista Nielsen,
Yes.
Dick Ward,
Yes,
and Turner.
third,
John Chris,
Yes.
Art Casavant,
Yes.
Claire Tiscornia,
Yes.
Chris Herring,
yes.
John Engel.
Yes.
Thank you. And then 174 South Avenue, the police station. Discussion or motion?
Motion to approve.
That was quick.
Was that actually an application or? a
Yeah.
She said that it was
Yeah.
their option to.
Application,
That was a special permit application.
special permit application.
Thank you. And I heard something different at the end of the conversation.
Oh, for 39 Locust, they were
Oh,
just
yeah.
they were just notifying the commission of what the current status update was for that, because it had come in under an 824 review for the commission
Already
for the
did that.
lease of 39 Locust for the police station to move there, and there aren't any requirements needed to come back to the commission. They just did that out of a courtesy.
And the standard question, Sarah, that I ask all the time, have we had any commentary from neighbors?
We received nothing.
And they were all notified?
Yep.
The thing that's a little confusing on this one is just that it was mostly an external review. There was no review of the actual like interior renovation, and generally when,
So architectural plans were provided. They were posted on the website when the application was posted on the website.
We don't really have say on the interiors.
Exterior
so
we
it
do.
just, given, it just seemed like a relatively. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, I just wanted to make sure I understood what it was just for the external site plan or the internal.
It's for the building envelope and the external site plan.
Since the use isn't changing, it's also discussed less.
I have 2 conditions I would like to have.
Does one involve a clock?
Yes, it does. I want the clock.
John
Clocks
Chris
and
Memorial.
cupolas of public buildings in New England is a classic, and you should know this. And I think it's about time we address an oversight of nearly 100 years ago. And there'd be a clock on the cupola. The second would be that their landscaping plan needs some help, and that it should be resubmitted with using plants that are indigenous to our area that are supportive of pollinators and other wildlife. Those are my conditions I would suggest.
I'll,
Well,
I'll
it's,
add a motion.
Commissioner Turner,
Yes.
I would just like to say that, you know, it's wonderful that we're back to the future about a clock. But, you know, let's focus on what's really significant about this application. I think it's wonderful that Bill Walbert
Yep.
and his team have decided and guided this design to significantly, you know, impact or to preserve this wonderful building and to be able to integrate a new program that really satisfies our police department. And we don't have to tear it down. We don't have to build in another location that is, you know, questionable. And I think it's magnificent that we have, for the first time in many years, an applicant that is saving the history, you know, of New Canaan, and not having to tear it down, not having to move it, and to integrate it into something new. And the new construction, which is basically behind the existing building, and there's no impact for anybody, the neighbors. This is just such a wonderful example of reuse, rehabilitation, and should serve as an example of how the best minds in our town can reuse and create an environment that is appropriate for the use.
It's
And
Commissioner Chris.
I just want to, you know, thank you and applaud you for all you've done.
Commissioner Chris, I'm very pleased with some of the sustainability aspects of the new building, some of which are not in yet, such as potential for solar power in the back in an unobtrusive way. Preservation of this facade, enhancement of it, enhancement of the landscaping, a better roof. I mean, putting asphalt shingle on this building is just still rubs me the wrong way. So that's going to be improved. So I see a lot of pluses here, and I think we should be grateful that the folks of 100 years ago, you know, built something to last, which clearly this is. So the bones of the building is still in pretty good shape.
The only thing I would add in terms of conditions is around the generator, the new generator location. They currently have a fenced enclosure, but it is kind of front and center, facing the street in that island between the apartments and the police station. Maybe add some plantings around the generator to soften that.
They already are.
Yeah,
There are?
Yeah.
very large ones they
Oh,
mentioned.
I missed it. Sorry.
Yep, very large ones.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I brought up the point in my questioning regarding charging stations. They mentioned that they are going to have, I guess, the bare bones available, but not the stations themselves. Is that adequate, or should we?
That's what's required in state statute, and also it's for new construction. And so you know, since it's a new law in place, what is new construction? Is it a brand new building, or is it an addition on the building? That's something that the town has to determine. So at this point, technically they're meeting state statute. They may even be exceeding it because it's not a new building by putting in the infrastructure.
So the infrastructure will be there. I assume the commission is happy, just the infrastructure is there as opposed to the actual charging stations that are functional.
I am, because I don't think municipalities or police departments have any, other than New York City or urban, high urban environments, have any plan for electrified police vehicles at this point because of charge rates and duration and sustainability. I mean,
That's not true. Westport has 2 units.
do they already?
Yeah. But I mean, I think, I think he said that, level 3 charging was prohibitively expensive, but that's true. But you could have level 2 out there. You don't know, it depends on if you're hot seating your fleet vehicles. I'm not saying all your entire fleet would go electric, but I think honestly, having the infrastructure for 240 volts out there in the bays is a good compromise. I mean, it's very incrementally expensive and they're running power out there
It'll be a
anyways.
rounding error on their budget.
Yeah.
Gentlemen, I'm sorry, I respect the detail about charging stations. We should think about this in a broader scope of sustainability. What is this building doing to further that? We can get into the details about, can I charge my car up? But, is this building environmentally going to have something that's going to contribute to the environment and be sustainable? Let me just suggest, and no disrespect, but let's focus, or let's open it up to, a more broader discussion about sustainability.
Well, Commissioner Turner, I would simply note that the most sustainable building is one that already exists as opposed to one you got to tear down and put up a new one. So they're doing that. And there will be, it's be far better insulated than it is now. And also
with native plants.
Yeah, that's always nice. And the clock, don't forget the clock. But and the solar array probably in the back, my guess is that will happen in due course. So I think there is maybe not some platinum level eco building, but it's certainly several steps above what is there now. So, I would take the win and sort of move on from there.
Well, I think, continuing that discussion, I agree with you. I think, they mentioned the VRF electric heating. I think that was a good step. And if you look at the LEED standards generally talk about, construction techniques, insulation, et cetera. I didn't hear exactly whether it's R20 in the walls, but it seemed like that was the direction they were going. And they were also talking to the notion of having, obviously better insulated windows and incremental insulation in the attic, which of course helps. So, and I imagine they're probably using low volatile compound paints inside, which is another. And I mean, I don't know if they're going to the level of the library in terms of pursuing non-slave labor and there's incremental levels to, sourcing and all of that, that you can go to the nth degree, but it seemed like they were very much going in that direction. I don't know if I know there are costs to apply for LEED certification that sometimes get distracting. But
Well, I think our challenge tonight is to take the extant project, approve it and move it. We have an obligation not to ask the question about how much all of this costs. And certainly the selection choices that have been referred to, solar being a good example, are presumably going to be debated in town council and other places. But I mean, I think our obligation is to not be the A, to not dictate project design, and B, not to slow up the process that is moving along effectively, while acknowledging the huge benefit of concrete that won't be moved or poured by using the existing building.
So I've made a motion which basically says that we've heard enough from the building committee to know that they're considering every detail. We've made a few suggestions tonight with regard to native plants, but they've considered so many of these details, and so I move to approve this with the one exception of the native plant as a vote of confidence for our building committee. So I move to approve.
Commissioner Turner, I respect what you just said about, native species landscape, but, I think we need to hear about the entire building and the objectives of what we're
You
trying to-
suggesting we not move this forward tonight?
No, I'm not suggesting that at all. I'm
What is your-
suggesting that your
we have a motion.
grounds are
wanna cha-
lacking in.
You want me to
justification.
change the motion?
Please.
What do you want me to change about the motion that is
But
on?
the motion should be more encompassing about what we've discussed, about the environment as far as the building. And it's not just landscaping. It's not as simple as that. It's
But I think-
everything that we've discussed.
But I think what we just heard is that the applicant has made all best efforts to try and satisfy those types of sustainability concerns. Everything from reuse of the building to the insulation, to the power generation, to all of that. So I'm not sure what more we can condition for sustainability.
Well, when we talk about landscaping, it's very specific. We want to, broaden that to sustainability in, the broad sense, what it represents.
I'd like, my motion stands. I am incapable of suggesting a sustainability plan in the motion. So my motion is to approve the application with the one caveat that they modify their planting plan to include more native species. And I'll leave it to the building committee to determine how best to do that. That's my motion. Do I have a second?
No clock.
No, I'm not going to make people put clocks. That's an architectural decision and a building committee decision.
Be a nice idea. Return it to what it was.
They've heard you.
What
They know.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah, I mean, similarly, we talked about the dark sky lighting, but I don't think it's fair to like make it a condition. So I'll second that approval.
Okay. We have a second with a single condition on this. Take it to a vote. Dan Radman, I vote yes. Krista Nielsen,
Yes.
Dick Ward,
Yes.
Ken Turner,
No.
John Chris,
Yes.
Art Casavant,
Yes.
Claire Discornia,
Yes.
Chris Herring,
Yes.
John Engel.
Yes.
Okay.
We're on our way.
Thank you.
Where are we going?
Okay. That takes care of all the public meeting items that we had earlier this evening. Thank you, everyone. Have a good night. Administrative actions. We need to discuss the Grace Farms approval for court usage for the gymnasium, for commission approval by outside groups or partner organizations for summer 2023 court schedule from June 1st through August 31st. I don't know if everyone's got a chance to look at that, but court schedule's on the website. Is that right?
Yep.
I have a question for
Administrative.
town staff. Is there anything different, this Commissioner Chris, different
Yep.
from what they've done in the past?
So
that we
the
should
only
be-
addition is the New Canaan Basketball Association or whatever it is. They're scheduled for an additional night. Last year, they were only on the schedule for one night. It's now 2 nights a week.
Are the times in the evening the same?
Yep.
So it's just same time frame, but just another night?
Yep.
2 nights. Thank you.
And the intensity of use is approximately the same.
It appears to be, yes.
Mondays are still closed. And then they have, open sessions from, it looks like during the week, it's from 10 a.m. till about 8 p.m. Okay,
I move to approve it.
do I have a second?
I
Second.
second.
Okay, Claire.
Claire? It's fine. Great. I vote yes. Krista Nielsen,
Yes.
Dick Ward,
Yes.
Ken Turner,
Yes.
John Chris,
Yes.
Art Casavant,
Yes.
Claire Tiscornia,
Yes.
Chris Herring,
Yes.
John Engel.
Yes.
Thank you. Next order of business is the P O C D. We discussed this at the last meeting. We had some interest here on the P O C D participants. Right now, it looks like we have a total of 6 people interested in being on the P O C D. We've got Krista, myself, Mr. Chris, Mr. Herring. Is that right, Chris?
Yep, that's right. I was just mentioning, John wasn't here last time, so.
Chris Herring,
Commissioner Engel.
Mr. Turner. Who am I missing? Oh, and Tom.
Mr. Benton.
How many people do you have on it?
Well, we were gonna do it with five people and one alternate, and I was gonna be the alternate. So that we maintain the 5 for the voting process. In the end, it's all gonna come back to the commission anyway. So, do you want to be on the P O C D?
No, it sounds like you have enough people.
We do.
So-
I don't want to overload it, and it's more of the POCD subcommittee's charge is really going to be management and oversight of the consultant that we bring on board, vetting the consultants, establishing a schedule for their deliverables, when they're going to be getting drafts to us, and how they're going to be addressing the POCD modifications. And then essentially voting on a final, let's call it a final draft that will then come back to the commission as a whole, that the commission as a whole will review and approve.
Mr. Chairman, question, where are we regarding the hiring of consultants?
So Thursday at 3 o'clock is the deadline for consultants to submit proposals. And then from there, we need to have a contract signed, fees encumbered, and everything dealt with between Board of Selectmen, Board of Finance by June 30th. So all the budget money doesn't get lost in translation. I think in a perfect world, mid-June, we're starting full force with this.
And the whole process took how long?
Probably a year.
Yep.
How many proposals have you received?
Yeah.
0. But it's pretty typical to not see them until the day that they're due. And I've been contacted by a couple consultants with questions just about logistics of submitting things. So we are expecting responses. We just have received none so far.
And as part of the committee, we're gonna need a chairperson. I would nominate Mr. Chris, take that position for chair. We'll have to establish a first meeting date for this in sometime in May, right? Probably middle of May.
Yeah, so last month or whenever it was, I'd sent out a tentative special meeting schedule in the event the commission needed it, given the amount of applications. So I would suggest that the May tentative special meeting date possibly be the date for that first POCD subcommittee meeting. So we should have all the proposals in by that time. So then that process can start with them vetting.
That's fine.
Do we need to second this?
One issue on meeting date, I'm going to be away
I'm sorry,
weeks,
I'm
starting.
sorry. Do we need to second this nomination?
Yes, yes, hold on one second. Go ahead. What were you saying about being away?
Just, I'm leaving for Asia on Friday night and be away for 2.5 weeks.
Okay, so the date would be Wednesday, May 10th.
I will be very far away on May 10th.
Okay, so
I could bump it to the end of the month. It'd be easier for me. I can give you a date, but that's mine. I don't want to stop other people from.
I mean, that is why we have the alternate
Okay,
as
fair
well.
enough.
So
Fair enough. I just
yeah, no,
been planned for a year, so I
Can't change it now.
understood.
can't change it. now.
Yeah.
I will be in Nepal.
Lucky.
Number of years ago, it's the greatest trip ever.
Bhutan, I've already seen, so now it's Nepal. So, yeah.
So, Sarah, how shall we vote on this? All the vote on the just the chair, or do we vote on all of the committee members?
So you can have the commission vote on all the committee members to just state who's suggested to be appointed to the subcommittee, and then just have everyone vote yes or no if they're okay with that.
Including the chair position.
Yes.
That's fine. So to repeat, it'll be Krista, Mr. Chris, Chris Herring, Kent Turner and Tom Benton as seated members for this committee. I'll act as an alternate. And then Mr. Chris will act as chair. So do I hear a vote of yes for these positions? I'll go through roll call. Myself, I vote yes. Krista Nielsen,
Yes.
Dick Ward,
Yes.
Kent Turner,
Yes.
John Chris,
Yes.
Art Cassavant,
Yes.
Claire Discornia,
Yes.
Chris Herring,
Yes.
John Engel,
Yes.
Tom Benton.
Yes.
Since you're on the committee.
Yeah.
That does that. Electric vehicle zoning regulation amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I have ideas. I will share them.
Before you
Okay, please.
start in, so this is a draft. How did you want us to go through this? Is this for us to discuss tonight or to digest before the next meeting, or what's the goal?
So this was put on in the event, we didn't go till midnight. So essentially, as I had said previously,
Told you to go to midnight.
the state on January 1st of this year mandated now that infrastructure for parking, for electric vehicle charging stations has to be provided on all new construction that leads to required parking of 30 or more spaces. And a lot of towns are starting to adopt regulations because the statute leaves it open-ended. We can just stick to what the state statute says, or we can, change it to what we want. Greenwich has done that. And they've, shared that with other towns as, a guide. They had very intense regulations, I would say. But so this is more, it's up to the commission. If they want to discuss it tonight, we can digest it and leave it for next month. But right now, as it stands, if a project were to come in at new construction, right now, we would just have to follow state statute. So we wouldn't have any other say.
The state statute is that you provide the infrastructure.
For 10% of the spots.
Okay.
A lot.
But infrastructure doesn't necessarily mean the charging station.
It does not mean the charging stations.
Mr. Chairman, I have a suggestion, and it's very time efficient. I say we go through the 5 questions and we just poll the members. There's 5 questions at the end, questions for the commission that Sarah wants to know. And I just think that if she could get a sense from us, if we raise our hands, then she would know that which way we are leaning, and she could continue to work on these. For instance, location of the regulation, she could say this or that, and we could raise our hands and move on to the next question.
Or we could
That way we could be done in 5 minutes.
wait till next month, so
I
people have time to digest.
I think it deserves a little more
Yeah.
consideration.
Little then. I'll be very brief on mine. My view is 30 or more. When are we going to have 30 or more in this town? I would wonder whether you want to tighten it and just say any multi-unit residential building or commercial building has to have a certain number, and just say 10%.
So I'm not sure if we're allowed to restrict it under that. I'll have to double check, just,
Can make it tighter.
I'm not sure if we can for developments that are less than 30 spaces.
Why can't we, even if this state law didn't exist, why can't we require that charging stations be in new development?
Good point.
So,
I don't know.
okay, and I would suggest that also. There's a equity issue, is that it doesn't have to, there's no requirement that any handicap space be one of those spaces. And so we may want to say that at least there has to be at least one handicap, one with a, did you speak here? Sorry if you want to. Got to make it on the record.
It's Commissioner Turner, I respect what you're saying, but when you get into ADA requirements, it's a very tricky slope. I'm not sure you want to quantify how many charging stations per handicap. I mean, you know, it's a great idea. I just caution that we have any kind of ability to regulate this or to dictate.
I understand, Commissioner Turner, my issue is an equity one, and that there's a mandate from the state that some have to exist, and they might, there's no requirement that any handicap space has a charging station, which doesn't seem quite right to me. So I'm suggesting that the commission may want to think about saying that there be some minimum number for that. That's all I'm stating
I think
here.
And I totally agree. My concern is, you know, handicap spaces are larger. You know, how does that impact, you know, a normal space? And, you know, what is the impact of all this?
So I can provide a little feedback, but
You want it?
Mr. Mann, why don't you?
Sure.
Fill
So,
us in.
Tiger Man, Director of Public Works for the town. I'm also the ADA Compliance Coordinator for the town. So at present, there isn't a regulation surrounding EV charging stations from an ADA perspective. They're working through that right now, but the guidance is that the spacing would be similar to an accessible space. So the spaces that we had, the 2 charging stations we have out here, we have a striping plan that will be, it's actually with the striper, we're waiting for them to come here and lay it out. But basically, it requires a hash spaced in the middle where the charging station would be, and then accessible spaces, the suitable accessible spaces size on either side for the charger, if it was a dual charger where you could go either side. So while there isn't a regulation at present or guidance at present, the guidance is that you should make this space accessible. So
All spaces.
all
So
spaces.
I'm sorry, Tiger, are you saying that the normal space for anybody that can park, normal person that has ability to move would be the same as somebody that has a disability? I'm
That's
just not
correct.
sure I
That's how
understood.
they're currently designed.
That's correct.
We've been implementing them at a lot of the stores we're doing and working with national companies, and all of the spaces are designed for ADA accessibility with a striped zone, discharge zone in between the spots. So currently, there's no delineation between a regular EV spot and an ADA spot. They're all accessible.
Thank you.
I don't know how long that's going to last or what'll change on it, but at least that's currently the industry standard.
Yeah. And my guess is it won't last long, but thank you.
Yep. Okay. The other thing, and again, we can digest this and come back with additional comments at the next meeting. But something that I think a lot of the states in passing this EV regulation is what they're not understanding, and what we're running into in the real world in deploying this type of equipment at some of our stores, is the infrastructure and the grid in various communities is completely stressed already.
Yeah.
And can't support this type of quantity of additional charging stations, especially stage 3 stations at 480 volts. It requires a complete revamp of the electrical grid and transformers and everything else. So there's definitely a lot more homework that the regulators need to do as to the reality of what can actually be implemented. So just take that as a little kernel of information in terms of how we institute a regulation for our town.
Yeah.
I don't want it to be too overreaching because it might not be achievable.
Good words.
I'm really struggling with it because I'm on my last few months of a 3-year lease of an electric vehicle. So I'm acutely aware of how few charging stations there are within a 5-mile radius of me. And, you know, and I only have a level 1 in my house. So if I am out, there's no place to go.
Yeah.
So I started looking into it. You know, I have a parking lot downtown, and I started looking into it. And there are now companies coming around to building owners saying, we'll put in the infrastructure and you can charge for it. Well, so that it's making me realize that that people are going to put meters on these.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
And they're gonna charge, and they can charge whatever they want.
Mhm.
So, I'm struggling with that as well. Anyway, I'm caught between, taking on this burden and this expense at my building and yet being one of the consumers of it with an electric car.
Mhm.
Who can't find, who's not finding that everybody else is gonna solve the problem for me. I have to put in the infrastructure myself.
Yep.
And how much is enough? I still haven't figured it out for my own building. I have 60 parking spaces downtown. I have no idea how many electric cars, I'm gonna need over the next 10 years to supply. And every time I put in one of these charging stations, my tenant says, I don't need that, that's my parking space.
Yep.
Don't put in a charging station. I'm not, I don't need it.
Tiger, you have a resource on your team that had been gathering some of the material. Is there a possibility that he could come to the next meeting to give us his feedback?
it's Joe. I'll let him go back.
Okay. We can maybe stay to the front end of the meeting, because I
Thank
know
you.
he's done some good town research and.
So I do just want to add that, as we were drafting this, we did ask the, tax assessor to, give us a number of how many electric vehicles are, registered in town. And there are only about, they only have the numbers for 2020, but there are only 400. And there are 7,000 households in New Canaan, and there were only 400 electric vehicles. That number was from 3 years ago at this point, but it is still a low percentage.
Excuse me, 2020 is many years ago,
I did
Yeah,
just
to
say that.
change radically. I understand what you're saying, but,
More now.
it's not
I
accurate.
agree. That's just the data we have available
Yeah.
at this time.
So last item on the agenda here is approval of minutes. We've got the site meeting minutes.
I did them.
Hey. December 9th meeting minutes, February 28th meeting minutes from our regular meeting, March 2nd special meeting minutes, March 15th special meeting, and the March 28th regular meeting. Do I have a motion to approve?
Before I do that, I did not attend the site visit, so I need to recuse myself from that one.
No problem.
I'll move to approve all of the minutes.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
Second.
So moved.
Scornia.
And then we'll just quick vote. Dan, I vote yes. Krista,
Yes.
Dick,
Yes, but I recuse myself from those minutes, the meetings I did not attend.
Say that.
understood. Kent Turner,
Yes.
John Chris,
Yes.
Art Gasavant,
Yes.
Claire Tiscornia,
Yes.
Chris Herring,
Yes.
John Engel.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
It's Wednesday.
Yeah, it's okay.
They don't have one of
They'll
those
get better.
automatic timers.
What? We adjourned the meeting. Meeting adjourned.
Home.
So now it's at Claire.
So- Just so while everyone's still here,